on SAfM.
I, Nelson Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. The Daily Discourse on SAfM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 9. Welcome to the Daily Discourse on this Monday. Great to be with you as always. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you. Melissa and Kineo, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Patrick is on sound. Sibusiso is behind the camera today. Now remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814, or you can go to our website and you can listen live there. We are also on SABC Plus, so that's another avenue where you can listen to us. We are streaming our broadcast live as well, video streaming that is, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Good morning and welcome if you're joining us from overseas. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Another busy show as always this Monday. We're starting off this hour with an open line as we tend to do, and we would love to hear from you on some of the big issues that are on your mind this morning. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp and audible. Right, let me just tell you what we're doing a little bit later on in this hour after we've kicked off the open line. We're talking about something that was flagged with us last week, and that is the AvBob portal. A lot of you who have some kind of policy or, who transact with AvBob in one way or another have been trying to access information or trying to contact the company via their portal. It appears that portal has been down for a few weeks, and it was flagged by one of our listeners last week. So today we're speaking to the General Manager of Corporate Affairs at AvBob to find out what the problem is, why that portal's gone down, when it's coming up again, and when you can start transacting again. And then a little bit later on, we're talking to Gift of the Givers about the situation at the Epping Repatriation Centre in the Western Cape. You'll know, because Kathy actually spoke about it a little bit this morning, that there has been a huge influx of migrants who've gone to that centre. Now, what is not clear to me, which I'm going to try to determine, is exactly how many of those are people who are meant to be deported, how many of those who are people who are meant to be repatriated. What we do know is that government doesn't really have the resources to be able to be looking after those people as they exit the country, which is why we are speaking to Gift of the Givers. And essentially, Gift of the Givers is one of the organizations, the aid organizations that have taken it upon themselves to go and help people with a bit of shelter, a bit of food, sanitary towels, and all kind of the emergency aid that they need there. So we're going to find out what the situation is there on the ground. My understanding is that those crowds of people are being transported via bus to the Musina border, but let's see how that's playing out and how the aid organizations are coping with the influx of people, because people are just showing up, it seems, all the time, and those numbers are swelling, which means what is required on the ground from aid organizations keeps changing. The goalposts keep moving. Later on in the program, we are also looking at the issue of online influence on the 30th of June. Were you online on that day? If you weren't marching but were following online, perhaps on social media, what was it that you saw? Did you see a concerted campaign to promote the protesters' cause online? What are the hashtags, and how were you able to get your information? How up to date was the information you were receiving? And what was the type of information that you were consuming online? And I'm asking those questions because the Institute for Security Studies has done a little bit of preliminary research on this, and they've said that there was a coordinated social media campaign to push certain hashtags forward, to push certain ideologies forward, and so on. And that took over social media on that day. And we're going to be reflecting with them what the implication of that is, if that's mostly the way people are getting their news and information. So we've got a consultant from the ISS joining us a little bit later on. Many of you who've been speaking to us about gambling might be concerned to hear that the government is actually clamping down on legislation around gambling. They're trying to increase this legislation because, as it stands, they feel that gambling is uncontrolled, and it's not only because of the reasons we think it is, where people are growing addicted or spending emergency funds or spending rent, grocery money, and so on gambling. That is one of the facets of it. But the other problem is illegal online gambling. There's so many sites that have been set up in outside territories that are draining the economy. 50 billion is what the economy is losing per year on those illegal online gambling sites. So we're going to speak to someone from the Bookmakers Association to find out how government is going to deal with that from a legislative point of view. And then we're also going to have a chat about an announcement that the Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Gwahuba, is making today, and that is in regard to sanitation at schools. We know this issue of pit toilets at schools came up several years ago when poor little Michael Kumape drowned at a school in Limpopo. I mean, when I think of that child, every time I think of him, even years after his death, it really pains me to think of how he died and how his family must still be living with the loss of that child. I can't stand that story. That to me is it's a real trigger. I find it a really heartbreaking story. He died in such a dangerous and humiliating way, and it was so unnecessary. So at that time, you remember that the findings of the court action were that government needed to intervene. It needed to fix those toilets in Limpopo. Today, we understand the Education Minister, the Basic Education Minister, is going to be speaking from the Eastern Cape, but hopefully she's going to be announcing some sort of intervention on a national scale that is going to solve this problem of pit toilets. Our children should not have to use pit toilets at school that put their lives in danger, right? And this is part of hopefully what she is dealing with over the course of this morning. We're waiting for that announcement. We'll speak to Equal Education about that. Nearly 14 minutes past 9 actually on the Daily Discourse. Taking your calls. KB in the Northern Cape is on the line to us. KB, good morning to you.
Good morning, ma'am, and the listeners.
Hi there. What's on your mind?
What is on my mind, ma'am, is this whole thing about xenophobic attitudes and actions in South Africa. I think, firstly, we should just say that it is xenophobia and that many South Africans are xenophobic in that they do hate and fear those who are from other nations or countries in Africa, especially those who are black. So that's the reality of it. We cannot always try to maybe dilly-dally around it and say that some, but the march itself was not a great success because the upheaval and disturbance that was mass didn't happen. But for me, this whole issue of xenophobia, I think it is controlled by the government. It is allowed. It is something that the government of South Africa enables to happen because perhaps South Africa being a nation of inequality and a legacy of apartheid is a way for the black majority to vent out. It's something that allows them to take off the build up or the psychological and the traumatic situation they find themselves in. So hating foreigners, especially those who are from poorer nations whom South Africans think so, like Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, is something that is allowed, and the government allows it because perhaps if it was not to do so, then there would be an internal unrest like the July within South Africa. So I think xenophobia is state-sponsored in some way, but the origins of that would be the architects of this democracy, the capitalists and the people who crafted the democratic ethos.
KB, thank you so much for that call. I wonder what you think about what KB's had to say. He says South Africans are xenophobic, but it stems from the anger around the living conditions in South Africa. And do you agree that South Africans are xenophobic? Do you agree that the issue of anger, long pent up anger, is one of the triggers for this protest? I mean, Kathy had that really interesting discussion on her show the other day about pent up anger and how long we've been carrying anger as a nation. Anger over several different things that have risen to the surface and come to the fore in the protest we're seeing right now. And many of the experts we're speaking to are telling us that this is accumulated anger from a lot of issues where people have just largely been ignored and where their trauma has been disregarded and dismissed, right? So tell me if you agree with that or if you don't. Zola in Bloem is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Zola. What's on your mind?
Good morning, Joanne. Let me quickly respond to KB, then I'll just give me a second point. I won't be long.
Yes, go for it.
KB must understand that we are very kind. We opened our doors for the foreigners. They took advantage of us. We showed love to them and respect. They took advantage. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, there are 3 Lesotho nationals who are accused of killing people at Cleveland Hostel. He's not talking about that. We have incidents whereby Nigerians or others were fighting with our police enforcement in Joburg. He's not talking about that. It is not true that we are xenophobic. We are open. We are kind to them. They took advantage. Not all of them. Please don't miss. There are some of them who are very kind. But he cannot come on and say South Africa is xenophobic. It's a fun. It is not true. They took advantage of us. We are living with them. But what did they do? The level of arrogance that we see from them is shocking. So we have the right to protect our country. If they are kind and work with us, we will live with them. Let them do the right thing. So KB maybe he's busy thinking something, or he forgot to take his medication this morning. What he's saying is wrong. And then secondly, as well, can I please kindly request you to invite ex-Repo from Channel 157 to the radio. There are some things, I have nothing personal against him, but some of the things that he does, I don't agree with them. Like, for instance, if somebody calls him with a letter of demand, LOD, he will go to the person and start taking action. My understanding of letter of demand is not a court order. You can definitely implement. They give that, you must be given a chance to go to court and speak your side of the story. As you will know, John, that the fundamental principle of law is the odioteram patem.
Yes.
That's why they'll say the demand is then you can go state your side of the story. The court will then make a decision based on what is before the court. So I would appreciate if you can get him in, let him come and explain to us what is this position, what mandate is he working on. Is he a sheriff? Is he a police? What is his specific mandate? And where does he get that mandate from?
You know,
thank you, Joanne. That is all.
Thank you, Zola. It's an interesting question because I don't know anything about this show. So you are educating me on this. I didn't know about the existence of this show, right? I've never watched it, but I think what you're speaking about is the reality television show on Moja Love, DSTV channel 157, and Xolani Mapanga hosts that. And it's about people reclaiming their personal belongings and assets in disputes involving their family members, their former partners, and that kind of thing. So I will look into that with my producers and just see if that's something that that is something that we could tackle. Oh yes, and he's also a mayoral candidate for Action SA. So let us think about that and just see how we approach that. Thanks very much, Zola, for that call. All right, your messages are coming through as well on the issue of marches. Let me just listen to that.
On this Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi Day, I'm Sweden. We must thank him for what he revealed on this day last year, hence the Madlanga Commission today. But people mustn't take it too far by saying he must become the president of the country, because there's a huge difference between running after criminals and running of the country itself. I regard those people as those who say Jacinda Ngobese must become the president of the country. I also say to them as well, there's a huge difference between leading marches in the nation and leading the nation itself. Thank you.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Has your identity number been blocked? The Department of Home Affairs is calling on all individuals whose identity numbers were blocked before November 2022 to visit a Home Affairs office and submit representations to resolve their status. You have until 10 July 2026 to appear in person and provide the required supporting documents. Failure to respond may result in cancellation of the affected identity number following the completion of the administrative process. A blocked identity number can affect your ability to access jobs, education, banking services, social grants, and even participate in elections. For more information, visit www.dha.gov.za. Click on Blocked IDs. The Department of Home Affairs, delivering dignity for all.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, John. This is my trouble, John. This country is a very, very beautiful country. We are not xenophobic, and the people here are so loving. The past 34 years, people from outside, they've been coming in and out. Some of them, they come in, they are talking even about the history. I've been here 15 years, some they say 20 years, which doesn't help. Now it's this time for them to go and fix their countries. We can never take it anymore. The immigration crisis is worse than ever. South Africa is for South Africans. Good morning. This is Matibo.
Right, heading towards 24 minutes past 9. I'll take more of your calls at this hour. Sikhatli in Mankweng is on the line to us. Sikhatli, good morning.
Hi, good morning, and thanks very much for taking my call.
Sure.
Okay. We are a very good people, South African Mozambique people. They know us of that. We are famous of being good people. So unfortunately, some other people took us for granted. They did not respect us because we've been good. Let me ask you. No, not necessarily you. Let me just put that straight. I saw in Nigeria when they were banning Shoprite and all those multi-choice. Who are they doing that for? They are doing that for themselves. And who is going to lose jobs there? It's them, not us. We don't care. Let them do that. But the one thing for sure that I like is to show the government that side that, no, look, we are where we are because of the system of the government. That is something that other countries that are actually having the same pressure have to do. That we're not promoting this Sabalazos and everything, but it's the way to get the countries in a good shape. Those African presidents, when they go to Pan-African Parliament, whatever, they talk about themselves. How do we get the coal into where? What? They're supposed to be like subjecting the issue of immigrants. We are not going to have somebody coming from Bangladesh coming to South Africa and say there's asylum and refugee or whatever. You can't come certain countries then before you can just get to the other country and say if it's a refugee. No, you can't come here to sell handbags and nail clippers. They have the problem. Let me advise the fellow Africans. and together with their President Julius Malema, let's go and fix. Let's help them to fix their countries. That's how beautiful we can be, even. Let's help them to
How do you
get...
propose to do that, Sekhatli? How are you going to help other Africans fix their countries?
All right. Let's get the system of the government right. That's number one. We start with Zimbabwe here next door. I'm here in Limpopo.
But Sekhatli, we've tried to intervene, right? We've had successive presidents going there to hold talks with the leaders and so on. What difference has it actually made to the state of Zimbabwe?
How did we get South Africa right? We had to march in 1976, University of Limpopo. By that time, it was the University of the North. It was also a center of the ANC. The time when they have to be in charge, they must also do that. Remove those presidents by force, and then elect democratically, and then the people shall govern. Let the people govern. That's the way to go.
All right.
Like
Sekhatli.
we did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that call, Sekhatli. KG and Tabanshu is on the line to us. KG, good morning.
Hey, my sister, how are you?
Hi there. Well, thanks. What's your take on this, KG?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Brother KV got it very wrong. I think he must take a bit of time and school himself about how all of these things play out. As a South African, he sounds like a South African, by the way. So here's the thing, my sister. Nigerians want to bully everyone. Like they want to bully everyone within the continent. They want to bully us in our own country. And
what makes you say they want to bully everyone on the continent?
There's a lady. He runs a podcast /FM online from Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
The last interview I saw on that platform of hers, he interviewed Naledi Pandor, Dr. Naledi Pandor.
Mm-hmm.
And before then, I saw the interview where he was interviewing the lady who is leading the march in Jacinta.
Yes.
So that lady is very arrogant, like your typical Nigerian-born human being. Very arrogant.
Isn't that a stereotype? I mean, surely you can't say all Nigerians are the same. I mean, we object to it when people say all South Africans are one thing or another.
Yeah.
Do we want to stereotype other people?
No. I understand why you say stereotype, and it qualifies to be a stereotype. But maybe this opinion is subjective. But my observation with Nigerians is that Nigerians and Zimbabweans are very arrogant. They are very they want to bully everyone. Wherever they go, they are becoming entitled. They don't want to understand that they are visitors in our own country. So this lady is going around within the country with this podcast /FM, and then he does interviews, and then whatever interviews he has conducted by far, he's advancing this narrative that whatever is happening in South Africa is actually Afrophobia and xenophobic. And I don't know why our state is allowing somebody like this one to be in the country and perpetuate it.
Because it's a free country. Because freedom of expression is a cornerstone of our democracy. So
the narrative.
So why you are and this is how it works. This is how media works, KG. Is that you can put your views forward. They may be controversial. They may contravene the views of other people. They may oppose those views. But it's a free country. She's not actually doing anything unlawful.
Yeah, it's a free country,
KG,
but you're not operating in vacuum.
Listen to me. I'm talking now, KG. She's not breaking any laws by holding interviews with people, right? There seems to be this tendency among some of our listeners who think that if a presenter of any kind comes onto a show, they invite people on, they ask tough questions, that for some reason they're breaking a law by asking questions that people don't want to answer or questions that may be uncomfortable, even if they are advancing an opposing view. If people have been invited onto the show and they've agreed to answer those questions on the show, it's within their right to agree to be there and answer the questions, and it's within a person's right, a podcaster's right to ask those questions. So why do we have to be afraid of that?
The presenter is perpetually advancing a narrative that is contrary to what the state stands for.
No, that's not how it works. This is not a police state, and this is not even here. We're not a state broadcaster. We're a public broadcaster. That's why all our opinions matter, right? And we give everybody a chance to be heard, even though we don't agree necessarily with what they're saying. If she is advancing an unlawful narrative or inciting violence, then she is breaking our law. But asking questions, there's no harm in that. There's really no harm in that. 9:31 here on the Daily Discourse. And Musa standing by with your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headline, civil society group Kupanang Africa Against Xenophobia has raised concern over the state's failure to uphold its constitutional and legal obligations to protect all people within its borders. The Madlanga Commission has confirmed attempted murder accused Vuzimuziket Matlala, who was subpoenaed to appear before the Commission, will no longer testify tomorrow. And FIFA has suspended a one-game ban imposed on one of the US star players, sparking controversy at the Football World Cup. FIFA's decision, according to American media reports, is the result of President Donald Trump's intervention. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse. One of you talking about who can be president.
Morning, JJ. This is Sam in the Free State. That gentleman who just called you and told you that Jacinta or Mkwanazi should not become the president of South Africa, he needs to relax with that. He needs to understand that if anyone can become a minister, anyone can also become a president. Those positions are not positions that are filled based on qualifications. Those are just political positions. Right now, if the Patriotic Alliance would win the elections, Gayton Mackenzie will definitely become the president of South Africa, despite the fact that he was in jail. Thank you.
Good morning, JJ. Shoti Signolo in Mafefe, Limpopo. Today marks 1 year since Lieutenant General Ndandla Mkhwanazi delivered explosive allegations. And today we are witnessing accountability, but unfortunately a selective accountability, because politicians who are implicated in Madlanga commissions are not held accountable. They are not taken to the task. That is concerning and worrisome. Thank you, JJ.
Thank you very much for those voice notes. I'll continue playing them throughout the show. I'll take a quick call before our next interview from Mandla in Cape Town. Mandla, good morning.
Yes, Joanna. Look, in Lesedi municipality in the Gauteng province, people don't have water there for a month now. And it's a basic human right.
Yes, yes.
And 2 people were killed there for protesting for a basic human right. I mean, as a country, we should be mourning now.
Yes.
Our flags should be hung low today. We've got a day here in South Africa called a Human Rights Day. I don't know the meaning of that day. That is the day that must be scrapped off our calendar. That should be a normal working day, because it is meaningless. It's just a day where politicians go and appear on TV to validate themselves. Nothing more than that. You know, in Free State, Fitzburg, Andres Tatane, a school teacher, was shot by brutal police for protesting for water, clean drinking water.
Yeah.
You know, when Marikana, police showed their brutality and killed people, and there was no lesson learned from that. You know, Joanna, when you look at TV, you see the police unleashing rubber bullets at people, hurting them. What is the when must a police use a rubber bullet, and how? I think police should only use a rubber bullet when people are coming to them, and then to scare them away, not to hurt them. You see a guy running away and the police is chasing him, shooting him repeatedly.
I saw that.
It means that is brutality. And that must come to an end. And with this ANC government, it's not going to end. You know, they changed the police from police force to police services. But the brutality is worse than the apartheid government. The brutality shown by South African police services. You know, to feed my
we're going to leave it there, but thank you for raising that, and I want us to look into that story. I think it's very important that we do that, because it doesn't matter how many people died, and sometimes because people's lives are not considered valuable, particularly people who are unemployed, people who are poor and disadvantaged and marginalized in some way or another, we don't stop to take a moment and bemoan the loss of that life. And I completely agree with you, and thank you for flagging that with us. All right, just after 25 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and one of our listeners last week made us aware of a problem with funeral service provider AvBob's online portal. It seems clients have been unable to use this portal to access information they need about their policies or to transact. Let's find out what the problem seems to be. General Manager of Corporate Affairs at AvBob, Adrian Bester, joins us now. Mr. Bester, good morning to you. Thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Is it true that the AvBob portal is offline and has been for some time?
Good morning, Joanne. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. We really want to get information available to the public as much as we possibly can. It is unfortunately correct. So on the 30th of May already this year, we became aware there were threat actors who had in fact penetrated our systems and our network. And since then, our network has in fact been down. However, I would like to point out that the ability to process claims were actually only down for 2 days. So after 2 days, we were able to institute manual processes in our head office. Now, the truth is that our branches still cannot perform transactions, but the branch can actually help any client to institute a claim if they need to institute a claim. Some of the services obviously now take substantially longer. So where a claim was usually paid out in 48 hours, it might take longer, it might take a week, it might take 7 days. We've had a small number of claimants who were really negatively impacted in the sense that they instituted claims in the 2 days before the 30th of May, and those claims were actually lost. So they were initially loaded onto our electronic systems, and when the system went down, those claims were lost, and we were actually unaware of those claims. We couldn't process them until such time as those claimants came back to us and says, you know, what's going on here? I'm waiting for my claim for a week. Some of them actually waited substantially longer than that before querying it. But yes, the fact of the matter is our system still is down. We are in a recovery process. We have recovered quite a bit of the system. We are able to access our members' information at the moment, but unfortunately only from our head office.
All right. So essentially, you've been hacked, Mr. Bester. Do you know if any sensitive client information has been compromised?
So we are still in the process of doing a forensic investigation through the whole incident. At the moment, we are not 100% sure whether client information was compromised. We don't believe that it was, but we can only really confirm that once this audit has been completed.
So, I mean, you spoke about lost claims there earlier, and tell me, isn't there some kind of backup system that kicks in so that kind of thing doesn't happen?
Yes. No, we do have a backup system. Well, we have what is called a disaster recovery system. And without going into the detail, we actually have two completely separate computer setups, or what would be the core system of the AvBob electronics. But unfortunately, they penetrated both those systems, and both of them went down at the same time, and we are currently recovering both of those systems. So, yeah, it was a bit of a storm, unfortunately. But yes, unfortunately, we couldn't recover those systems within days. It's been taking us, not close on, just over a month now, But we are definitely getting there. And clients should not be worried that their information was lost. We know that we do have access. We do have all the information of our client base. It hasn't been lost. They won't be contacted and asked to update anything. They don't have to worry that their policy information is not available. It is available, and it will be back on our online portal, hopefully fairly soon.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask was around those clients whose information was lost. Do you have any record of people who actually put in claims during that time, or has that been lost to the point where they would have to come back and just ensure that you've actually got information about their claim in the first place?
Look, fortunately, the nature of a claim is such that people do follow up. So what we have done is we've gone back to our own branches and say, if you guys processed a claim within that period, see if you have any information available. Now, unfortunately, we live in a digital age where we do things on computer, and people don't really keep manual track of those things because, well, we all accept or expect that things will be available in the computer system. However, in the majority of cases, people come back and says, yes, we had a claim for this customer. We have only a contact telephone number, and we've contacted or trying to contact the client to have them come back in and provide information to us again. But as I say, the nature of a claim is such that those clients tend to come back to us automatically. So at that point, we believe that we have actually recovered the claims that were lost in those 2 days.
All right, that's good to know. Now, for clients who are going to be putting in claims from today onwards, what is the best way for them to seek assistance while you fix the portal?
Okay, so they can go to any of our branches. The branch won't be able to actually give them policy information or tell them what the value of their policy is, but the branch can collect the information from them. The branch will send it through to head office. Head office will then, within about 24 hours or so, send information back to the branch to say, the value of the client's policy is X, and they can continue. The policy is active, etc., etc. The person that has passed away was in fact insured under that policy. So all that detail is available. For my opinion, the easiest way to do it is to go to one of the local branches or your local branch. You can also, if you'd like to, contact AFBOB through its normal national number. It's 0861 28 26 21. You can also, if you specifically have a claim, you can send claim documents to our head office directly. And that email address is myclaim@afbob.co.za.
All right. I'm going to ask you to give us that number one more time, please, Mr. Bester.
By all means, thank you. The number is 0861 28 26 21.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us today. That was Adrian Bester. He is the General Manager of Corporate Affairs at AFBOB, confirming that their system was hacked. And if you'd been trying to get through to that portal, that's the reason that you haven't. But let me give you those numbers again in case you need to make a claim. The number to call is 0861 28 2621, 0861 28 2621. You can alternatively go through to a branch. Perhaps there's a branch closer to you and you'd feel more secure going there to do it in person. That's also an option for you. Alternatively, you can email this address, myclaim, one word, myclaim@avbob.co.za, myclaim@avbob.co.za. All right, so I suggest you make use of that if you are having difficulty accessing your information on the AFBOB portal.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
All right, it is 9:45 here on SAFM. Thank you for joining us if you've just tuned into the Daily Discourse. And civil society aid group Gift of the Givers is reporting really poor conditions at Epping Centre in Cape Town. That's where a group of about 1,500 migrants is staying ahead of their repatriation to their home countries in other parts of the continent. Let's find out more from head of the Gift of the Givers Western Cape medical team, Dr. Naeem Kathrada. Dr. Kathrada, good morning and thanks for your time on the Daily Discourse. Under what sort of conditions are the migrants being kept at the Epping Centre?
Good morning. Hope everyone's well. So as of early Sunday morning, the Epping Repatriation Center has officially been closed. So all those that had been documented and processed had been sent back to Messina. Subsequently, on Friday, we started getting more people arriving when they heard that buses had arrived. And the decision was taken not to allow them into the repatriation center. So they're on an open field on the opposite side of the repatriation center, where they've been there since Friday night.
And I understand it's been bitterly cold in the Western Cape over the last few days. What sort of sleeping arrangements have been made for the group at night in particular?
So unfortunately, there is no covering. It has been cold. We have been fortunate that there hasn't been any rain, but blankets have been supplied. And on a daily basis, Gift of the Givers has been supplying breakfast, lunch, and supper. Unfortunately, it's not the ideal conditions, but under the situation, we're not quite sure whose land that is. So to actually put up something may be problematic. But we're hoping that by today, most of the people would have been put on buses and sent to Messina.
This issue of the numbers of people is quite a. I mean, you're chasing a moving target here, aren't you? Because it isn't a set number of people that are being brought in by government. People are just showing up reportedly, and you've got to help whoever needs help. How are you coping with that changing demand from day to day?
So I think Gift of the Givers have been fortunate. They have a track record of almost 33 years. So our teams have been doing this for the last month in George and Sedgefield. So those kind of things. And we've got systems in place where we know what's going to be happening tomorrow in terms of more or less how many people. We have our service providers that do the cooking. And we try our best. We don't always get it 100%, but I think we're making quite a big of a difference. And again, the track record, and we have an arrangement with the city of Cape Town and the province, which we've worked very nicely with them. So there's a good understanding between them and us, and we're just trying to make a difference in the lives of the people that are there.
I mean, that's admirable, Dr. Kathrada, but I'm wondering what government's responsibilities are and what yours are. Well, first of all, let's say this is not your responsibility. This is a voluntary thing that Gift of the Givers undertakes when people are in trouble and you move into the area. But I'm wondering, government says it doesn't seem to have the money to be able to cater for people who are being held near its repatriation centres. And yet, a lot of those people are not people who are being repatriated, they're actually being deported. That's what we're being told. We're being told large numbers of people are in the country illegally and therefore, they've got to be deported. Surely government is able to make some sort of contribution, if that's the case, to the humanitarian effort.
So I must admit that when we were in the repatriation center, disaster risk management and EMS, emergency medical services from the province, we're very, very on the ball. We were constantly in meetings, and they came to the task quite nicely. In terms of providing tents and shelters, I'm not quite sure whose mandate that is. Dr. Suleiman and the management have been speaking to city and provincial officials to try and see what's the best that can be done. But definitely it's not an ideal situation. And going forward from this, there definitely needs to be debriefing to understand fully who exactly is responsible for what. At the moment, Gift of the Givers is just trying to make sure that those that are outside in the cold are taken care of. And I think at the moment that's our number one priority. But definitely going forward, there needs to be some sort of engagement as to the different spheres of government's readiness to deal with such situations.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us. That was Dr. Naeem Kathrada. He's head of the Gift of the Givers Western Cape medical team, and he was speaking to us from that area, the Epping Repatriation Centre area in Cape Town, where it seems those numbers are dwindling today, but he's telling us that once the buses arrive, people get word and then they flood the centre, and essentially they're staying at the grounds across the way, but it looks like people are arriving in their thousands, so you can well imagine. And and let's hope the rain holds off for a few days until this is resolved. But the cold must be fairly bitter outside there. I'll take some of your calls now. Bonakele in Cape Town is on the line to us. Bonakele, what's on your mind this morning?
A very good morning. Today I'm not going to talk about politics.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about soccer today, slightly different.
Okay.
But it will be political as well, although I'm saying it's going to be politics.
Okay.
But politics in soccer, so to speak. Morocco, that's a question I'm posing to everyone. I'm asking everyone to assist me regarding Morocco. Is doing well in this World Cup. Doing very, very well. But they don't regard themselves as Africans. Are we supposed to celebrate them, or what is it that we need to do? You say it's also politics, although I said I'm not going to talk politics.
Yes,
I mean, it's a question I'm asking myself when I look at this Morocco team.
Yeah.
Morocco country is doing wonders.
Yeah.
Of which we Africans, we're supposed to be celebrating and then be excited. But they don't regard themselves as Africans. So what do we do now?
Good question, Bonakele. Yes, I suppose everything is political in one way or another, isn't it, Bonakele? Thank you for that. It's a good question. I mean, I suppose the fact that Morocco is culturally and religiously largely Arab, right, and therefore Muslim, perhaps they see themselves differently. And I think phenotypically they are different as well, right, because they're Arab, or many of them are of Arab descent, and consequently culturally and religiously, and you know, religion is a big thing in the Muslim countries, or in the largely Muslim countries. I'm actually not sure. I must just check whether Morocco is a secular state or a Muslim state, and that will perhaps assist me with answering this question. But I think they see themselves differently because of that. They identify differently, although they are geographically African. If you have a better answer to Bonakele's question, please hazard a guess. I would love to hear from you on that, because I don't know the answer, Bonakele. We'll try and figure it out for you during the show. One of you is asking what happened to particular ministers' cases.
Hi, Joanne. Hoping you are busy day. Joanne, I just want to know what happened to all those these corruption cases that actually implicate some of the cabinet ministers. Remember at one stage, the president's spokesperson was saying all those cases, all these cases, these cabinet ministers have taken all these cases for a review. We've been waiting far too long. We have been waiting far too long. We just want to know what was the outcome of these that review, or perhaps these cases have been shuffled under the carpet. I don't know. Thanks, Johan.
Thank you. It's possible that they have been swept under the carpet, because we are trying to rack our brains in answer to your question, and nothing's coming up. So, you know, sometimes when these things go quiet, there's a reason. But let's try and answer those questions for you. I'm going to have to think of which ministers we're talking about who were implicated and exactly what cases we are talking about here. But I'll give that some thought, and maybe we'll explore that a little later on, or tomorrow. We know that Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula's case is continuing. That's the one that has jumped into Kinilwe's mind at the moment. But I think there are plenty of others that we do need to look at. Quite agreed.
Morning, Joanne and the listeners. Joanne, prevention is always better than cure. If our country, they started running our country properly from 1994, we wouldn't be having angry neighbors. We wouldn't be having angry citizens. We wouldn't be having people die for water. But because corruption took over, this is a price now the people are paying, losing how.
All right, thank you for that, Lucy. And you're right, it is because corruption took over. Vuyiswa in Parktown is on the line to us. Vuyiswa, good morning. You want to talk about the issue of deportation?
Yes, thanks, Joanne, for taking my call. You know what? This whole issue, I see it's now blown out of proportion, and it seems everybody has an idea of what should happen, what should not happen. African leaders, they know when they went into fighting for the struggle, The whole idea was to take us back to our roots. So right now, them following the foreign, concepts. This is why we are here, because Africa has got enough resources that can actually. No one in Africa is supposed to go to bed hungry, given the abundance of resources that we have. There are some people like middle class and big business in this country who have been benefiting from the slavery they've been pushing by employing cheap labor. What are they doing? Because they should be assisting government. If you have been employing a foreign national, knowing very well that this person is illegal, hiding this person in your house, why don't you actually contribute? Because we're finding that the whole blame is put on South Africans. Poor South Africans were taken into a riot. Because the way people that we know that were recruiting people in Malawi, bring me a Malawian, bring me a Zambian, bring me a Zimbabwean, knowing very well that they were breaking the law. Right now, the whole blame.
Yes. Sorry, Vuyiswa. Sorry. No, I was just going to say, do you think people who've brought people in unlawfully are going to be inclined to want to contribute?
Caucasians. Yes. Let me tell you, Caucasians have been doing this thing. We are aware of it because they hate South Africans. They don't like us. We were good to fight, went to the trenches. People sacrificed our parents and our grandparents for this struggle. Then when we come back with the voices that were never in the trenches, voices that never lost a family member, they've come now and want to tell us, dictate, manipulate, and this whole thing. African leaders must sit down and talk as Africans, not as a bourgeoisie. Because we're having a bourgeoisie problem here.
Okay, thank you very much for that call, Vuyiswa. I was just making the point, or was going to make the point, that if people bring people in illegally and they're doing it because they don't want to pay them minimum wage, are they going to be the people who stand up to say, I will assist with repatriations or deportations? I don't think those are the kind of people who would, if they don't respect the law in the first place, would even volunteer to do that. Mohammed in Lenasia is on the line to us. Do you have an answer for Bonakele on the issue of Morocco, Mohammed? Good morning.
Yes, compliments for your show. Lovely show.
Thank you.
Joanne, I've been to Morocco. It's a beautiful country.
Yes.
It's got the Atlas Mountains. Now, I'll just give you a bit of brief of history. Due to the continental drift, Africa drifted away from Europe. Okay? And a narrow stretch of water, the Strait of Gibraltar, that's a very busy shipping lane.
Yes.
And so basically these were one continent, Africa and Europe. And there's a lot of intermingling and mixing of races. These people were originally Arab and African.
Yeah.
But they intermarried with the Arabs and they intermarried with the Europeans.
Okay.
So you see, when you see the soccer players, some of them, they've got green eyes and got fair skins, and some of them got dark skins, and it's a mixture.
Okay.
So basically, they are African, but they're a mixture. They've got a lot of, and they're sadly, most of these guys that's playing for Morocco right now,
yes,
they don't have Moroccan wives. They marry European wives for a simple reason. They all want European passports, and they want to go and settle down in Europe. They want to be European, Joanne.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, Mohammed, thank you. I think you've certainly, with the history of that, you've certainly educated me on how people end up seeing themselves so differently. Let's listen to one more voice note on that.
Good morning, SAF listeners. Look, we can't force the people of Morocco to be Africans. And they've said this even in 2022, that they are not representing Africa at the World Cup. They represent the people of Morocco. And they are reiterating that statement even in 2026 to say they are not representing Africa. They are representing the people of Morocco. They further say that they are no longer going to contest or to host African Cup of Nations. actually they are not interested anymore. So why do we have to force them to be Africans when they are making it publicly that they are not Africans? And there's nothing wrong with that. Jimmy Bohopa, thanks.
Jimmy, thank you for that. And I think it's the fact that they do form part of Africa, so they are African. But you're quite right when you say they don't see themselves this way. We'll chat more about that after 10 o'clock. And Musa standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, police probe culpable homicide following Dr. Mahlaba's death, and Big Farm murder trial continues in Polokwane Court. Good morning. The KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department says police have made an arrest in the case of Dr. Ntutuko Mahlaba. He died after being struck by a car while jogging in Newcastle on Saturday morning. At the time of his death, Mahlaba was serving as a member of the ANC Provincial Task Team and a member of the KZN Provincial Legislature. The ANC has described his death as a devastating loss to the organisation. The department spokesperson Ndabezinhle Sibiya.
Although we prefer to resist the temptation to get into that space because it is handled by the SAPS, yesterday they confirmed that they are conducting that investigating a case of culpable homicide, and they informed us that they arrested someone who was behind the steering wheel. But obviously, as the normal process, we always allow SAPS to take over and conduct a proper investigation.
The murder trial of pig farmer Zechariah Ulafir is resuming this morning at the Polokwane High Court in Limpopo. The trial was postponed for further hearing. Ulafir and co-accused William Masora are on trial after the remains of Maria Magatu and Gudzai Ndlovu were discovered in a pigsty in August of 2024. Nsuku Shaluvana reports.
The state and the defense are expected to continue the cross-examination of witnesses concerning the statements that Olivier signed following arrest. Olivier and William Musoro are on a trial after the remains of two women were discovered in a pigsty at a farm in Onverwacht. Olivier and Musoro have been in custody since their arrest 2 years ago. The trial will sit for 3 days.
The Madlanga Commission has confirmed attempted murder accused Vuzumuzikat Matlala, who was subpoenaed to appear before the Commission, will no longer testify tomorrow. This follows heightened public and media interest in his anticipated appearance. Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michael says the evidence leaders will request Matlala's testimony be postponed to a date still to be determined. Michael says while Matlala will not appear before the Commission tomorrow, his legal representatives will be present on his behalf. Civil society group Kupanang Africa Against Xenophobia has raised concern over the state's failure to uphold its constitutional and legal obligations to protect all people within its borders. This after more than 1,000 people, including 80 children, were taken from the Malawi consulate in Sandton to the Lindela Repatriation Centre, west of Johannesburg, on Friday evening. The group claims the children have been separated from their parents, which violates the Children's Act. The spokesperson, Dr. Dale McKinley, says displaced migrants are being transported from one province to another without adequate planning, protection, accommodation or support.
The Children's Act of 2005 is also very explicit that the best interests of the child must always be forefront. And it's also very explicit that the intervention by the Department of Social Development must be there when children are involved, particularly if it involves detention. So if the situation is not resolved, in other words, if they're not reunited by today or tomorrow, and if they're not moved on, because the whole point is obviously for people to be able to go home as soon as possible, then we would then take an urgent application to court in order to ensure that that was the case.
And finally, FIFA has suspended a one-game ban imposed on one of the US star players, sparking controversy at the Football World Cup. FIFA's decision, according to American media reports, is the result of President Donald Trump's intervention. The decision means the striker who was shown a red card in an earlier match can now play against Belgium. The BBC's John Bennett has more.
I have to say the general consensus from pundits and former referees was that the decision of showing him a red card was harsh. He accidentally stepped on the player's ankle. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was among those who demanded the decision be reviewed. The red card should have meant a one-game ban, but now, as you say, FIFA say that will be suspended so he can play. Belgium are furious. Their manager, Rudy Garcia, today said in the press conference he wondered if it was April Fool's Day. The Belgian FA say they're astonished. They're considering all potential options.
Recapping the top story, the KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department says police have made an arrest in the case of Dr. Ntutuko Mahlaba. He died after being struck by a car while jogging in Newcastle on Saturday morning. For SAFM News, I am Ann Musa.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
We're heading for 8 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the second hour of the show. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you this Monday. We've already kicked off a number of interesting and important discussions, and I just want to go back to that promo you heard a moment ago. Just to remind you, we won't be doing a wrap of the Madlanga Commission from now on at 11:30, and that's because you can go and watch it yourself if you would like. All right. All you do is you log on to connect.safm.co.za, connect.safm.co.za, or go to your SABC Plus app and you will find a live feed there, and you can watch all of it there if you prefer to keep tabs on what is going on there. So we are going to push on with the rest of our program, and let me just tell you what we're talking about in this hour. Firstly, the lines remain open. Our studio line is 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107, so we can keep having those conversations. But this hour, we're looking at the issue of the June 30 protests, not in person, but online. The Institute for Security Studies saying there were two battles going on that day, one in the streets in terms of protests and one online. So we're going to find out a little bit more about that and the implications of it in a moment. And then we're also talking about the issue of gambling after 10:30. And tell me how you feel about this, especially if you participate in online gambling or if you gamble in person. Government is ramping up its action on gambling with new laws that's looking at clamping down on advertising for starters, but it's also saying there are tons of these online sites that have sprung up everywhere, and they are unlawful. They're illegal sites, but South Africans are spending and losing a lot of their money there. So we're going to speak to the South African Bookmakers Association, but I'd love to hear from you what your opinion on that is as well. I want to take a couple of calls before we go through to our next interview. Joe in Cape Town is on the line to us, and Joe is raising an issue, or I suppose commenting on an issue that was raised earlier by Bonakele, one of our regulars, who said, he doesn't understand who he should back in the World Cup because he wanted to back an African team rather, and Morocco doesn't see itself as African. So if you'd like to comment on that as well, you're more than welcome to. Joe, good morning. What is your take on this Morocco issue?
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Joanne, first of all, the guy, Mohammed, he's talking nonsense. And the other callers also talk nonsense. Morocco never said they don't represent Africa, or they never did. What quote is there that they said, oh, they're not representing Africa? The thing is this, Morocco has an issue with other African countries who supported Senegal during the last AFCON, where Senegal was clearly breaking the rules. They walked off the ground, and then most Africans were siding with Senegal. And Senegal, according to FIFA laws currently, Senegal was breaking the rules. So the game should have been forfeited, and Morocco should have been champions of Africa. But most Africans were like insulting Morocco, and they were taking the side of Senegal. So Morocco was almost having this attitude that, we constantly being criticized. When CAF is in trouble, we must host, whether it's a women's AFCON, whether it's the men's AFCON, but we're not appreciated. Most African countries train in Morocco. They use Moroccan facilities for free, and so you have a situation where Morocco, they don't feel appreciated by the rest of Africa. And they have this attitude that, look, we are on our own, the rest of Africa is constantly criticizing us. They're saying we control CAF. And if you look at their football is just skyrocketing, I mean, they're the fifth or seventh best team in the world. So, the rest of Africa is also jealous of Morocco. So, and they're not doing the same work that Morocco is doing to their football, So it's not about marrying this one
Joe, I think there is a cultural element to it and an identity issue that is linked to part of it. But I don't know enough about it. But thank you for giving us your feedback. Joe there saying, he doesn't think this is an issue regarding race. He thinks it's more an issue regarding jealousy and the fact that other countries are not doing as well as Morocco is in terms of football. I'll take more of your calls and your messages on that. And perhaps we'll explore that in a little bit more detail. Joe, thanks for that call. All right, 12 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and the Institute for Security Studies says the 30th of June protests played out as much online as they did on the streets. While hundreds of thousands took to the streets of South Africa in several provinces, ISS researchers say there was also a deliberate campaign online to boost the march's key messages. Let's speak to consultant at the Institute for Security Studies, Karen Allen. Good morning to you, Ms. Allen. Thanks for your time on the Daily Discourse. What's led the ISS to believe that these marches were also driven by a strong online campaign?
It's not just the ISS. I mean, we wrote a piece for the ISS, but it was based on work that was done independently with myself and my colleagues from Murmur Intelligence to just try and understand what was happening in the online world. And it looked like the protests on June the 30th was as much driven by what was happening online than what was happening in the real world. And that's largely because of the importance of amplifying certain hashtags, certain narratives, and the way that social media works to be able to effectively propel narratives through cyberspace based on what is increasingly a very, very lucrative influence for hire market. What that means is, yes, plenty of people were contributing to social media discourse because of their beliefs, their held beliefs, and we're obviously in a country where people are entitled to disagree and are entitled to share that. But there's also a inorganic influence for hire market where people are paid to effectively game the algorithm to make sure their hashtags trend.
I want to come to that in a moment, but let me just ask you first, what platforms were used to disseminate the protesters' messages?
So mainly X, X and TikTok were the main platforms that we were looking at. They're obviously platforms, they're public platforms that we can see, that don't discount the fact that WhatsApp groups were also being used. But we were looking at what was effectively, particularly on X, which is a town square, and what was being amplified on those platforms.
Well, what kind of content was shared and made to go viral on the day or in the preamble to the 30th of June?
Well, first of all, you have the hashtags from the the anti-immigration lobby, the March campaign, or the xenophobic campaign, although many of them say they're not xenophobic. And there were a number of hashtags that were associated specifically with them. Mabahame was one of them. June the 30th, put South Africans first, immigration forward. Those were hashtags that we used to kind of coalesce around and for people to share a lot of content. And as I say, a lot of that was amplified. What we also saw, which was really interesting, was a counter-campaign, which was organized by civil society organizations, and mainly the Mobilize Foundation, which is a coalition of civil society organizations. And they sought to fight fire with fire. And what they did was basically develop a campaign of other hashtags, Afrophobia, Won't Be Marching, Xenophobia. Those were some of the hashtags that they used. And so what we saw on the 30th was effectively a battle of the hashtags. So as well as literally people threatening each other on the streets physically, we also saw this competition, if you like, to make their algorithms trend. And it was interesting to see that despite the counter-campaign's effort to effectively fight fire with fire, the overwhelming dominance, the narrative that dominated was the March narrative, just based on numbers.
You know, this is a very interesting thing because I was going to ask at some stage in this interview whether the content was organic. Clearly, it wasn't, because it was socially engineered to be spread in particular ways. So there was a structured campaign from both sides, both for and against. What exactly determines which side ends up predominating on social media?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's who can amplify the fastest, the quickest, and with the most reach. Because as you say, both sides benefited from reposting and resharing content, and they relied heavily on amplification rather than a lot of original material. What we also saw was that there were a relatively small number of accounts that was producing much of the information. And so if you and I were to post as ordinary human beings, if you like, there would be a certain posting pattern that we might engage in, and we might post about other things other than the march. There are certain signatures, including time signatures, that indicate inauthentic activity, and maybe it's part of a campaign to effectively overwhelm or flood the algorithm so that your narrative dominates. And we saw both sides trying to do that, but the one that effectively won out, because arguably it possibly had the most to gain, because it was the organizer of the protest, was the March and March campaign and those that were associated with them.
Did you take any note of whether any misinformation or disinformation was spread as part of campaigns either for or against the marches?
I mean, there was plenty. And there was lots of decontext. Yeah, decontextualized video. I'll give you an example. And I saw some content on X of men walking through, firing weapons in the air, and the implication was that they were looking for foreign nationals. That video is actually not from the June the 30th. It was a piece of video that was taken out of context that a colleague had seen many, many months before in a totally different area. And that's the kind of tricks that we're seeing, even at election time, where we're seeing videos that are taken out of context, or we're seeing some AI videos. But also, what I think is concerning is that also imagery which can work as a dog whistle to basically encourage people to engage in some digital vigilantism, sort of matches, petrol, tires, all of these are highly emotive symbols. We saw quite a lot of that across the board. We haven't done a deep dive. It's only been a few days since the protests. There obviously are warnings that there will be similar protests on a week-by-week basis. But certainly, I think there is a call for vigilance to be aware that if you see something online that looks like it's deliberately inflammatory, be really careful about resharing it, because what you may be doing is effectively just giving the oxygen of publicity to a particular narrative that you may not necessarily intend to do.
Well, there's an important point that you're making there, but let's face it, most people will look at a particular type of content. Most people are not media literate enough to actually look at that and say, could it be a false, or not inclined to do the work to find out how accurate that information is, but will share it if it confirms their worldview. What are the dangers of that?
Well, I think it's careless sharing, because I think there's been some research to show that hateful content is more likely to be shared than benign content. That also benefits the platforms, by the way, because the more clicks, the more advertising space that gets sold. But I think many of us do not necessarily want to be part of a hateful campaign, but may have very strong views. And I think sometimes it is easy to just click and to share because something might even be amusing. And, I think we've all been guilty of doing it at some stage, but not necessarily understanding the consequences of it. The big difference between social media and between people, say, sharing a view on, and I always use the soapbox analogy, that, you can stand on a soapbox with a microphone, your voice will only reach as far as that microphone reaches. What social media is able to do is to be able to reach it at speed and at scale so many more people, and it makes it very, very difficult to rebut. And it also makes it very, very difficult to verify. So I think that's why, I think greater digital awareness is important so that people realize that simply clicking on something because it looks a bit amusing or it looks a bit controversial can have real world consequences. And the extreme of that is someone's house getting torched.
And of course, if one puts together a campaign of this nature, no matter what side you're on, whether you are against the marches or pro the marches, there's a cost factor involved here, which is why the question keeps arising, who funds particular organizations, right? Surely it does cost money to do social media campaigns, to set them in motion.
Yeah, it costs money, and particularly if you're using paid-for influencers, and as I say, there's increasing evidence that, not just South Africa, but across the continent, we are seeing a big paid-for influence market, guns for hire, if you like. There are people with incentives to try and push a particular narrative, and there's been discussion about whether there are foreign nation states that are involved in doing this. At this stage, we can't say. But there's a very, very active domestic influence for hire market. So yes, there's people who are prepared to pay. And in the olden days, they might have put up billboards or radio adverts. Now social media reach is such that for some actors, it certainly works in their favor to be able to have some kind of social media campaigns. And we're talking about it. The fact that we're talking about it, on radio gives you an indication of that reach and that impact.
Yeah. I want to ask you about the responsibility of social media platforms in having messages that may be dangerous disseminated to a larger number of people. Firstly, how do social media platforms rank material?
So what happens is material gets ranked based on what is popular, not what is verifiable fact. And I say that repeatedly because if you were to open a newspaper or listen to a radio news broadcast, there's a certain amount of curation that goes into that. Because of the very democratic nature of social media platforms on one level, stuff that is most popular will effectively shift the algorithm, so you will see more of the most popular content. The danger with that is that we fall into echo chambers. And you only see a certain type of content. And I think that there's a perverse incentive with the social media platforms because the more eyes on content, the more advertising revenue that gets generated. And actually, a couple of civil society organizations wrote to some of the social media platforms ahead of the election, ahead of the protest to TikTok and X directly, asking if their monetization systems were directly or indirectly rewarding accounts that were trafficking xenophobic hate speech and disinformation. Now, to my knowledge, they haven't received a response. But it is a huge issue. And I think there are certainly engagements between the South African government and some of the platforms. I think TikTok has been a little bit more responsive to make them understand that there are certain narratives, there are certain issues, touchstone issues, which are much more inflammatory in the South African context than maybe elsewhere, to understand languages, to understand, the dog whistle that I've talked about earlier, and to realize that actually this part of the world matters. And I think one of the biggest difficulties is that because compared to Europe and North America, where the platforms make much, much more money in advertising revenue, it's been difficult to make countries like South Africa appear relevant to the social media platform owners. But there's a very strong argument that given the demographics here and given the younger population that we have, that this becomes a very, very important market for social media moving forward. But there is a real difficulty in trying to get the social media platforms to be responsive. My understanding is that TikTok has been a little bit more responsive. There were some takedowns. They were engaging directly with the South African government before the June the 30th demonstrations. But it is a huge issue.
I just have one last quick question for you because I'm running out of time here, Ms. Allen. But with the local government elections taking place on the 4th of November, what do we need to be aware of when scrolling on social media platforms?
I think we need to be aware of being what we call a useful idiot, of actually amplifying material that may not necessarily be true, but we may be being encouraged to share it because it's amusing, controversial, startling, and be aware that social media platforms, every time you click, are making money out of your engagement. I think we also need to be aware that touchstone issues like xenophobia can be algorithmically manipulated, and what I mean by that is you get sides pro and against, effectively involved in a digital duel as to who can throw the algorithm the fastest, but also to understand that these are not necessarily views of human beings. These may be views of bots. There may be a coalition of a small number of people who are paid to amplify content, regardless of what that content contains. So I think we need to be super smart in the lead up to the elections, knowing that we need to look in various different sources for our news, for our information sources, and to be aware that it's very, very easy to get inadvertently wrapped up in these types of campaigns. So wider digital awareness, and I think that's something I'm pushing, and actually trying to push an urgent public information campaign to make people aware.
No, I think it's very wise indeed. Lynn in Kimberley is on the line to us. Lynn, what's your take on this?
Hi, yes, good morning, Joanne. I'd just like to comment regarding the headlines on the Sunday Times. Without evidence at that stage, I don't know now, that Israel would be behind the marches in order to destabilize the country.
All right. You'd like to ask Lynn? I don't know. I mean, Ms. Allen, I don't know if this falls within your domain because you're here specifically to talk about a study. But would you like to comment on that issue at all?
Yeah, I expected a question. In my personal capacity, I don't see any evidence at all at this point. I think that we knew that the xenophobic campaigns they're not something new in South Africa. I remember reporting as a former BBC correspondent in 2008, long before the ICJ action. And I think it does feel like a potential piece of deflection on the part of the government. That's not to say that there may not be external nation states that may benefit from South Africa feeling a sense of sort of social discord and confusion and effectively seeing people go head to head on the streets over an issue such as immigration. So there may be some external nation state involvement. I would certainly be watching for it. Israel would not necessarily be top of my list.
All right. Thank you so much for that information. Very, very interesting speaking to you indeed. Consultant at the Institute for Security Studies, Karen Allen there, telling us about the online activity in the run-up to and on the 30th of June, the day of those protests. And tell me what you think about that. I mean, I'm very interested in this phrase, don't be a useful idiot, that she used, because when we share content that is unverified or that may incite tensions, may inflame them, may incite violence potentially, we are being used by a cause for a purpose. And how aware are we of that? How aware have you grown in recent times of how important it is to verify something before you send it on? Do you, as a habit, just hit forward on your phone or whatever device you're using? Or do you think, let me just check this out first, let me research it a little bit, I'll go onto a search engine and see if this might be true, and then I will forward it to the community that I communicate with on social media. I'd love to hear from you on that. Right now, it is 10:30 on the Daily Discourse, which means Ondela Mbana has your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard how the home of Daily Maverick journalist Mary Ann Tam was broken into 2 months after she published an article on senior crime intelligence officers. More than a month after being removed from Durban's Diakonia Centre, dozens of foreign nationals are still living on the pavement outside the Department of Home Affairs Refugee Reception Centre on Moore Street. And the KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department says police have made an arrest in the case of Dr. Ntutu Komahlaba, who died after being struck by a car while jogging in Newcastle on Saturday morning. A full update follows the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse. Very interesting discussion indeed with Karen Allen there from the Institute for Security Studies. And I think she's in a particular division that deals with the digital domain. And she's calling for more education in terms of that, especially as we go into an election. And I think that makes a lot of sense, is that the social media was almost thrust upon us. The digital world came upon us and it's overwhelmed many of us. And I think we've never just had that literacy to be able to determine what is correct, what is authentic, what isn't, and we're still not that discerning about how we share information. And of course, all this kind of misinformation or disinformation that is shared can cause a lot of trouble in our society, can end in violence, can end in death, as it has in certain instances around the world. And so we just need to be careful about that. So you might want to share your thoughts on that or anything else that's on your mind this morning on our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. I'll listen to some of your voice notes on the issue of Morocco and how it sees itself.
Morning, Joe. And to answer you on the question of Morocco, look, imagine celebrating people that really they're kicking themselves that they are in a wrong continent. Look, there's nothing African about the people of Morocco. So I wouldn't wish for them to crash out of the tournament. But look, whether they win or they lose, for me, it's, there's no connection, with Africa and Morocco. So I don't think it's something worth celebrating, really. Those guys hate Africa with all their hearts. It's just unfortunate that they happened to be located in this continent.
Hi, Joanne. It's Wash from Durban. Regarding the Morocco question, if you live in Africa, you're African. No matter what you think about yourself, you are African.
Morning. Skhumbuzo Begwa in Verelem. The answer is very simple to Bonagale's question. The Moroccans have never regarded themselves as African, even on that last World Cup. So there is no need to celebrate them or to celebrate their success. So the answer is just no. They are geographically Africans, but they don't regard themselves as Africans. So the answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those lovely messages. And of course, just to fill you in on what I've been reading in the break, Morocco, definitely officially an African country, without a doubt, sitting in the Maghreb region of North Africa. But also, if you look at the composition of that population, it is part African, part Arab, part Berber, and there are European influences. And I wonder if that doesn't play into a kind of identity schizophrenia, if you know what I mean. Because, depending on who you are, perhaps you see yourself differently. Amy in Alberton is on the line to us. Amy, good morning. What is your take on this?
Yeah, good morning, Joanne. I think the issue of Morocco and their identity is pathetic. And it actually illustrates poor leadership in Africa. Because we have leaders of every state out of the 54 states we have. And they definitely are aware of Morocco's crisis. Why aren't they arresting it and talking about it and educating their people and educating the entire Africa about it? It's not about Moroccan players. It's about leadership. Leadership dictates that people integrate, people reconcile with their differences. But again, I wouldn't blame the people we call our leaders, because some of them don't even have that leadership, education and development. They don't even understand what leadership is. Look at us in South Africa. We just take the loudest person, the loudest singer, the one that speaks the most. Doesn't matter what they speak, and we think they are leaders. And we take forward a person that is truly a leader, who's got ideas, who's got systems in place, who's trying to guide the so-called leaders. They won't. Which party are you in? What does it matter? We're talking the country. Yes. Leadership of the country needs somebody who understands what it is to direct people towards a set goal. Yes, like Madiba passed away having developed the development RDP. He had set that up, but people couldn't follow it. They built houses and they called them RDP. He was talking about developing people. Yeah. He was talking about making people into a nation, not building a cheap house and call it RDP. It's so sad in Africa.
Yeah, we
I don't know where one could come in and assist, but it's so difficult to even come in because, like I said, they're impermeable. Thank
Amy,
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
You so much, Amy, for that lovely comment. Lebu, Kathy's producer this morning, and I we're having a chat about that, about what should have been done to build the nation. But Amy, I also take very careful note of what you say about the loudest being perceived to be the best leaders, and that's certainly a lesson that I've learned in my life, is that the loudest and the most populist are often elected as the leaders, but sometimes the most thoughtful, quieter people who are behind them and who'd make better leaders never get the chance to lead. There's something about a society that has been taught to perceive the louder people as leaders that I think is problematic. Thank you for that, Amy. All right, we're heading for 20 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and IOL tells us that the National Gambling Policy Council is trying to speed up the introduction of new gambling laws. It also wants to bring in stricter advertising regulations to ensure there's greater oversight over South Africa's gambling industry. But what seems to be a major concern for the legal industry is the illegal players who've taken root. Let's speak to CEO of the South African Bookmakers Association, Sean Coleman, who joins us on the line now. Mr. Coleman, good morning to you. The proposed new laws appear to be in response to concerns around illegal and legal gambling in the country. Do you think the new proposed legislation is warranted?
Good morning. Good to be with you. I think the difficulty that we have, I mean, certainly it needs to be a focal point. I think the difficulty that we have is that as stakeholders and as an industry association, government hasn't yet taken us into their confidence to be able to see what is in the proposed legislation. So a lot of this process has happened behind closed doors, and the relevant legislative people are working on this legislation, and there's a draft that apparently is circulating. But at the moment, we haven't been taken into anybody's confidence to be able to provide any input or to provide comment on it. So I cannot say at this stage.
All right. I want to ask you about the issue of online gambling and in particular illegal online gambling. How much is that costing the economy a year?
It's massive. We did a report in November 2024, so it's a little bit outdated now. But at that stage, the analysis and the extrapolation was that over 50 billion rand in gross gaming revenue is leaving our shores to illegally licensed websites. And what do we mean by that? What we mean is that there are gambling websites that are licensed in foreign jurisdictions, pseudo-licensing jurisdictions like Curacao, Malta, and the Philippines, and they offer their wares to the South African consumer. And it's actually, in terms of the national gambling legislation, it's actually illegal to bet on those websites, and you could suffer confiscation of your winnings, despite none of the other important safeguards that should be in place on those websites are not. All of those are compulsory in the South African online regulated websites, like responsible gambling and being able to exclude yourself from gambling if you're suffering from gambling harm, etc., etc. So very difficult situation. But in the last sort of couple of days, there's been some communication out and some articles from the National Gambling Board about a request for proposal for a service provider to be able to assist with blocking these websites. and we're very positive and looking forward to that sort of intervention, that technological intervention, which is desperately needed.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about next. I see that nearly 2/3 of online gambling in our country is actually happening at the hands of the unlicensed offshore gambling organizations. Isn't it just as easy as locating the offending websites and shutting them down, or is there a further complication to this?
Yeah, it's not that easy. I often refer to this as watching a Tom and Jerry cartoon where, Tom never catches Jerry. And that's just simply because with a URL, which is the website address, as it were, those can be changed very quickly. And that's what happens with technology. The operators change their URLs and, they're up and running off a different URL within seconds of anything being blocked or shut down. So there's greater technological interventions that can be done. Obviously, they do cost a bit more, but we recognize that URL blocking is not a silver bullet. And ISPA has also recently, the Internet Service Providers Association has recently been out in the press and had a policy position that's been published that saying that that URL blocking is not a silver bullet, and we agree. But we agree that there's other interventions from a technological perspective that can be made, and they have been made successfully in other international jurisdictions. We look at jurisdictions like Australia that have really moved the needle in terms of protecting their citizens and consumers from the illegal market, particularly in this area, and changing legislation to achieve that.
So you've got to change legislation first in order to be able to intervene on the scale you want to. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think it should be a combined approach, but certainly having a legislative framework to do that certainly strengthens the position. I think there's a number of things that we can do to strengthen the position in South Africa, some of that being through legislative amendment, right from the National Gambling Act into the ICASA legislation, and others. And then there's also things that we can do from a technological perspective that don't need to wait for legislation. So, it could be a combined approach. And third, but by no means least, the intervention from payment blocking perspectives. We've been working with SABRIC, the Banking Risk Intelligence Center, to look at these payment gateways and, how we can, as an industry, work together with the banking sector to stop the flow of funds in terms of having a bet, because without money you can't bet. You don't bet on credit. You have to deposit money into your account and then you bet. So if we can stop the flow of those money into those accounts, then obviously we reduce the ability to be able to bet on those illegal sites.
Do we need to strengthen relations with organizations like Interpol to actually essentially ensure that we're working hand in hand with them in various countries to be able to clamp down on this?
I think at a level where the FRC would be involved, certainly relations with Interpol and looking at the flow of illicit funds and any money laundering potential would certainly be there. From a gambling regulatory perspective, there is an International Association of Gambling Regulators, IAGR, and a lot of these South African regulators or gambling boards are members of that association. So there is already a platform for international cooperation. I know the National Gambling Board have been busy with meeting those jurisdictions and looking at the impact on South Africa. And, we've drawn attention to it through the South African Bookmakers Association for the last sort of year and a half about the impact of this illegal market. And we're quietly confident that some gains will be made, because if those international jurisdictions are conscious of the legislation and the prohibitions in South Africa, there's no reason why they shouldn't be dictating to their licensed operators. So a licensed operator in Curacao is to be told by the Curacao Regulatory Authority that they should be geo-blocking their site and not making it available to South African citizens. And that's something that can be done on a platform where there's an association of international regulators working together for the safety of all consumers. So I don't think it's rocket science, as it were, but there just needs to be a will and a way to be able to achieve that.
I want to listen to one of our voice notes from our listeners, Mr. Coleman, and perhaps you can respond to that, please.
Sure. Good morning, Joanne. This is Tapelo from Kuruman in the Northern Cape. Joanne, may you please play this voice note while your guest is still there? while you still have your guest on the line, please, can they name these illegal gambling companies, online gambling companies, the ones that are illegal and the ones that are legal, so that as South Africans we should know which one we should use and which one we should not use, please.
Thank you very much for that question. Were you able to hear that question, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, I was, and I think it's a great question. So I'm gonna answer on 3 levels. The first is that on our website, bookies.co.za, we publish an updated list of illegal websites, and you can access it there. From the other side of the fence, the NGB on the National Gambling Board's website, they have a lookup service where you can actually type in a website and you can identify from the database that they provide whether the site that you are looking at or considering playing on is actually licensed by a South African regulator. So you have a lookup directory service on the National Gambling Board website and a list of illegal operators, the top 50 illegal operators that we publish on our website, bookies.co.za. And so then there's a third way, and it's just a simple way which helps with education and awareness. As a consumer looking to entertain yourself on one of the gambling sites that are offered, in every instance, a South African website that's legally licensed will have the details of the licensee at the bottom of the landing page on the website. So when you go onto the landing page of a website, immediately just scroll down to the bottom of the website and look for the registration and licensing information that's on there. It's also compulsory that they list the jurisdiction in which they licensed. So when you land on the website, you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see XYZ Pty Limited is licensed by, and then it'll say one of the 9 provincial gambling boards. And if you don't see that information with one of the 9 provincial gambling boards listed there, and you see something like Curacao, Malta, the Philippines, or some elderly island or something like that, that's the differentiating factor. And it's quite easy to be able to pick that up and identify whether you should proceed to entertain on that site or whether you should leave and go and find a site that's legally registered in South Africa.
That's a lovely question and answer. Thanks very much for that, Mr. Coleman. I've got one last question. This is a more generalised one. What are your views on the government wanting to regulate gambling advertising because they're worried about the number of South Africans becoming addicted to gambling?
I mean, as an industry, we support any intervention to limit gambling harm. It's something that the industry's been involved in for over 20 years. We have a public-private sector partnership with the Responsible Gambling Foundation, where betting operators and, in fact, all gambling operators make contributions to the funding of the South African Responsible Gambling Foundation. And, advertising does play a part in that. So responsible advertising is something that we advocate for. As the Bookmakers Association, we've recently signed up our member body to the Advertising Regulatory Board, which used to be the Advertising Standards Authority. And so we commit ourselves to that oversight and the regulation by the ARB, and we subscribe to their regulations and we conduct ourselves in terms of our membership. Of course, we don't hold membership from all licensed operators in South Africa, but certainly the majority. And we commit our members to responsible advertising and being held accountable for decisions by the ARB and the application of their regulations. So we're doing what we can in terms of being responsible in this particular space.
All right, we're going to take a call from one of our listeners, please, Mr. Coleman. Mahudi in Bethlehem is on the line to us. Mahudi, good morning. Mahudi, hi, can you hear us?
How are you, ma'am?
Very well, thanks. Go ahead with your question, please,
fine.
Mahudi.
Yes, my issue is the last caller did challenge the person who's there with you in the studio. We want him to name illegal betting company. I don't know. I'll call them companies. Why can't you just call them out so that the people of South Africa should know that these people are illegal? They are doing things wrongly. Why can't they just call him out? Call them out rather than ducking and diving? Because not all of us have got access to internet. For the people who are gambling.
How are you, if you don't have access to the internet, how are you doing online gambling, Mahudi?
No, I'm saying, ma'am, the people who are normally captured by these things, there are people who are taught by some people somewhere. It's all. Why can't the person who you are hosting there call them out by their names? Is he afraid of something?
I think, well, I don't want to answer for Mr. Coleman, but I have the perception, Mahudi, that this is a long list because they account for 2/3 of websites that South Africans are using. I don't know, Mr. Coleman, would you be able to name all the illegal online gamblers on gambling companies on the show? Or, is there a reason that you wouldn't be able to do that?
No, I mean, yeah, the list is very long. I mean, there's a number of overseas jurisdictions that issue these licenses. But as I've indicated on our website, which is easily accessible. I mean, if you're gambling in the online space, as you rightly point out, Joanne, I mean, you've got access to the internet. And so we publish and we name the top 50 illegal gambling sites on our website. So really, there's a tab there that explains what illegal gambling is, the jurisdictions in which illegal gambling operates from, and it lists the top 50 sites. So 1xBet, Stake.com, just to name a few, are very prevalent operators internationally, and they're illegal from a South African context. So we do publish and call those names out, and they're published on our website. I'm not sure where else we could publish them to make it easily accessible for the consumer. But, we're open to ideas or suggestions on that, but definitely it's available on our site. And as I say, for anybody who's looking to entertain themselves on the site, maybe educate yourself to understand that you can simply scroll down on the landing page of any site that you're on, and you can very quickly determine yourself, which of those sites are registered by a South African gambling board or not. And that's immediately a differentiating factor, regardless of some published list of illegal operators. Look for the legal ones by looking on the front page of a website and identifying with one of the 9 provincial gambling boards for which the provinces in South Africa. And that is easily a determinating factor as to whether you leave a site or whether you stay on the site and play.
All right. Sean Coleman, thank you very much for filling us in there. He is the CEO of the South African Bookmakers Association. I want to just quickly remind you of how you access those websites. Mahudi, you also have to take responsibility as a gambler, right? You can't be spoon-fed every little bit of information. If you are going to spend your money, and you may lose that money, moreover, it's in your interest to actually go and look it up yourself. So first of all, bookies.co.za, bookies.co.za. There should be a list on there. NGB, the National Gambling Board website. That is another place that you can see a list of the illegal gambling websites. And you can also go to the landing page of a particular gambling website, go right to the bottom, scroll down, look for the registration and licensing info, and it should be licensed in South Africa. So there are 3 ways that you can perhaps look that up. All right, 7 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's take a short break. We'll chat more when we come back.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
All right, 6 minutes to 11 it is on the Daily Discourse, listening to some of your comments on the WhatsApp line. Thank you for sending those through.
Good morning, my sister Joanne. My sister, I think you can recall my voice by now. It's the 6th of July, and the first and the second report are out. We heard the president is applying his mind. The president is studying the report. You only want to know 2 things. Why were the 121 murder case dockers taken away from KZN to Pretoria? And why did the PKT been shut down? I thank you, Sis Joanne. That is what we want to know.
Yeah, I want to know that too. We're all waiting very patiently for the final reports to come out, and hopefully that will be ventilated in the public sphere. But I think, as I mentioned last week, they're not going to show us any of the preliminary reports. So that is disappointing, but I think it's also to protect people who've given testimony. And you'll understand that whatever testimony is given, it's not the gospel truth necessarily, and it's not the final word on that. People have also got to be cross-examined, and they've got to give their points of view, and that's why I think there's a wait here, so that they aren't convicted in the court of public opinion before a final stance is taken by the Madlanga Commission on their status.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Rob from Josie here. Regarding Amy's call, what a beautiful call. I mean, that lady just put it beautifully. The fact that we've got leaders, but the so-called leaders in inverted commas are the ones that shout the loudest. I think we need to be reminded of that. Or almost we need to frame that call and play it over to ourselves on a daily basis, because never has a true word been spoken. Oh my goodness, yeah. Anyway, Joanne, have a great day later.
Thank you. You too. And I loved Amy's call as well. And I think that was so astute. The comment about the loudest actually ending up being our leaders. We need to change our attitude in society towards people who are quieter and more thoughtful. And we need to seek their opinions more often than not. Those of us who talk too much are always, and I count myself among them, I might tell you, we're always at the forefront, right? But I find, and it's really actually this lesson I learned from having a child who's very quiet and thoughtful. My husband and I are quite loud, and my child is very thoughtful, and often what she says has more value in certain contexts than what we say, because she spent more time listening and thinking about what she's saying when she speaks. And I've learned the value of that in a group of people, to actually stop and ask the quiet, thoughtful people what their ideas are on something. It's really important. And of course, those people tend to bring more balance as well. They don't get caught up in the emotion of the moment.
Good morning, Joanne. People must go back to their countries to fix their countries. The same way South Africans did. So the same way we as South Africans did, and we are still doing today. We are still struggling today. People must go back to their country and fix their country. How does it become our responsibility when you say, how are we going to help people to fix their countries? They must go back and fix their countries themselves, the same way we are doing it for ourselves.
A very good morning, SAFM and SAFM listeners. It is shocking and surprising that all of a sudden South Africans are being called Afrophobic, xenophobic, even by other South Africans. Migrants have been flocking South Africa for the past 30 years, 40 years, 15, 20 years. And for all those years, South Africans were not xenophobic. When have we started to be xenophobic? That is a question I wish to pose to those who are calling South Africans xenophobic and Afrophobic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those voice notes. And of course, I think if you look at the research, the Human Sciences Research Council has done quite a bit of research going back a number of years. And they talk about various campaigns, various stages in our democracy, well, post-democracy, where people have been coming into the country, maybe not streaming in at this rate, but slowly trickling into the country, and then those numbers become larger over time. But they've been a number of anti-xenophobia campaigns over the years. And perhaps the feeling, the anti-migrant sentiment among South Africans has grown in recent times, but it's been an ongoing issue for a very long time. It goes back decades, and the research seems to show that. So this is not a new feeling among South Africans. It's been coming and it's been developing into a larger wave over time. In response to that previous question about people going back home and solving their problems themselves, of course we need to do that. We all need to do that in our countries and put pressure on our governments to deliver what they promise, right? But having said that, we didn't always do it alone. I mean, I think, for example, and I've spoken about this, the Mandela tax in Nigeria, for example, where people really, their government donated money to our liberation movements for the to fight the apartheid government, which resulted eventually in a democracy. All of those cumulative efforts would have resulted in our democracy. And so many of the African countries would say we did play a role in helping you to liberate your country. You didn't do it entirely on your own. And perhaps we need a bit of help from you, reciprocally at this stage. Tell me how you feel about that. You're welcome to give me a call. It is now 11 o'clock. That brings us to the time for our latest news bulletin. And Ndela Mbana is standing by with that for you.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, break in at journalist home raised at Madlanga Commission and an arrest made in the case of ANC's Dr. Mahlaba. For SAFM News, I am Ndela Mbana and a very good morning. The Madlanga Commission has heard how the home of Daily Maverick journalist Mary Ann Tam was broken into 2 months after she published an article on senior crime intelligence officers. The article was published in January 2021, with the break-in occurring 2 months later in March. The Commission also heard WhatsApp messages read into the record by evidence leader Advocate Adila Hassim between suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Major General Feroz Khan and an officer who cannot yet be named. In the messages, the officer allegedly stated that a counter needs to be activated against the journalist following the publication of the article. While Hassim conceded there is no conclusive evidence linking the break-in to the WhatsApp exchange, she argued that the matter warrants further investigation.
The broader systemic concern that I just wish to place before the Commission is that the exchange reflects a danger that crime intelligence could be used for factional or personal and retaliatory purposes. And that is something that we should take note of in the Commission, where senior officers or their allies can even contemplate using such measures, then the safeguards are not working. The safeguards are not in place.
More than a month after being removed from Durban's Diakonia Centre, dozens of foreign nationals are still living on the pavement outside the Department of Home Affairs Refugee Reception Centre on Moore Road. Most are asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo who were displaced during anti-undocumented immigration tensions in parts of Durban. Home Affairs has confirmed that the overwhelming majority are legally documented asylum seekers and refugees. Despite this, many say they are too afraid to return to areas they were living in, where they claimed they faced threats and intimidation. The group, including women and children, has set up makeshift shelters outside the reception centre and neighbouring businesses. A nearby business owner says while the group means no harm, the camp has affected customer confidence.
The impact's mainly been from clients that have been a bit worried about coming here, but I must say the people have been pretty well behaved. We haven't had too much of a problem, but there's been a bit of a problem with our clients coming here as far as parking is concerned, and they feel a little bit threatened coming here as well, but that's basically been about it. Giving them a little bit of water and the people have come and fed them, but as I said before, they've been pretty well behaved. We haven't had real issues. They do clean up around. We've had to ask them to clean up our entrance because they sleep inside the entrance.
The KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department says police have made an arrest in the case of Dr. Ntutuko Mahlaba, who died after being struck by a car while jogging in Newcastle on Saturday morning. At the time of his death, Mahlaba was serving as a member of the ANC Provincial Task Team and a member of the KZN Provincial Legislature. The ANC, which confirmed his death in a statement, has described his death as a devastating loss to the organisation and the liberation movement. The department spokesperson, Dabezinhle Sibiya.
Although we prefer to resist the temptation to get into that space because it is handled by the SAPS. Yesterday they confirmed that they are conducting that investigating a case of culpable homicide, and they informed us that they arrested someone who was behind steering wheel. But obviously, as the normal process, we always allow SAPS to take over and conduct a proper investigation.
Over 600 suspects have been arrested in the Northern Cape for various offences, including murder, assault, burglary, dealing in and possession of drugs, and contraventions of immigration legislation. The suspects were apprehended in 5 districts during the ongoing Operation Chanela 2. Provincial Police spokesperson Molefi Shemane says the police conducted compliance inspections at informal and formal businesses, which resulted in the closure of 20 unlicensed liquor outlets due to non-compliance.
Provincial multidisciplinary teams were deployed across the province to reinforce district operations and increase the police presence through additional boots on the ground. High-density Operation Chanela 2 activities targeted identified crime hotspots through disruptive actions aimed at reducing contact and property-related crimes.
Residents of the Ukrainian capital have experienced another night of deadly air attacks after Russia launched a wave of missiles and drones in the Kyiv region. At least 10 people have been killed and more than 40 injured, the BBC's Sarah Rainsford reports.
It was another frightening night for people here in Kyiv as Russia launched cruise and ballistic missiles at the city. There were loud explosions and the boom of Ukraine's air defences in action. And once again, many residents sought shelter underground. The destruction this morning is widespread. Several apartment blocks have been hit, either directly or by falling debris from intercepted drones and missiles. There are dead and injured and people still trapped under the ruins of their homes.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission has heard how the home of Daily Maverick journalist Mary Ann Tam was broken into 2 months after she published an article on senior crime intelligence officers. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. July is Mandela Month on SAfm, a month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfm examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAfm, the home of real conversations. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Excuse me, and thank you for joining us at this hour. If you've just tuned in, we've had some interesting discussions over the course of the last couple of hours, and the lines are open right now. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I'll take more of your voice notes in just a moment. Later on in this hour, we're hoping to speak to Equal Education, and they're going to be commenting on something that's happening this morning. The Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Gwahube, is making an announcement on the issue of safe pit toilet eradication, and she's at a school right now in the Eastern Cape where she is going to make that announcement. So we're waiting for that announcement to happen. I think she's running a little bit late. She was running half an hour late. So that announcement has been slightly delayed. As soon as we have some sort of finality on exactly what she's announced, we'll bring you some feedback on that. I will take some of your calls in the meantime, but I'm also going to listen to your voice notes at this hour. One of you is responding to the interview we did in the last hour on the issue of illegal online gambling. But we note that government is wanting to introduce more legislation to clamp down on advertising in regard to gambling. And they want to do this because they feel too many South Africans are becoming addicted to gambling in general.
Hi, Johan. The issue of gambling is a very serious issue, and online gambling makes it even more complicated because, before this online gambling came, you would know when someone was addicted to gambling because they would always go out to the casinos and the likes. But these days, a person will be sitting right next to you, gambling their savings away, gambling their salaries away, taking up loans online just to feed this gambling habit. It's a very serious issue. I have a friend of mine who goes around with a charger. When they visit you, you must organize an extension cord. Wherever they are sitting, they must be charging the phone because they are always online betting. Even at work, they are having a problem with him because he cannot focus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think what you're saying is so useful and so true, because many people who are addicted to gambling either don't realize it or don't want to admit that they're addicted. We've had listeners send us voice notes saying, leave us alone and stop telling us what to do. If we want to gamble, we gamble. We don't have jobs, therefore we don't have any other way to make money. But it's a false economy, right? Gambling is not a job. And it's not going to generate income the way a job does. And so we do need to be, if we are not able to contain our desire to gamble, and if it is out of control, then we need a little bit of government help to actually help us discipline ourselves into not spending our money carelessly that way, because as you say, a lot of people are using essential budget money, for their online gambling habits. I'll take a call from Anza in Joburg on foreign countries who helped us during apartheid. Anza, good morning.
Morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. What's on your mind, Anza? Tell me.
Good. I just want to touch down on this one where people from foreign countries which are saying we've helped South Africa during the apartheid era. Yes, we accept that we've been helped, and in most cases, we as the young who are trying to fight for our better future in South Africa, we are fighting as we're not going back to what happened, because the people who are in government now are the ones who were there, who can't shape the country in what we as South Africans want to see. As the youth of South Africa, the ones who are jobless in South Africa. The guys who are saying that they've helped us, we understand, but we cannot dwell on that fact that we've been helped. Now we must, because now they say we've helped them, that's why we're not leaving, whereby it's illegal to be here if you are illegally undocumented, if you are not documented. You understand what I'm saying?
No, you're quite right. We can't have, and that's common cause, I think, among all of us, that we can't have a situation where people are in the country unlawfully. Everybody has to be documented, and that we all understand. I mean, I was responding to a comment from one of our previous listeners on a voice note who said, we won our freedom ourselves. We got ourselves out of the situation without help, and they must do the same in their countries. And to me that's not historically accurate, right?
Yes,
but
we were helped.
We were helped.
We can't go back to. We can't fight that one.
Yeah.
That's in the back.
Yeah.
But now we are saying, we as the youth of most of the people who are coming here on social media platforms, telling the lies of maybe South Africans are killing foreign nationals in South Africa and what, and they've forgotten that we've helped them. They are kicking us out. It's mostly youth who are just like me, who don't even know what happened. I don't have the receipts on what happened back in the days.
Okay,
now we are not fighting about that. We are fighting on what we want to see as the youth. People staying in the townships, we are hurt. We are very hurt. We are living, our lives are very difficult. We face so many challenges. It's not only illegal immigrants and crime that is happening. We are facing also challenges within the household.
Yes, and I get that, Anza. That is, and that's the history coming to bite us, right? It's a hangover of our past. But let me ask you a question as a young person. I mean, firstly, is it not our duty to educate ourselves about the past, about what happened in the past, and about it's all very well saying, well, that happened in the past, it's got nothing to do with us. But doesn't it have something very specific to do with us in the sense that we've inherited a democratic country? And although life is hard in this democratic country, it is much better living in a democracy than it would have been living under apartheid.
It is.
And therefore we need to take cognizance of the factors that allowed us to win our freedom.
It is. It's a very important fact that to learn on where your roots are and what happened in the past is very important. But now we can't be held hostage on we did this for you, so we should. You can't look at a dustbin trash. Sorry to say, and say, well, it can stay there because some other time someone did this and this in my house, so he's saying I must keep it, so I must keep it. Okay. You can't. We accept that we've been helped, but all we as South Africans are asking, can we fix our country? And those who are undocumented, who came here illegally, can come back, and we it's not xenophobic. Also.
All right, Anza, thank you. Lovely call there.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that. King Solomon, hey, is on the line to us from Nelspruit. King Solomon, good morning to you.
Morning. Thank you so much, and my regards to all your listeners and lovely SA people.
Thank you.
So I'm calling you from Nelspruit, and I am so astonished and happy about how the previous caller just spot on the current issue of illegal immigration and all other things that we are handling. My concern is how we are handling this issue. So I have been in the Republic of South Africa for 13 years now.
Okay.
And I'm originally from Ghana.
All right.
But I migrated in and as a student, finished with my postgraduate, currently doing my PhD, and then I have been able to push in the society of the Republic. And I have seen a lot of things. So when we talk about illegal immigration, it is a system failure. That is what I have seen. It's a system failure.
System failure.
The system has failed us.
Yeah.
Now, the question that everybody is asking, because I am also well versatile with my home country where this xenophobia issue that is happening, the media are calling and asking, Solomon, what is happening? Now, I want to put it on record. Is South African xenophobic? No. South Africa, we are not xenophobic because South Africans are not xenophobic.
Yeah.
The issue that we are having now, as listeners and everyone listening to me, is a system failure. The system has failed the ordinary South African. I have been able to be in the rural areas and we have been seeing these things happening.
Yes.
I have an NGO that we do go to the rural areas and even donate ordinary shoes. Kids are struggling. If you see this winter, we were giving blankets to students. They are struggling. And why is this so? It's the system that has failed us. My dear, it will shock you and it will surprise you that many people have been here. They are legal, but to renew their legal status has been an issue. Some will call you and say, Solomon, I don't even know where to go. We have been paying bribes, but still, this is failing us. So, in wrapping up, I am saying that we should try and find out solutions rather than some of us taking the law in their hands and doing, bringing in these criminalities and making things worse because it pains us. I have got 3 kids here. They are South Africans.
Are you okay? Is their mother South African? Okay.
Yes, they are South Africans. I've got 3 kids here. They are South Africans. But now, we do go to Ghana and come back, and people see them, and even people see my wife, and then when they said they are from South Africa, they ask you, these people are the ones that are killing us. But that is also, look at the recent, FIFA, the World Cup recently. When I was watching with my boys, and we are seeing other African countries, fighting and saying all other things against South Africa. They are against the South, and why? It's the media that are not portraying the real thing that is happening. So please, I don't know how, but it is up to us. What are we doing? What can we do to change the narrative? Yes, it is true. We have to fight. South Africans have to fight for their own right. But how do we mitigate these things so that it will be a fair cause rather than depicting a wrong narrative and a wrong image about the Republic of South Africa?
All right, King. Lovely call from you, King Solomon there from Nelspruit. Thank you so much for that. 20 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Taking a short break. I'll take more of your calls when we come back.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Oliphants Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag #MyKruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag go Limpopo.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account in under 2 minutes and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We are licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
22 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Raj in Durban is on the line to us. Raj, you want to talk about the price of electricity. Hi.
Yes, good morning and thank you, Jovan. Sure. The Minister for Electricity some months ago made an announcement that he's working on a program to lower the price of electricity to the consumers. And from that time to now, I haven't heard anything about that. Is it possible for you to take it up with him, Joanne?
Let's talk about that, Raj. It's an interesting one because the last interview that I listened to, I think it was one of Kathy's interviews last week, where she was talking about NERSA increases. And it seems that we've been hit by bigger increases in recent years because they were trying to temper those increases over a period of time. But, you know, it was just inevitable that at some point, because the price of electricity initially was under, it was undercalculated essentially, and it was well below what it ought to have been. They've got to regulate that somehow. So I don't see how the minister is going to be able to do that, quite frankly, Raj. But it's a great question and a good topic for an interview. So we will try to explore that for you. Thank you very much for raising it.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Ngonde in Cape Town is on the line to us. Ngonde, good morning.
Good morning, JJ.
Hi.
I know you're fine. JJ, I'm a 65-year-old, somewhat grumpy, somewhat cantankerous old man. But I give credit where credit is due.
Right.
There's a white man in the Kailisha district, right? He's coming from Germany. And this guy is taking this neoliberal ideology upside down. He's creating opportunities work opportunities, study opportunities. In Kailicha, right? His idea is to extricate Kailicha from poverty. I would like that guy to extend that vision to another big area in Cape Town called Missions Plain. If those two can be extricated from poverty, I'll appreciate very much. He was on the platform of SAFM, I think with Katie or whatever, last week.
Okay.
But his idea is excellent.
All right. Fantastic, Tonde. Thank you for flagging that with us. I mean, I'd like to know, perhaps that was an interview I missed, but I'll discuss that with Melissa and Ginewe after the show and just see exactly what system he's working on and whether that can be extended. But also, I mean, if there are, it's wonderful to have people in our country who are working on this, but we need to be doing this for ourselves as well. It would be great if South Africans had the ability to extend that to other areas of our country. Jasmine in Durban is on the line to us. Jasmine, good morning. What's your take on the frontline states in terms of immigration?
Good morning, Joanne. It's my first time calling.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just think that, thank you. I just think that our stance on the frontline states is not very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they did what they did in those days, and we're saying, well, you did it then. You don't have to come and crowd us. And that is very true. We can't take on everybody. But at the same time, I think what we need to do is appreciate what they did.
Mm.
And when it comes to the illegal immigration, we played a role in that. When they came to our country, we allowed them to come in. We did not have the mechanism of checking as to who has overstayed, who has come in illegally. And remember that at some of the border posts, our own people were taking money from these people.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that we could have done is to say, yes, your countries are not doing very well right now. You want to come to South Africa for a better life, but please be documented. And if we cannot take in as much as how many people came in, all we needed to do is humanely take them out.
Mm-hmm.
Not the way we have done it this time around.
Yeah.
I think it's so wrong. We could have done it, yes, but in a better way. Because in the end, when something else happens, because there's rumors of Israel being a part of the whole thing, if somebody else comes and distorts South Africa, who's going to help us? We still need each other. We still need to trade with these other countries.
Jasmine,
and all that, we should have taken it humanely.
I think that's a very well-considered view. It takes into account the history. It takes into account the law. It takes into account our responsibilities to our neighboring countries and what those ought to be. But it also takes into account the systems that have failed us, right? In fact, many, many weeks ago, Ginewe, Melissa and I had this discussion before a show, and we had the sense that when democracy arrived, because the ANC felt it needed to acknowledge the contribution of other African countries. It was very slack with immigration on purpose. And consequently, it was sort of, let them come here, they've looked out for us. But that created a problem, and that became a kind of a formalized problem in the sense that, the systems were not put in place. Corruption became the order of the day, etc. And I think you're right when you say there was a way of doing that while maintaining a balance. That was what we didn't get right. And we could have afforded to be humane in what we are doing now in terms of repatriations and deportations if we had taken all that into account. Lovely call, Jasmine. Thank you for thinking that through for us. Max in Cape Town is on the line to us. Max, hi there. You want to talk about not double standards but triple standards, I believe.
Absolutely correct. Good morning to you.
Morning,
yes,
Max.
for many, many years,
Mm-hmm.
whereby we know for a fact that white Americans are all European settlers from the times from Christopher Columbus, including the Maori, the white Australians in Australia. They refer the blacks as African Americans from Africa, and those from the Latin countries, Latin Americans, and they call the Asian people Asian Americans, right?
Yes.
As we know for a fact, those white people in America are not Americans. The original Americans is all the different Apache tribes that has been all wiped out by the European settlers, as we know for a fact Right up to the north, right up to the Canadian border was the Mohawks, the Dakotas.
Yes.
The south was the Chiricahuas and the Mescaleros. And to the west was the Apaches and the Comanches,
Right.
and the Shoshonies and the Sioux tribe nations. Now, why is it that those people are not being called as European Americans? The same as I mentioned before, in Australia, the whites are being called Australians and the Maoris are being called Maoris, whereby we know the Maori people are the original Australian people.
Quite right.
You see, so
Yes.
we're sitting with this global triple standards.
Language matters,
See?
hey, Max? Language matters.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
Thank you
What a
very
lovely
much,
call.
yes.
Thank you so much
Thank
for that.
you.
I love that historicism that you have included in the in that background, and it's true. It's that language determines perception, doesn't it? And it sometimes determines. It sometimes determines what people believe to be fact at a later stage. So I think we need to be conscious about the language we use in terms of determining who was originally there, how we pay tribute to those people, whether we acknowledge them as the original people of our land. And there's certainly a lesson that we South Africans can take out of that too. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard how the home of Daily Maverick journalist Mary Ann Tam was broken into 2 months after she published an article on senior crime intelligence officers. More than a month after being removed from Durban's Diakonia Centre, dozens of foreign nationals are still living on the pavement outside the Department of Home Affairs Refugee Reception Centre on Moore Road. And wildfires caused by a heatwave and strong winds are raging in southern Europe, forcing thousands of people in Portugal, Spain, France and Greece to evacuate their homes. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. I'll take more of your voice notes in a moment. We're hoping to speak to Equal Education about an announcement that has just been made, and this is a breaking news story. The Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Gwachube, announcing just moments ago that the Basic Education Department has reached 100% completion of all pit toilet eradication projects, and these were identified through the 2018 Sanitation Appropriate for Education Initiative audit, and that was known as the SAFE project, right? It was looking to eradicate all those toilets, and it looks as though it has been done. She's right now, as we speak, at a school sanitation visit at Dimbaza Primary School in the Eastern Cape, and she mentioned that all 3,372 schools identified in that 2018 audit have been provided with safe and appropriate sanitation facilities. So we're going to speak about that in just a moment, but I'd love to hear from you on that, because this story of children like Michael Kumape, Lumkamtet Mkitetwa and Langalam Vicky, whose deaths actually came to the fore in these stories and brought that issue of sanitation to the top of our minds. I mean, we'll never forget those children, and we should never forget their names. And it is the saddest thing that they had to die for us to take action on this, and for the powers that be to realize what they owed our children. Right, but we're at the point now, hopefully, where the tide is turning in terms of that. So share with me your thoughts on that. The fact that now pit toilets at schools have been eradicated, according to the Basic Education Minister. We'll speak about that more in a moment. All right. In fact, we have our guest on the line right now, and this is Itumeleng Mutlabane, General Secretary of Equal Education. So I'm going to head right in there. Good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. For starters, what is your response to this announcement of 100% completion of the 2018 SAFE Initiative pit toilet backlog?
As Equal Education, we note the announcement and the progress that's been made by the Department of Basic Education on the SAFE project. But as we had released our statement in 2018 saying that the manner in which was used to count the existence of plain pit latrines across the country was inaccurate. And therefore, we know that the 100% completion of the SAFE project does not necessarily mean 100% completion of plain pit latrines in our schools. And because we also do school visits and we come across different schools, particularly in Qonqa, where the minister is right now, there is still schools not far from here that still have plain pit latrines. And so it's quite a contradiction that she is standing in Dimbaza, where we have Dimbaza Central that's making use of plain pit latrines, but she's also making this kind of announcement that we must celebrate the 100% completion of plain pit latrines in our schools. And not far from where she is Lukozi, which is a school that still has plain pit latrines and a school where equal education is organized. And so we find it hard to celebrate this victory, even though we are noting the progress.
So this is interesting indeed, Ms. Motlhabane. Let me just ask you first of all, the eradication of the pit toilets was based on an audit that was done in 2018. Are you saying that audit was not done correctly?
One, in 2018, as Equal Education, we did release a statement saying that the Department of Education, at the time, they were using what was called the EFMS, the NEAMS report. And we said that what is reflected in the NEAMS report is not what we are seeing on the ground, and therefore that data is inaccurate and is not reflective of the number of plain pit latrines in our schools. But first from that, we know that in the Eastern Cape, a lot of schools that had plain pit latrines were not even built or given proper sanitation, but they were declared as non-viable schools through a process of rationalization. And therefore, while we are celebrating the progress, we also know that there's been flaws in the process. And if you read the minister's statement and some of her a speech towards the end, she alludes to this fact that she understands that the 100% completion of the SAFE project does not mean 100% of eradication of plain pit latrines in our schools because of the inaccuracies in data, because of some of the schools that may have not been counted. And we think even that statement is actually quite careless coming from the minister, because it is their duty to ensure that all schools that are posing danger, particularly illegal ones, 13 years after the legislation of the law of norms and standards for public school infrastructure, should have been part of the list. And so, yeah, it's quite hard to use this moment as a moment of celebration.
So Ms. Motlhabane, she has given the number of schools that required these toilets to be turned into safe toilets as 3,372, right? That was the number she said came out of the audit, and they worked based on that number. How many are you saying are outstanding? You're clearly saying that number is not accurate, 3,372. How many more schools require this intervention?
Look, I can't say for sure how many more schools require this intervention. But as of this year, the Eastern Cape Department of Education alone told us that there's 846 schools within the Eastern Cape that still make use of plain pit latrines. And so that tells you that there couldn't have been a completion of schools from when the statement from the ECDOE was released in March to where we are in July. And so that alone tells, and we have not even gone to the other different provinces that we are organized in, just the Eastern Cape, where we know that there's existence currently of like 846 schools as per the ECDOE's report.
So what do you propose to do in regard to the statement that the minister has made? Are you calling her out over it, and are you saying the audit needs to be redone?
As Equal Education, we are putting together our own statement, but the main thing that we are calling for is that the minister must reflect what is the lived experiences of learners in schools. And the more we put out these public celebrations while lived experiences of learners are not changing on the ground, it's not the truth, and it doesn't reflect what we are seeing in our schools. But what we are also continuing to do is to put out the case studies of schools that are still using plain pit latrines. And right now, we have schools exactly where the minister is that we think she could have taken a political decision to go and visit those schools and see the kind of infrastructure that they are studying in. Lukozi is a school that doesn't have sanitation, doesn't have fencing, but there are still learners who are expected to be writing matric there. And so when they hear this media washing that actually there's 100% completion of schools with plain filter chains, then their truth is left out of what the minister is presenting. And we are calling her out for that. We feel that the learners that are still using plain filter chains, their experiences must also be accounted for by her as the Minister of Education.
I mean, she's also pointed out in the speech that she made today that natural disasters and vandalism are among the issues that may have played a role. Doesn't this mean, if these two factors come into play, that government is also chasing a moving target in terms of the number of pit latrines that need to be repaired?
That's exactly the issue. It was us, Equal Education, who said that government needs to put together a budget where they are planning forward and stop planning to fail, because we know that natural disasters are things that occur in our schools. But the schools that I'm talking about, the school in Lukozi is a school that was built by parents in 1976, and so it is not a new issue. When the SAFE audit was being done in 2018, Lukozi already had its own infrastructure issues. Why is it not part of the list? When I'm talking about Dimaza Central, I'm talking about a school that has always been there pre-2018 and is not a school that has been affected by disaster. In fact, not far from where the minister is, with Guyasa, which is a school that Equal Education campaigned for it to be repaired after it had been affected by natural disasters, because it was also us who were saying that, Minister, in the way that you are budgeting for school infrastructure, plan forward for disasters that are going to happen so that these disasters are able to be remedied within a short period of time. A lot of these schools don't even have exacerbated disasters. It is just the length of time that it takes for the department to fix that then makes the problem much bigger than what it initially was through the disaster. And so if we have emergency funds, then these things are dealt with, and it is still within her moral and actual duties to be able to plan for also the disasters and understand what is in the schooling environment.
Itumeleng Motlhabane, General Secretary of Equal Education, thank you so much for your time this morning. She is, of course, adamant that there has not been the 100% eradication of pit toilets. We're going to try and follow this up with the Education Department.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfM, leading the conversation.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfM, let's talk.
11:42 on the Daily Discourse, and one of you says on the WhatsApp line, a positive story of pit toilets, but is it really true? We can't trust the words of any of these officials who seem to pull the wool over ordinary citizens' eyes. If it's true, then it's to be commended. We need a lot more encouraging stories to lift our depleted spirits. Isn't that true? But yes, indeed, it looks as though this is something we will need to follow up on, because we cannot determine just based on the minister's statement that it is true. We will need to follow up with the Basic Education Department. Let's take some of your calls. Ngobo in Durban is on the line to us, talking about pit latrines. Ngobo, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. Great show as always.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the fact that you give us a chance to comment on such projects that the government is excited about. I come from a deep rural area in Umzimkhulu.
Yes.
I mean, I can tell you now as we speak, because I still have connection and contacts there, though I live in Durban.
Right.
We still have a number of pit toilets in that space, in that province.
At the schools,
So
at the schools specifically, Ngobo?
In fact, I can count about 10 schools
Sure.
that I know now as we speak still have pit toilets. So my question to the minister through you, Joanne, is even if we had few schools that had since been, few schools whose pit toilets have been eradicated, why are we praising the fish for swimming on the sea? Did it have to take this long after democracy, the ANC government, and now the GNU, to be excited about something that could have been done, say, 2-3 years after democracy? Why are we getting excited with those few schools that she says have been completed? But I can tell you now, the reality on the ground doesn't seem that she's in touch with the reality. The reality in those deep rural schools is that we still have quite a number of big toilets. So the statement that she's making, I can tell you now, it's not accurate. It's politicking because of the upcoming local government elections.
Well, thank you for that call. It's so good to have all of you as our eyes and ears on the ground, or, we wouldn't have any idea that what she has said is not allegedly true. So we're going to follow up on this tomorrow, and I will ask this question, but I'm also wondering right now, based on what our listeners have told us, and our guest, Itumeleng Motlhabane, told us, I can't actually imagine how someone can come out and say with certainty that every pit toilet at a school in South Africa has been eradicated, when clearly, based on experience, and your eyewitness accounts, that's not true. That really blows my mind. One of you talking about Kat Matlala's appearance before Madlanga.
Joanna, I'm a bit disappointed at what's happening at Madlanga, because surely from the first day they knew they were going to bring in Kat Matlala, they would have known that this is the star player of the show, if I may call, or the main character in this whole corruption and expose. So one would have thought that by then they would have known that there's going to be a huge public interest and media interest in his appearance in the commission. Then to suddenly postpone and say it's because of that interest that they decided not to call him in tomorrow, I don't think that explanation cuts it for me. I'm sorry, but I don't understand it. Thank you, Zupo from Freire.
It's a good question, and it's a question that needs to be answered, because there was no follow up. There was no follow up to exactly why. I mean, saying that there's media interest means nothing, right? It means, maybe people want to watch it on TV. Lots of people want to watch it on TV. Saying, well, it has implications for our security contingent here. We would have had to increase the numbers. We would have had to bomb sweep, for argument's sake. Whatever is required from a security point of view, if that were the reason for it. To me, the reason that we were given was just so vague. There've been lots of high-profile people on the stand, and presumably the commission has had to be able to make the required arrangements for them. But I think they do need to come out and say to us more explicitly what the issue is. All right, that is where we will leave it for today. We are wrapping up our show at this point, but we've had wonderful conversations today, and we will do it all again tomorrow. Also try and follow up on the stories that concerned you today. Take care till then. We will see you at 9 tomorrow morning. Right now, I'm going to hand over to the book reading. That'll be followed by the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo with Update at noon. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Madeleine, jy kan nie nee sê nie. No, you can't say no. This is the first time that we can go out mos alone. Pa, he says I can take you out, and your ma, she says the same, so let's go to the bioscope. And you can trust me. Both your ma and pa know this. They know that I don't drink a lot. What is the film at the bioscope?
Why do you want to go there? I don't like the films that they show there. Not always. Well, maybe just sometimes.
I like to go. It's dark inside anyway.
Yeah, my pa says that it's okay, but that I must be home before 10 o'clock. He won't know if I'm late, but he says 10. He will be drunk by then, but still it's 10 o'clock. And Ma will be waiting for me. She always waits up for me, I know. We can go to the Roadhouse and then to the bioscope. The film starts at 7:30, and we can go to the Roadhouse before for a lekker hamburger. I can take a beer from Pa. He won't know. And my boot says that I can take the car, even though I don't have a license proper. We can only get it next year, but I can drive, and it's not far anyway. No, don't tell my Pa that you don't have a license. He won't let you go with me then. Just don't say anything. And if he asks, say your brother's driving. Also, don't tell him about the beer, okay? What's the film?
Some Like It Hot, I think that is what it's called. Turnus, the morphine manager at where I work, says that it's a good film. He says that it's very popular in Joburg. It's about a lady and two men who dress up as ladies. I don't know. I'm not sure that I want to go to a film about men that dress up as ladies. It's like not right. God never said men can be women. But Turnus, you know him. The one who always wears those grey shoes and the shirt with the flowers on it. The morphine man. Ach, you know him. The one that shouts a lot and speaks strange. He said that it was funny, so maybe it'll be nice. And anyway, there isn't anything else to do. Yeah, and when the lights are off, remember, the other day when we were at your house and your Pa and Ma had gone to bed. I remember, and it's not going to happen. I don't like it, and God doesn't like it also. No, we can't do it, Jacob, not now. Not until maybe we get married. So what did Turnus say about it, hey, about the film? It's got that American lady in it, Marilyn Monroe. She has white hair and is very pretty. And it's about robbers. The men have to dress up as ladies because otherwise they could be caught. There are some bad guys after them. They want to murder them. I think that is what it is about. And the lady, Marilyn Monroe, she falls in love with one of them. I think, but she can't fall in love with a lady. Don't know, but anyway, Turnus says that it is funny. But then he likes to wear the shirts that could be a dress, you know. I don't know. Yeah, I have heard of her. All the O's have the hots for her. There is that picture when she's standing above a drain and her skirt is blowing up. The poster outside the bioscope. The guys put it on the wall at the garage. And she was going with the American president, someone told me, and the president is married. Okay, I'll come by your house at 5, and then we go to Burger Deluxe for the hamburger, and then we go there.
Yeah, okay.
Hey.
Yes?
I noticed that all of you are walking around and taking pictures of the building. My name is Nevin. My family owns this building. It used to be the old theatre or the movie house, and if you want to, I'll show you inside. Yes, we would like that. Great. Your mother, I think it was your mother, she said in addition to your shop, there is an upstairs area that is rented to a Nigerian ministry, and that we could go inside if they are there, but they aren't, so thank you. No, it's not their part of the building that I want to show you. It's the back of the shop, where we are, behind the shop. I'll show you what is there. We have to walk through our part. There are pictures there that have been painted on the walls, and all the old pillars of the theatre are still there. I want to fix it up someday. Maybe it's a place that people can come into. Maybe even show films here again. We can still have the shop, but it will be great if it is fixed. Come in. No, just follow me. We'll go to the back, past all this stuff.
Inside the movie theatre, it is dark. As the eye adjusts, the dark blue paint on the bottom of the walls becomes visible. Sapphire, cerulean, wealth, indulgence and fantasy. Above this, the walls are carved and patterned, an almost Grecian design. Women and men, tall, godlike, walk upwards and out of the walls. In relief, a church, pagan exoticism. Nevin stands on a box, a soapbox, an old wooden chair. He points upwards and to the side. He gestures and bows. This is his directorial debut. To the right is another long wall. Yellow and white and red boats sail on a sea of blue water. Below the paintings and below the godlike reliefs, the wooden parquet floors are covered with broken pieces of metal and plaster and bricks, unnerving and creepy. Who lingers in this theatre now? What did they do as they watched a flickering screen? Men as women, a blonde goddess. The audience is silent now, just the flicker of a sound in the corner, laughing, holding hands, making out in the dark. The painted boats on blue water, a Coke machine whines, a popcorn machine pops. Young girls in short socks and flowered dresses, young men in khaki shorts with greased back hair, ghosts that watch the voyeurs take their photographs, photographs that will remember a recording of the long dead. Now is another time, another audience. What fears and needs and hopes and dreams hide in the corroding floors?
Yeah, we have to go back to Standerton today. My daughter just dropped us here because my husband, Jacob, he can't hear very well. He's deaf. It's the old age and the blasting, and we don't have money. I said we live on the government pension. It was better then. The blacks weren't the government. We had a better life then, but maybe it was because we were young, and now we are old. I don't know. I really had a better life then, if I ever had a life. My daughter and her husband, they're always complaining about the dirty towns and all the blacks. I complain too, but I think that I complain because everyone is complaining. I don't have anything else to do. But I do remember that film place. It was the Bioscope that we all went to because it was so dark when they turned the lights off. And also because they would show these films from America. Sometimes they were dirty, but we still went. It was good those times. I was pretty then. Hey, Jacob, don't sleep, man. We have to wait for Dulcie. She said that we must wait here, and it's a nice day to be outside. Careful, man. Tell these people about Springs, when you were younger. No, he won't speak to you. He can't talk English so well. And anyway, I told you he's deaf. My daughter, no, she never went to the Bioscope in Springs. Maybe she did. I can't remember how old she was when she got married and moved away. It was before things were getting bad here. So she maybe did go to the Bioscope. I can't remember. Yeah, I've got 10 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. 4 of my grandchildren live in Australia with my one son, the divorced one. They live there with their mother. Well, 3 do. I think they will stay with her. Esme. Yeah, she was nice, a nice girl. My son, he married again, and his new wife has also got a child with him. 3 of them live in Edenvale with my other son. But they never visit, so I don't know them so well. And the ones that live with my daughter in Standerton, with me and Jacob, also they are 20 and 21. You know, she couldn't have children after that. Something went wrong, and she had to have an operation. Then Dulcie, she got very fat. They both stay with us, all of us, and the boys work with his father in the scrap metal place, the place with all the cars that I told you about. But he doesn't like it. He's lazy, and he hates working there with his father. He says that he wants to have a sex change or something. He says a lot of people are doing this now. They are born into wrong bodies. That's what he says. His name is Charles.
but he likes to call himself Lily. Lily is like a flower or a pansy, I don't know. I just keep quiet because what can I do? Nothing. But to me, it's against nature, against God. My granddaughter, she wants to be a teacher. She wants to teach small children, so she goes to the Boston College in Klerksdorp. It's a good college. They have them in Johannesburg too. She comes back to Standerton on the weekends. She doesn't have a boyfriend. My daughter says that it is good because she should not get married too young, like me and like her. She wants her to be a teacher and make money. Then she can help us too. But also she knows what it's like to be married. Whew, a lot of hard work, and you can't do what you want to do. Jacob, he never hit me. But Dan, sometimes he gives Dulcie a good clap. I don't blame him. She can cause problems. She doesn't like to cook, you know. But she says that she doesn't want her daughter to be married like she was, too young. You know, like me, too young. And I was pretty then.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Manwele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
O'clock on Monday, the 6th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour, today marks 1 year since KZN Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi took the nation into his confidence over alleged infiltration of the criminal justice system by alleged drug cartels. And
of the 53 buses, 4 buses we have made sure that they assist us in terms of repatriating those people that were here from Zimbabwe, and 49 buses are the buses that we have used to make sure that we repatriate our people that are going to Malawi.
Well, scores of undocumented migrants continue to be processed for repatriation. Coming up in sport.
Scandal at the FIFA World Cup. I'll tell you why. And Rassie Erasmus makes big changes to his Springbok side to take on Scotland.
I think I know, but I'll wait. I might be wrong. John Chirika will wait for the scandal in the second half of the show. Please let us know what's on your mind. 41391, that's our SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, here's your latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, a Malawian immigrant dies en route to Beitbridge border post and thousands flee as wildfires rage across Europe. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. A Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo, has died. According to information, the immigrant collapsed and died in the bus after complaining of ill health. The undocumented immigrants are being processed outside the border post prior to their repatriation. More than a month after being removed from Durban's Diakonia Centre, dozens of foreign nationals are still living on the pavement outside the Department of Home Affairs Refugee Reception Centre on Morse Road. Most are asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo who were displaced during anti-undocumented immigration tensions in parts of Durban. Home Affairs has confirmed that the overwhelming majority are legally documented asylum seekers and refugees. Despite this, many say they are too afraid to return to areas they they were living in, where they claim they faced threats and intimidation. The group, including women and children, has set up makeshift shelters outside the reception centre and neighbouring businesses. A nearby business owner says while the group means no harm, the camp has affected customer confidence.
The impact's mainly been from clients that have been a bit worried about coming here, but I must say the people have been pretty well behaved. We haven't had too much of a problem, but that's been there's been a bit of a problem with our clients coming here as far as parking is concerned, and they feel a little bit threatened coming here as well, but that's basically been about it. Giving them a little bit of water and the bits, and the people have come and fed them, but as I said before, they've been pretty well behaved. We haven't had real issues. They do clean up around. We've had to ask them to clean up our entrance because they sleep inside the entrance.
The Madanga Commission has heard that suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Major General Feroz Khan is responsive in hospital following a shooting of a week ago. Khan was shot in Houghton, Johannesburg, days before he was due to appear before the Commission. The update on his condition emerged during an exchange between Khan's legal counsel Mohammed Vali and evidence leader Advocate Adila Hassim. Vali raised concerns over evidence placed on record relating to Daily Maverick journalist Marianne Tam, arguing that it appeared new evidence was being introduced as the proceedings continued. He objected to the manner in which the inquiry was being conducted and proposed that the matter be postponed until the evidence leaders had finalized the record, allowing Khan an opportunity to respond once his health has improved.
So at the very least, we simply want our objection to be recorded for the manner in which these proceedings are being conducted by the evidence leaders. Ideally, Chairperson and Commissioners, this matter must be postponed until such time as Ms. Hassim tells us that the house is in order, this is the bundle, there's going to be nothing that's going to occur from this point. And at some point in time in the future, hopefully with General Khan improving in his health, at the minimum we can put before this commission an affidavit in answer to what Ms. Hassim has led and intends leading.
A police officer attached to Botlokwa police station has taken the witness stand in the trial against a pig farmer underway in the High Court in Polokwane, Limpopo. Sergeant Ndibuo Nemutindoni, who was on duty when Zachariah Oliver's statement was taken, has told the court that the accused was not threatened on the day. Pig farmer Oliver and his co-accused William Mosora are being tried for the double murder of two women, Maria Machato and Kudzain Lovu, whose remains were disposed in a pigsty in August 2024. Nemutindoni has told the court that Oliver didn't look disorientated on the day his statement was taken.
According to my observation, I didn't see any visible injuries and he looked okay. And I believe if ever there was something wrong, he would have informed me. But he didn't say anything to me.
Wildfires caused by a heat wave and strong winds are raging in southern Europe, forcing thousands of people in Portugal, Spain, France and Greece to evacuate their homes. The BBC's Joe Inwood has the latest details.
It's focused in Spain around Costa Brava. There's action currently to try and isolate the perimeter. There's a place called La Bisbal d'Empordà, which is in Catalonia. There's a lot of wildfires around the north of Portugal, and there's also one on a mountainside just to the east of Perpignan. In Greece, they are north of Thessaloniki, the major town. I mean, I was looking at the pictures of the fire there, and it is really devastated businesses and communities. It's not getting in the city centre yet, obviously, but it is clearly approaching and having an economic as well as a human impact.
Recapping the top story, a Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo, has died. I'm Undilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, thank you, Andela. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 7 minutes after 12. Welcome to Update at Noon. Well, quite a few stories to update you on. Similar themes, though, if you look at the anti-immigrant or should I say undocumented immigrant protests and the aftermath thereof. We will be checking in with our reporters in Durban, Cape Town, and of course in Musina or Limpopo, just to get a sense of where things are at and how they are progressing. And we'll update you on those situations. And then, of course, also today marks exactly a year since that now famous press briefing by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. I'll never forget it, Sunday morning, and suddenly all hell broke loose. And I remember watching that in total disbelief, getting on the phone and, asking colleagues, are you guys watching this? Are you listening to this? And then I remember Criselda Lewis was on, and in the immediate aftermath of that, you remember when General Mkhwanazi said a criminal and a police officer could never be friends. And then she had then Sibia on immediately after that. It was epic. But of course, in the year since, we've heard so much. There have been so many revelations, both at the Madlanga Commission that was, of course, established by President Cyril Ramaphosa, and Parliament also established its own ad hoc committee to look into these allegations. And a year on, we're still going. We're still hearing, for example, this morning, just listening into how the tender system was essentially interfered with, rigged, if you will, in favor of certain people. And again, another SAPS tender, but this time a transversal one. And this is, of course, the evidence leader, Advocate Adila Hasim, reading into the record the evidence that was gathered to actually go through with General Feroz Khan. And we understand from that interaction with his lawyer, is actually now responsive, but the lawyer also indicated that he couldn't quite get a mandate from him. So that's where things stand with regard to the commission. So we'll also try and bring you up to speed with that. And then, of course, this falls outside of our show window, but interestingly, the Minister of Communications and Digital Technology, Solly Malatsi, he is set to brief the media on the Public Service Commission's investigation report on the State Information Technology Agency, that's SITA. And this is, of course, set to take place at 1. So immediately after our show is when that briefing is expected to take place. And now the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, now they've decided to back the South African Communist Party in the 2026 local government elections. So we'll talk to them about that decision. And then, of course, in the courts, an Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department officer was arrested on Friday night over alleged involvement in that 14 million rand theft of precious stones during the 2023 operation in Killarney, as we heard at the Madlanga Commission from Witness K. Well, that officer and a businessman set to appear in the court this morning. So we are going to check in with Sasha Naidu to find out exactly what has transpired there. So those are some of the stories, and please feel free to let us know what's on your mind as well.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Now, more than a month after being removed from Durban's Diakonia Centre, dozens of foreign nationals are still living on the pavement outside the Department of Home Affairs' Refugee Reception Centre on Moore Road. And most are asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo who were displaced during anti-undocumented immigration tensions in parts of Durban. Now, Home Affairs has confirmed that the overwhelming majority who are there are legally documented asylum seekers and refugees. But for more on the latest situation there, we joined on the line by our reporter, Qinoguhle Malinga. Qinoguhle, good afternoon. So first off, if you could just establish for us whether the asylum seekers and refugees are still there, because there have been calls for them to vacate these spaces, but are they still there? And if you could perhaps just give us a sense of how many people are still there.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, indeed, when we arrived there this morning, we found a group of about 500 or so people still sleeping on the street. Most of them, we remember them from the Diaconia Center where they had first gone there seeking for help. And after the verification process was completed, a lot of them were hoping that the mayor of eThekwini, Mr. Cyril Xaba, that led the operation to have their documents verified, to help them in terms of a place of accommodation after they alleged that they were threatened in their respective communities in the city, and that hasn't happened. So a lot of those people that are still there till today are hoping that someone, if not the city or our government, will help in terms of finding a location that they would feel safe in Durban. We spoke to some of them. They also can't even go and work where they used to work because of the demonstrations we've seen happening across the country, saying that although they have the legal papers, the documents to be in the country and to work and live in the country, they have been impacted by those that are not, and the the situation around that. So they are very uneasy in terms of going back into integrate with society.
Has government responded at all to the plight of these people outside the Department of Home Affairs Refugee Reception Center?
Not much communication at all, other than a notice that we saw outside of the Home Affairs Office. This is a communication notice by the Refugee Appeals Authority, calling those that are gathered outside of the office to come forward so that they can finalize their appeals. And obviously, we spoke to some of their leaders who just say that they've been urging people to go back to their respective communities or to find other places of settlement where they are receptive to foreign nationals who have documentation. And I mean, in the past, we have visited communities, for example, an informal settlement in the Reservoir Hills, where South Africans have been living in harmony with foreign nationals at the informal settlement, and they've mentioned to us that we have no problem with them. They live quite peacefully with them. So I think those are some of the options that are there for them. But because of what's been happening in the country in the most recent days, a lot of people are feeling a bit uneasy.
But obviously there has to be a solution one way or another, because Home Affairs has indicated, and we saw from some of the visuals this morning, people sleeping on the pavement, which obviously has an impact on other clients who wish to make use of the facility of Home Affairs.
Indeed. We spoke to businesses that are neighboring the Home Affairs offices this morning, where the overflow of the crowd have been sleeping on their premises in terms of like the pavement outside of their gates. And they said that their businesses have been impacted in some way because customers are not comfortable coming forward to walk in and purchase or use their services. However, they did say that they have no problem with the crowd that's there. They're actually quite well behaved. They would give them water sometimes if they would need some sort of help, but saying that they have been their businesses has been interrupted by their presence outside of the gates.
Right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for the update. And that, of course, is our reporter out in Durban, Gcinoguhle Malinga. Meanwhile, a cleanup operation has been conducted outside the repatriation site in Epping in Cape Town, where thousands of undocumented migrants spent the past week seeking voluntary repatriation. Our reporter Mlamli Maneli joins us now for more. Mlamli, good afternoon. Cleanup operation, because we heard over the weekend and as early as last week already, where several authorities have asked people to basically find other accommodation or make their way out of the Epping Centre. So what is the situation this morning? Has it been cleared out?
Not at all. Yes, by the side of the Department of Home Affairs Repatriation Center, where they are no longer allowed, it's been cleared up, but they are now occupying an open field just adjacent that center they've been for the past week or so. we can estimate over 200 people who are now desperate for transport. They are mostly Zimbabweans and a few Malawians. They are desperate for transport that can move them from the Western Cape up to a Beitbridge border post so that they can be processed that side and go home. They are now worried that they won't be able to travel upwards because they say last night there were 9 buses that came through, but as soon as they started boarding on those buses, they were also informed that the buses have not been paid, therefore they must disembark. Now, that is their main concern as far as that particular batch that is there, which has been processed for the past week.
So we did hear of the Malawian High Commission, paying for their citizens to be repatriated. But as you say, the majority of the people where you are at today are Zimbabwean nationals. So who's meant to pay for their transportation?
Okay, there's 2 things that has been happening so far. Last week, we've seen an NGO called ATRA, Adventist Relief Agency, which came through and then sponsored some buses for the Zimbabweans, but they also promised that they won't leave the Malawians behind. They will be able to assist them as well. Now, the mayor of the city of town, Mr. Jordan Lewis, on that first day, on the 30th of June, he said his office will pledge money for 10 buses at least to assist with the repatriation. Now, we've seen that the province of the Western Cape has issued a statement today to saying that no more resources available in order to assist both in terms of accommodation and or transportation for the Malawians and Zimbabweans. They must now fend for themselves. This is the current situation at the moment, which is why you find those people sitting there not knowing where the assistance will come from. But also, the mayor also made it explicitly clear that it was safe in the morning of the 30th, and in his mind, he thinks that those who have not already moved towards the repatriation center, they might as well stay where they are, which effectively means those that have not been transported so far, they are free to go back to where they've been and reintegrate with their community.
Except that they may not feel safe, as we've just heard from our colleague in Durban. So what are the people saying? What is their end game? Are they going to try and find alternative accommodation? Are they going to wait there indefinitely for someone to come up with a plan to transport them? What are they saying?
Okay. We've been asking them about this question. The offer from the mayor to say, go back and reintegrate back to your communities. But one thing has been coming forth from everyone we were able to speak to is that it's no longer safe for us to go back because, one, the landlord, they don't want us back in those areas because they also fear that they might be breaching the law because these people are obviously undocumented, and we know that there is a fine upwards of 10,000 rand or some prison punishment that you might get if you are harboring the locals. So they are caught in that dilemma as of now because we were thinking by observation it is indeed safe around the atmosphere that is permeating around Cape Town.
And just a final one, Mlamli. We heard Gift of the Givers also making a plea for people to vacate. Are they still assisting there in terms of providing food or other aid?
As of today, I've not seen them, but there are other people, individuals, and some NGOs that were feeding the batch of 200 or so people outside that field in Epping this morning. We've seen that there were queues, so they are getting assistance from that. But Gift of the Givers, last week they recorded over 3,000 people that they were able to assist with blankets, warm food, and either hygienic kits. That is for sure. Not discounting other NGOs that were available, including ADRA that we've mentioned earlier.
Mlamli, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Mlamli Maneli is our reporter out in Cape Town with the latest regarding the situation of undocumented foreign nationals trying to make their way up to the Beitbridge border post. And Mlamli Maneli there. The Home Affairs Department, meanwhile, says it has processed over 3,400 undocumented foreign nationals as of yesterday at the temporary repatriation centre in Musina and Limpopo. Over 50 buses were also used to transport the migrants to countries including Zimbabwe and Malawi. And our reporter Rudzani Chivase joins us on the line now for the latest. Rudzani, good afternoon. So we still saw a steady stream of buses yesterday, but how's it looking today?
Good afternoon. Today, the situation is normalizing. The numbers are going down. According to Home Affairs, they suspect that less than 2,000 people are at the center right now. Yesterday, they managed to move about 73 buses, and the majority of those buses were going to Malawi, while only 11 were going to Zimbabwe. So that's the situation so far. But they have an incident that happened last night where a migrant from Malawi died. What happened is that this person come in from the bus. He was traveling to Beitbridge after the bus was certified here and processed. So 15 kilometers away from here, the bus driver made a U-turn after a passenger collapsed inside the bus. So when they arrived here at the center, he was checked by emergency personnel, and they certified him dead.
And obviously a very sad state of affairs there. But, yesterday, Rudzani, authorities said that they were expecting more buses from Cape Town and also from Louis Trichardt and other parts of the country. Have those buses arrived? Are those part of the buses that were contained in the report from what happened yesterday?
Those buses have arrived, especially the buses from Cape Town, 10 buses from Cape Town, who were transporting people who were suspected to be having problems with diarrhea. The buses are here at the center right now. They are being processed. From here, they are going to go to the border and go straight to Zimbabwe.
Has there been any indication as to how many people have been processed since we've seen this exodus of undocumented immigrants?
According to Home Affairs, more than 70,000 people were processed from this center since this thing started. The numbers keep going up, but they suspect that today they might get the low number, because yesterday they cleared about 4,800, which was the highest since they started at the center.
And then just getting back to that bus from Cape Town, where some of the passengers were suffering from diarrhea, has there been any update on that situation?
They just said that they are busy with the bus now. They just that we are not allowed to go to where it is. We ask that the bus will be processed and will be going to the border from here today.
Rudzani Chivase, thanks so much for that update. That's our reporter in Musina in Limpopo. As you heard there from the start, about 70,000 undocumented migrants have been repatriated from South Africa to their countries of origin, in the main Zimbabweans and Malawians. So let us know your thoughts on this.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
And now the case involving alleged theft of precious stones by law enforcement officials returns to the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. Accused EMPD official Adrian Mackenzie and security company boss Etienne van der Walt are appearing in connection with the alleged robbery. Now this matter follows testimony before the Madlanga Commission from witness K, a former Johannesburg Metro Police Department officer who admitted that she and the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi planned the raid on a Killarney apartment under the guise of a police operation. SABC News reporter Sasha Naidu joins us now for the latest on this story. Sasha, good afternoon. So what happened in court so far?
Hi, good afternoon, Sakina. Yes, well, the two suspects, both Adrian Mackenzie as well as businessman and security company owner Etienne van der Walt, made quite a brief appearance in the dock here at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court before their case was in fact postponed to the 16th of July, and that's for a formal bail application. So both Mackenzie and van der Walt will remain in custody at the Benoni Police Station until their next appearance, which will be on Thursday next week. We do understand at this stage that they are facing only two charges, and that's robbery with aggravating circumstances as well as fraud. So for now, we are still waiting to get an update from the National Prosecuting Authority to find out from their side whether or not they will in fact be opposing this bail application, because we do know that it is in fact a Schedule 6 offence.
Sasha, speaking of the National Prosecuting Authority, they had indicated that two more arrests were imminent after these two accused were actually arrested over the weekend. Has there been any further indication of how far that process may be?
Yes, well, that is correct. As you would remember, it is alleged that 6 people were part of this group that conducted that alleged illegal raid at that property in Killarney. So 2 of them are the 2 that appeared before court, and there are another 3, if I'm not mistaken, that are still outstanding. However, we do know that one of the 6 suspects has since passed away. So we are still waiting now at court to get a proper update from the National Prosecuting Authority as to where investigations stand at this stage and what is, their plan of action going forward in terms of apprehending the outstanding suspects.
And of course, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much, Sasha Naidu. And that's the latest there from the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. And this is, of course, where we are hearing the latest with regard to those officer, at least one EMPD officer and a businessman who were nabbed over the weekend by IPID. And this following the testimony before the Madlanga Commission of witness K, who went into a quite serious detail about how they had come to stage this operation after she had discussed this with the now suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi. It's 12:30. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. The news headlines: a Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo, has died. The Madlanga Commission has heard that suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Major General Feroz Khan is responsive in hospital following a shooting over a week ago, and more than 1,500 people have been arrested during Operation Chanela 2 in the Free State. Police also arrested 531 undocumented persons during the week-long operation across the province. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And it's a Monday, and we're joined by Preetu Makan, FNB Wealth and Investments, for our analysis this afternoon. Preetu, good afternoon.
Good day. So looking at the markets today, we see that the all-share index is trading in the red, and this is amid a major pullback among the resource counters, which offset gains in the industrial and financial sector. Overall, we see that sentiment remains fragile as investors continue to monitor headlines surrounding the Middle East, central bank interest rate expectations, and ongoing caution towards the tech sector, particularly AI-dominant counters. And we see that this has led to opposing movements in the market. If we look more closely at the AI space, we see that investors remain concerned about the overstretched valuations, and the sustainability of the massive capital expenditure that these companies are currently embarking on. And this has weighed heavily on the tech sector recently. However, on the other hand, investors have also been cutting back expectations for higher interest rates in the US following a swift drop in Brent crude prices, with recent labor data out of the US also suggesting that the Fed may hold back on increasing interest rates. In terms of company news, it has been a relatively quiet morning with no major earnings releases out locally. So if we move on to the general commodity price movements, we see that most precious metals are under pressure today, with gold falling around 0.7% to $4,164 an ounce. Platinum also lost traction, and Brent crude prices continue to hover under $72 a barrel. Lastly, the rand is stronger compared to last week and is currently trading around 16 rand 22 to the dollar, 18 rand 51 to the euro, and around 21 rand 63 against the pound. And that's the major market movements for this afternoon.
Oh, thanks so much, Preetu. And that's Preetu Makan, FNB Wealth and Investments.
SAfm Sport with John Gericka.
Hello, John.
How's it? You ready for the scandal?
I'm ready for the scandal.
Going to have to wait a little bit, though.
Okay.
Because I need to tell you about the first match. Portugal against Spain. I was looking the other day to see how close countries will come to each other, how close the borders are. It doesn't get much closer than Portugal against Spain, right? They're touching each other. 9 o'clock tonight. Portugal may have tried. Remember, Portugal won the UEFA Nations League last year, right?
Is that a thing?
No, not really, because they've only won one of their last 12 competitive matches in regulation time, and that was the one. Portugal striker Cristiano, you might know this guy. Full name Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. He's apparently one of the better players there in the Portuguese side. He's not looking ahead beyond this match.
I want to speak about semi-final because we have tomorrow a very, very important game against one of the favorite national team. I will have time to speak if you go through, but tomorrow it's very tough. I hope that we have an amazing evening. It's 2 o'clock the game, yes, evening, and fingers crossed.
All right, here's the scandal, right? USA against Belgium. It's 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Florian Balogun will be playing for the US side, even though he was shown a red card in the match against Bosnia and Herzegovina. He plays for America, by the way. Reports say that the White House made a direct call to FIFA to ask Gianni Infantino to review the decision. Except for one other case that was back in 1962, a red card leads to a one-match suspension. It's just the way it is. Even UEFA has released a statement saying, quote, "We express our disbelief at such an unprecedented, incomprehensible and unjustifiable decision." Well, FIFA have granted Belgium right to appeal the ruling. They have until 3 p.m. South African time today to make submissions.
But why? Why? They're not the first country to be aggrieved at being handed a red card.
Yeah.
You go through the proper processes.
Well, Donald Trump feels that he's beyond and above. And
Well,
Infantino,
evidently he is.
And it seems as if Infantino allows him to do that.
Exactly. Evidently he is, because Infantino took the call and literally sided with him.
Yeah. Although FIFA have given a whole lot of rules and regulations and things, it's not a
spare
thing. On the field, let's hear. It's got nothing to do with this, but let's hear from the Belgian goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois.
They create a lot of 1v1s with the goalkeeper. I think also the first goal against Bosnia was a bit in the same way. So we prepare for everyone, and it's good obviously that we still have a training session today. We still have 1.5 day. Our goalkeeper coaches already prepared all the penalties also for Balogun, also his profile. So eventually for us it doesn't change anything. We'll be ready for the game, for the 11 that will start and other players that come in. So eventually footballers play with a lot of players, and we'll be ready for each of them.
This team was not big. Right. The coach was asked. The coach was asked about what the American in this player that's been allowed in. He answered in English. He said, "Don't waste your time," and then in French, very angrily for the next 2 or 3 minutes.
The thing is, it's not even about this particular player and this particular incident, because would Gianni Infantino have taken the call from Cyril Ramaphosa when we received 2 yellow cards? Would he have taken the call? Would he have rescinded the red cards? No, he wouldn't.
Also, would Cyril have phoned up
No,
Infantino?
because we don't expect him to.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go to Springboks. Rassie Erasmus has made 10 changes to his starting side for Saturday's Nations Championship test against Scotland, being played at Loftus. 5 starters from Saturday's win over England keep their places. Pieter-Steph du Toit will captain the side again. Abulele Fassi, Handré Pollard and Ambrose Papier are amongst those returning to the starting 15.
This team was not picked for specific reasons surrounding Scotland. It was for us to make sure that when we go into the World Cup next year, we know who can do what, when. And how, and under pressure and not under pressure. So some combinations were more picked with that in mind.
Wimbledon today, women start things off in centre court. Jasmine Paolini takes on Alexandra Ela, the 29th seed. It will be, after the weekend's results, the 9th straight year that Wimbledon will have a first-time Wimbledon champion. The last one was Serena Williams. Gregor Dimitrov and Arthur Ferry are both wildcards. Surprisingly, they're still in. And
Dimitrov is still on the tour.
No, always a wildcard entry. You see what happens? It's just saying that some wildcard entries do make it through. Jerry Lehechka and Alexander Zverev play in the late match tonight. Zverev comes off winning at Roland Garros.
Yeah, it does feel nice. I'm not going to lie. I think for me, I've been waiting for this first major for a very long time. And it's nice to finally have it and to finally know that, you're a Grand Slam champion. But now, of course, I don't want to stop. I want to continue playing the same way. I'm in good form, and of course, I want to continue showing that on the court.
Big news in golf. South Africans finishing 1 and 2 at the BMW International this weekend. Michael Hollick eagled the last to take away the win from Henny du Plessis. Hollick finishing on 18 under par. Henny du Plessis 1 stroke back on 17 under.
Pretty calm. It's going to take a while to sink in, but yeah, what a week. Gave myself an opportunity playing the last. That's all I wanted to do. And I stuck to my guns today. I didn't get ahead of myself, and if I started to think a little bit too far ahead, I brought myself sort of back down to earth quite quickly. Very chuffed. Just I think it'll take a little bit of time to set in.
Well, South African golfers punching above their weight. It's the 7th DP World Tour title won by a South African this year. Cricket news, Zimbabwe all sorts of trouble against Bangladesh in the first one-day international in Harare. Zimbabwe at one stage were 88 for 8, recovered a bit, 139 for 4 in the 34th over. Nahid Rana has taken 6 for 20 as Bangladesh chose to field first. And then stumps on day 3 of the second test between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. Sri Lanka declaring on 549 for 9. The West Indies 318 for 4 at stumps on day 3, trailing by 231 runs. And it's that time of the year at last. Yesterday's stage of the Tour de France. One for the books. So race favourite today, Pogacar, pushed his domestic Isaac Del Toro through to win the stage. He actually let him win the stage. It was lovely. Mexican's champion's job normally is to help Pogacar to finish. He will ride up the mountain, pulls over, he normally falls over or just struggles to finish the day. He was thankful for the opportunity to win a stage. He was asked what Mexico must be going through as hosts of the World Cup and now a Tour de France stage winner.
No, of course we have these 11 guys ripping it in the football soccer, but yeah, it's just insane. They are doing amazing, and to be at the same level here in France and the most hard race ever is like a dream.
Today's stage, 196 kilometres. Second half of the day, the riders encounter the majestic Pyrenees. Already they are starting there. There are 4 categorised climbs today. Jonas Vingegaard leads Pogacar by 6 seconds. Remco Evenepoel is 15 seconds back.
I must say, for me, the race is secondary. It's the scenery.
Yeah, it's just those little Spanish. Well, there were Spanish towns now. And then there's those little French villages that they ride through, and the sunflowers.
It's just so idyllic, especially at this time of year.
We were riding along the Med yesterday, and let's go there.
Yeah, you could literally picture yourself out there. But listen.
Yes.
Imagine, the Rugby World Cup is coming up. And you're thinking, the likes of Sia Kolisi and Eben Etzebeth, perhaps more importantly, these guys will not make it to the next World Cup. And then you come up against this juggernaut that's just churning out more and more players. Can you imagine how frustrated the rest of the world must be at this point?
The fact that you can change 10 people.
Right.
So already you had injury side, right? You can't call it the B string, but they wasn't first choice side.
They're not B string.
And you go on and win by all those points. Now you change 10 players.
Now they know how we feel about Australian netball.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Says Sakina, hi, are you well? This is JCK counter from Sina. Says Sakina, time government refrain from shifting blames. Time government takes responsibility of the failed state of South Africa. They are now blaming countries like Israel. That won't help. They must just do the right thing first time. This narrative of blaming others for your own blunders must fall. Dudula tried to advise them and warn them vis-a-vis immigration laws, and it fell on deaf ears. Now is the time to pay. Let me rest my case for now. JCK counter from Sina.
Sagina, I think we need to do something about this Mabahambe mania. I've been observing all the time, but now I'm gradually becoming worried. I see Mzwakembuli also is bro those people Mabahambe. Remember, Sagina, in 1976, people refused to be forced, but 2026, people are being forced. And what will be the consequences of their refusal? We don't want a repeat. Thank you. Butinkongi Bonafide, son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
Sabona Sakina, Nyapila Minakunja, Errol Durban. How the mighty have fallen. Brazil and Germany out of the World Cup. Wow. Now it's anybody's World Cup. I still fancy England. Anybody can beat Mexico right now, should have a chance. And I fancy Argentina. Anyway, let's see what happens. Errol, Durban.
The best option for them is to pack and leave the country with their children. The reason being is that you will not have an opportunity to do anything to change their immigration status, because you will not have any right in South Africa to change anything. They should pack and quietly leave the country. They might think of something else to get the document in order and to be prepared to answer questions. So they mustn't lie when answering the questions. Peter Ampatelemashit. Good afternoon.
Good day, Sisaki Nambongo, Sundesa, Mbuisa, yes. Sisaki, why is a gift of the givers not assisting these people with transport? If they can assist them with food and then mattresses and blankets, then what is the problem with them? Why can't they hire buses and then transport these people? Because you must know, I think they do have money from the donations, and then it's a humanitarian crisis and they don't help one person, they help a group of people. Now they need to just transport them back to their countries they want to go. So what is the problem? Maybe we should contact Mr. Suleiman and see, you see, thanks.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Thanks so much for your messages. And of course, you can keep them coming. If we have a moment, we'll squeeze in a few more. Now, today marks exactly a year since the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made explosive allegations of corruption, criminal infiltration and political interference within the law enforcement agencies. And at the heart of the claims was what he described as the unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team by Minister Senzo Mchunu and the seizure of the unit's case dockets. Now, his allegations prompted President Cyril Ramaphosa to establish the Madlanga Commission, chaired by retired Constitutional Court Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga. Since September last last year, the Commission has heard testimony from approximately 80 witnesses implicated in allegations of corruption within the law enforcement agencies. Sabahle Mota compiled this report.
The 6th of July 2025 will be etched into the minds of many South Africans for years to come. It has been 1 year since General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi appeared before the media and country in his SAP Special Task Force camouflage combat uniform. At the center of his concerns was what he described as the unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team in December 2024 by Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. He also alleged that 121 case dockets were seized by now suspended Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya.
On the 26th of March 2025, this year, a total of 121 case dockets that were under investigation were taken away from the task team as directed by a Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, a Lieutenant General Sibiya, who was acting on the instruction of the Minister of Police to disband the team. This was done without the authority of the National Commissioner, nor I, as a Provincial Commissioner, was never informed. These case dockets have since March been sitting at the head office ever since, without any investigation work done on them. 5 of these dockets had already instruction to arrest perpetrators, but nothing has been done because a Lieutenant General Sibiya, being instructed by the Minister, executing instruction of the Minister, withdrew all these dockets and they are sitting in archive in his office in Pretoria. God knows why.
Mkhwanazi's allegations prompted President Cyril Ramaphosa to establish the Madlanga Commission, chaired by retired Constitutional Court Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, with advocates Sesi Baloyi and Sandile Khumalo assisting the commission.
The commission will investigate allegations relating to the infiltration of law enforcement, intelligence, and associated institutions within the criminal justice system by criminal syndicates. Among the allegations that the Commission may investigate are the facilitation of organized crime, suppression or manipulation of investigations, inducement into criminal actions by law enforcement leadership, commission of any other criminal offenses, and intimidation, victimization or targeted removal of whistleblowers or officials that are resisting criminal influence.
Since its establishment, among the first to testify was Crime Intelligence Head General Dumsani Khumalo, who served as a Political Killings Task Team project manager. Khumalo told the Commission that Crime Intelligence was caught off guard by the decision to disband the unit. He further testified that Minister Mchunu became angered when he briefed him on the work of the PKTT, saying the minister felt he was being undermined.
When the minister was reminded that the PKTT was initiated in part by the president, he said that we should not mention the president and mention that he was tired of hearing about the president. Then he said that the president was in agreement that the PKTT be disbanded. I was shocked by this revelation since the president was briefed about the work of the PKTT.
The commission also heard evidence from Mchunu, who was placed on leave of absence following Mkhwanazi's allegations. Mchunu denied any political interference in law enforcement and told the commission that throughout his career in public office, he had never before faced allegations of corruption.
Through all those positions, public positions that I have had the privilege to occupy, from MEC, Premier, ministerial positions, I have never been accused of corruption, not once. This is the first time that I get accused of such, as alleged particularly on the 6th of July.
A letter dated the 31st of December 2024, submitted into evidence, shows Mchunu calling for the immediate disbandment of the PKTT. When questioned about why he had ordered the immediate disbandment of the units, Mchunu told the commission that he had not yet worked out the details and intended to engage further on the matter.
So I didn't necessarily work out any detail at the time when I wrote the letter beyond those kinds of engagements. But I had in mind engagements going forward.
The Madlanga Commission now has less than 30 days remaining before it concludes its hearings.
And that report by Sbahle Mota. And that, of course, our SABC News reporter at the Madlanga Commission. Now, to help us unpack these developments a year past that if now famous press briefing of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July 2025, we're joined by independent security analyst Zania Mnisi.
Thank you very much, and good day to the listeners.
Mr. Mnisi, 1 year after Lieutenant General's allegations, how would you assess the overall state of the evidence that we've heard so far?
I would say quite revealing and also exposing exactly what General Mkhwanazi revealed. So he provided pinpoints of exactly what might be happening, and the full-fledged picture. We saw it, and we continue to see that the evidence that is being put before the Madlanga Commission. I must say that it should continue to be called Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi Day for real, and we never knew that such mishaps are happening within our police department.
Well, there are those, of course, who say that we have yet to see concrete evidence of those allegations. In your view, have the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee substantiated General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's claims, or do you believe that it's just raised more questions than answers?
Obviously, depending on where people are standing with regard to that question, but we have seen concrete evidence wherein the misconduct or the way in which some high officials were handling themselves before. It has been revealed to us, and even today, continuing listening to the evidence, you can hear that it was a daily activity for senior police officials, including politicians, to facilitate corrupt activities within the police service. And concrete evidence is that these officials, they are placed in the position of trust and authority, and it has been seen that that trust and authority has been abused, and we have heard, seen, and hear the evidence. So if you look at others who decided even to fall with their sword, and others decided even to resign or retire before time, it's evident that there has been a lot of evidence that has been revealed, which in the main is what General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi decried of.
Skeptics would say we've been here before, not so long ago, with the Zondo Commission, and when people thought that people would be arrested and would serve time in jail, well, very little of that has actually happened.
The contrast between the Zondo Commission and the Madlanga Commission is too huge. We have seen people getting arrested, not out of excitement, but out of pure misconduct and charges that are well formulated. Obviously, the courts must be seen independent. A lot still has to be done in terms of presenting those cases in the court of law in order to secure conviction, that given. So should then we fail to present a concrete case acceptable to the courts, it will not mean that the Madlanga Commission will have failed, but amongst other things, if you can even have some kind and some form of confession or acceptance of some wrongdoings amongst the players that are being named, it shows that the job has been done. So there is too much difference. The scope as crafted for Matlanga Commission is well defined, and I think it's well executed.
Then you obviously have what seems to be a clear faction fight within the law enforcement entities, and the investigations appear to present the investigations, when you look at them, you have competing narratives. On the one hand, of what could be seen as honest officers exposing organized crime, and on the other hand, it could be characterized as rival police factions using corruption allegations against each other. But from an intelligence and a security perspective, how should the investigators then go about separating genuine whistleblowing from factional warfare?
It will take clear and coordinated activities from the investigators to ensure that they go beyond the noises and look at the facts that are tabled before them. So you are right, there are much factional battles that we see within the police directorate or the leaders themselves. And there should be no holy cows. Everyone that is alleged of anything must be investigated, and at the end of the day, it must be tested in the court of law. So, in this case, including those that are seen on the side of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, be it General Khumalo, they must face the scrutiny, including IDEC that appears to be a holy cow. It must also face scrutiny to check its role. If they manage to uphold their call for duty, or there have been some malfeasance within how they carried themselves in executing their responsibilities. So
just elaborate.
So far, so good.
When you say IDEC seems to be a bit of a holy cow, why do you say that?
Because IDEC at this point in time, if you have seen not so long ago, a week or two ago, the issue of targeting each other within the police directorate, wherein General Khumalo was said to have been requested to present himself in the police station. So it should not come like that. If there is anything, must just apply the law without fear and favor. Why do you make a pronouncement that after some time under pressure you then debunk from what you have professed to be doing? So continue to do. If you know you're doing the right thing, why do you retreat? So and no one is looking too much on the conduct of IDEC in the whole entire saga.
Well, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much, independent security analyst Zanya Mnisi speaking to us there. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in and, of course, spending this hour with us. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks to the production team as well. Onde Lambana standing by with your news at 1.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, a Malawian immigrant dies en route to Beitbridge border post, and police confiscate firearms in an operation at the Cape Flats. For SAFM News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good day. A Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo, has died. It's reported the immigrant collapsed and died in the bus after complaining of ill health. Undocumented immigrants are being processed outside the border post prior to their repatriation. A Home Affairs Department official in Limpopo, Albert Matsaung, says paramedics declared the man dead on the scene.
I think it turned around 15 kilometers away from the center. When the bus was loaded here, everything was fine. And then the information that we received from the bus driver and from the people that were with the deceased person, it's true, one person is deceased, but the person passed on while they were on their way to the port of entry. But the information that we got is that he just said, I'm feeling hot, the temperatures are up. Then he took off his shirt, and then from there he collapsed. When the emergency services went to them, they confirmed that the person has passed on.
The Manhlanga Commission has heard that suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Major General Feroz Khan is responsive in hospital following a shooting over the weekend. A week ago, Khan was shot in Gauteng, Johannesburg, days before he was due to appear before the Commission. The update on his condition emerged during an exchange between Khan's legal counsel Mohammed Vali and evidence leader advocate Adila Hassim. Vali raised concerns over evidence placed on record relating to Daily Maverick journalist Marianne Tam, arguing that it appeared new evidence was being introduced as the proceedings continued. He objected to the manner in which the inquiry was being conducted and proposed that the matter be postponed until the evidence leaders had finalized the record, allowing Khan an opportunity to respond once his health has improved.
So at the very least, we simply want our objection to be recorded for the manner in which these proceedings are being conducted by the evidence leaders. Ideally, Chairperson and Commissioners, this matter must be postponed until such time as Ms. Hassim tells us that the House is in order, this is the bundle, there's going to be nothing that's going to occur from this point. And at some point in time in the future, hopefully with General Khan improving in his health, at the minimum, we can put before this Commission an affidavit in answer to what Ms. Hassim has led and intends leading.
More than 1,500 people have been arrested during Operation Chanela 2 in the Free State. Police also arrested 531 undocumented persons during the week-long operation across the province. The high-visibility patrols included over 1,000 vehicle inspections, roadblocks and high-density operations in the province. Police also carried out various law enforcement activities where compliance inspections were conducted on licensed liquor premises, while 50 scrapyards and recycling premises were also inspected for compliance. Ishmael Madiba reports.
More than 550 spaza shops and informal businesses were also visited to ensure compliance with labor laws. And the police visited over 2,000 farms with officials from the Department of Home Affairs and Labor. The integrated team confiscated more than 15,000 litres of alcohol beverages, 520 packets of tobacco, and over 32 kilograms of suspected stolen copper cables. They also seized 122 Mendrox tablets, 224 grams of teak, and more than 9 kilograms of dacha. The police say the planned Operation Chanela 2 will continue in identified crime hotspots across the province.
Police have confiscated firearms and ammunition across the Cape Flats in separate operations. In Hanover Park, officers acted on a tip-off that led to a premises in Suran Road where a pistol without a serial number along with 8 rounds of ammunition was recovered. A 32-year-old man was arrested for the find. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says the seized firearm and rounds of ammunition were also confiscated in Hedeveld and Bontheuwel.
The members received information from the community about a firearm at a premises in Long Kloof Street in Heideveld. They followed up the information and searched the identified premises. An adult male was found in possession of a 9mm Luger with 13 9mm rounds of ammunition. He was arrested for the illegal possession of a firearm and ammunition. Members attached to Operation Lockdown 3 arrested a 21-year-old male for illegal possession of ammunition. The members were busy with disruptive operations in the Bontheuwel area. The suspect was traced at a premises in Feyeboom Street in Bontheuwel. 11.38 special rounds were found in the yard and seized.
At least 25 people have been killed and more than 100 injured in 2 days of prison riots in Western Sri Lanka. 4 of the dead are guards. The riots at the Negombo prison north of Colombo were sparked by a clash reportedly over an inmate informing on a drug trafficking operation inside. The BBC's Charles Haviland reports.
Violence inside the Negombo jail started on Sunday, with inmates said to have grabbed prison guns. 2 people were killed and dozens injured. Later, groups of male prisoners and women from an adjoining section climbed onto rooftops demanding to be released. Fresh violence erupted on Monday when inmates tried to rush the prison entrance. Security forces were deployed and multiple gunshots heard from inside the prison. Riots have periodically broken out in Sri Lanka's overcrowded prisons, but this is the worst in years.
Recapping the top story, a Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation center and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Messina, Limpopo, has died. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 1:30.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAfm.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy. What have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? You are listening to The Full Circle.
It's fluidic, it's fluidic, it's fluidic, it's fluidic, it's fluidic. Yeah. We're alright. I'm the closest and I'm alright. She's songstress and she's alright. What? Letting them know. Yo, I say what's up? What's up with you? You feeling good? We feel it too. We're gonna mess now. So with this groove, I step on one, you step on two. Now when we move, we're feeling the vibe, right? Said if we move, we're making a vibe, right? And if it's day or if it is night, we're feeling alright. So we be alright, alright. What? You let your body move, feeling it inside you, inside you. Let your body move. One more time, say you. Let your body move. I'm feeling it inside you. Cause we be what said we're and we're alright. I'm the closest and I'm alright. She's songstress and she's alright. Letting them know this song flow tree. Alright. I'm the closest and I'm alright. She's songstress and she's alright. Letting them know this song. I heard it's verse 2, so I'll bring it back again just to let you know exactly what is happening. I see you nodding your head like it's a Q-tip flick. Yo, you haven't heard a word about the flowetry. Flowicism, flowetry, it's fluidic. Once you have heard it, you have to get it. So you could sing it, or you could play it. You could play it, yeah, you could play it. You let your body move, feel it inside you, inside you. We can get it, get it inside you too. Let your body move, feel it inside you, inside you. Once again, we're flowetry and we're alright. I'm the closest and I'm alright. She's songstress and she's alright. Yeah, letting them know this song flowetry and we're alright. I'm the closest and I'm alright. She's a songstress. Alright, yeah, letting them know this song. That's what's up. That's what's up. I said that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. Mush, that's what's up. I said that's what's up. Yo, that's what's up. Yo, that's what's up. You get me, that's what's up. You get me, that's what's up. London, from SC5 to Philly's west side, just to bring the vibe. And we're feeling alright, said we doing alright. Said we doing alright. Said we doing alright. Yo, one more time, London, listen. From SC5 to Philly's west side, just to bring the vibe. Now we be feeling alright, so we be feeling alright.
No, oh, we still got the buzz.
We doing alright, right? Yo, you see I'm getting it in.
It is 12 minutes after 1 p.m. That was Flowetry with that one titled Floetic, and they so happened to be on the Mbira stage at the Stannerback Joy of Jazz Festival, taking place at the Sandton Convention Centre from the 25th to the 26th of September 2026. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Full Circle. Shayla in for Bridget. Let's unpack what we can expect on the show this afternoon. We kickstart off with conversations with SAfmRadio. And of course, this is upon reflection of a year of these kinds of conversations, particularly day 133 at the Madlanga Commission. And of course, this will be live from the Bridget Madlanga Justice College in Tshwane. And then we get into conversations with Jamie, Almighty Jamie, who is an analyst, commentator, and education activist. And we're going to be looking at a year of General Nkandla press briefing. We reflect on how YouTube podcasters and social media have responded. Still in the first hour of the show, we step into our opportunity space, and this is Fancy Africa Fashion Forward masterclasses and workshops. And we will be speaking to Tilwane Kuna. In the second hour of the show, career and workspace, we are stepping into management. So say you have been part of the peer range and now you are called into management. How do you handle that is the question. Of course, we have the Kids Corner, and then we end off with Capo Verde's marking at the FIFA World Cup 2026. I'd love to hear from you this afternoon. Find us on WhatsApp 061 410 4107.
Shayla Ndikumana on SAfm.
13 after 1 p.m. Time for us to get into our very first conversation now. Over a year today, a single press briefing sent shockwaves through South Africa. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi publicly accused senior politicians and police leaders of colluding with criminal syndicates and sabotaging investigations into political killings. Now, those allegations sparked the establishment of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, which has since become one of the country's most closely watched investigations into corruption, policing and political interference. Now, a year later, the commission is on day 133, and we are joined by SABC News reporter SAfmRadio, who's been covering the proceedings from the ground. Sbahle, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for having me.
Quite the year, right, Sbahle? I mean, you can imagine the briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and how explosive it was at the time. How would you describe the significance of that very moment now, looking back?
I mean, you know, when General Mkhwanazi was cleared in his regalia, where, I mean, a lot of people criticized him for, I think a lot of us did not anticipate just how much rot actually existed within the South African police service, as well as other law enforcement agencies, including Metro Police. And I think what we've seen continues to shock the nation each and every time somebody appears before the Madlanga Commission. And I think what is particularly disturbing with the allegations he's made and now the evidence that has been presented before the Madlanga Commission by evidence leaders is the fact that, you know, police officials who are tasked with protecting South African communities are actually not doing the task that they have been, you know, employed to do, but instead they are seemingly in bed with these alleged cartel members. And this we have seen with the evidence of General Seja Sinona, and also now with the evidence of Feroz Khan. And some of the questions have been asked regarding Khan's evidence to say, I mean, if he has, you know, this job as an intelligence official, then why does he also have other businesses that seemingly, you know, are benefiting him when they shouldn't be benefiting him? So it's raising quite a lot of, you know, ethical questions as well around these top police officials. But I think what we have heard, you know, before the commission will forever be etched in the minds of South Africans.
Sure. Now, for the listener who hasn't been following every seating, what are some of the commission's key findings or themes that have consistently emerged over the 133 days?
I mean, if you remember, part of the first report that was delivered to President Cyril Ramaphosa by the Commission is that they recommended some police officials to be investigated by this task team. And what we've since found is that some of these police officials were actually helping attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Ket Matlala in securing this safe tender. And ultimately what we are seeing is that how the likes of Matlala actually captured some of the police's top brass. And, this was in exchange for certain favors, money, and other times there were allegations that some police members received BBLs in exchange, for certain favors from Ket Matlala. So what we are seeing is that obviously there are certain, top police officials who are seemingly corrupt, and the evidence has rightly exposed that. And I think for me, the one that really does stand out in my mind is that of General Lesetja Sinona, who's now, he's resigned as the Hawks head in KwaZulu-Natal, and how he was linked to Ket Matlala, also just trying to link him up with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi so that he could, Matlala could sort out his SAF's tender, and ultimately that disappearance of that consignment where he's also been implicated in. And I mean, it paints such a grim, sort of picture for the average South African who relies on law enforcement to help them, but seemingly they don't even care. It seems like they don't care about the ordinary South Africans. And lastly, Sergeant Fani Nkosi, who a lot of people had questioned as to when did he actually get the time to do his work when he seemingly had his fingers in all the pies.
And Sbahle, just to end us off there, let's look at today's proceedings that focused on the evidence relating to Lieutenant General Feroz Khan. What exactly is being examined, and why is this testimony considered so significant?
So Feroz Khan, again, he's one of the top, intelligence officials whose name was, mentioned quite extensively during proceedings regarding that Eriton drug consignment. And we still don't know his role, but there are allegations that he may have, called to the scene for this particular consignment because it belonged to somebody maybe he might have been working for. But other allegations that have been leveled against him, is how he used his position to influence certain tenders, whether in the treasury or whether in SAFs, right? And he was working alongside some businessmen, and also some of the allegations that have been leveled against him also extend to illicit cigarette trade. And this is what has been ventilated. But what the Madlanga Commission has just touched on is this, trip where it links him to sponsoring a trip for the former city manager in Ekurhuleni, Mashazi. So these are some of the allegations that he's being fingered in. And again, it goes back to the theme where we are seeing top police officials using their, positions to sort of influence tender processes.
I think Sbahle, just as a parting shot, let's talk about public confidence, right? You did start off by saying that there was quite the rot when it comes to the realities of law enforcement. Are we seeing this past year bringing some level of hope within and midst the conversation?
I mean, what we have seen is sort of, certain police officials getting arrested, some getting fired, and some even resigning from their positions. But I think, the public confidence can only get restored when the ordinary South Africans, I think, feel safer in their communities, and they feel like when they walk into a police station, whether they're reporting rape or whether they're reporting murder, then their cases will be attended to, unlike what we've seen with the evidence before the Madlanga Commission, where we saw police officials actually sitting on certain dockets, and where we are seeing certain cases not progressing because of this interference by certain police officials. So one can only hope, but I think at the heart of this Madlanga Commission also is sort of the recourse that South Africans are expecting President Cyril Ramaphosa to actually take against Police Minister Senzo Mchunu in his, role, or the role that he played in the disbandment of the PKTT. So right now, I think there is some level of trust that has been restored, but ordinary South Africans would like to see that trickle in down to their ordinary lives.
Sure. The voice there of SABC News reporter Sbahle Mota joining us this evening, covering the, of course, Madlanga Commission Day 133. Sbahle, thank you so much for your time. Absolutely appreciate it.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
22 after 1 p.m. If you've just joined us, Shayla in for Bridget. Time for our very next conversation. Now, exactly a year ago, South Africans stopped what they were doing to watch the police commissioner take allegations that would then reshape national conversation around crime, corruption, and political accountability. But the story didn't only unfold in traditional newsrooms. Across YouTube, podcasters, and independent media, millions turned to creators and commentators for context, analysis, and debate. Now, one of those voices was a commentator, analyst, and education activist, Mighty Jamie, who joins us now to reflect on the moment that has become, in actual fact, one that has changed the landscape of South Africa as a whole. Thank you so much for joining us, Mighty Jamie. Welcome to the show. Mighty Jamie, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
There we go. Lovely. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's kickstart off the conversation. Take us back to the 6th of July, 2025. Where were you when General Mkhwanazi was briefing? And of course, when it began and as it went through, at what point did you realize that this was a conversation worth honing into in actual fact?
Yeah, I was actually at a family event. Was negotiating with some of my family members. I was part of a Lobola delegation, funny enough. So I saw the proceedings start and the press briefing start, and they were like, write down this amount and write down this amount. And I'm like, okay, I need to get out of here so that I can go and actually hear what this man is saying, because the visuals are quite alarming. So that's what was happening. The delegation was late at the gate, so they were actually penalized. They had to pay some extra money. And I was like, how can you be late on such a day of national importance? So, Shayla, this is what was going on in my personal life. But what made me recognize that it was quite serious were two things. When I finally sat down and replayed it, because I actually had to watch the replay, not the live. But it was the choice of attire. I was like, okay, the symbolism is quite significant here. He didn't choose to come dressed in an ordinary garb. So already we can see that something significant is happening. And then secondly, the substance. If you recall that he made a lot of the same allegations around Vusi Matlala, the SAPS contract, the role of various individuals on the day, even finishing off by saying that there can be no peace between a policeman and a criminal. And he was then talking about General Shadrack Sibia. And all of those things taken together, the Brown Mokhotsi, just imagine what we know about Brown Mokhotsi now. Imagine what it was like being General Mkhwanazi last year, trying to get to the bottom of who is this fellow, and bumping into all of the deception, the lies, all of the drama that we've seen associated with that individual. He was encountering on his own, trying to figure out, why is this guy messaging me, etc. So it's clear that at some point it was necessary for it to be done. But I got to appreciate that based on the visuals, the substance, that this was something that was actually going to be quite dramatic. And I think it took a lot more people a few extra weeks to pick up that things were not ordinary. But I immediately picked up on the day that, hey, this can't be something regular or normal. It's quite peculiar. And then the week that followed was when the president, announced the commission of inquiry, as well as put the police minister on special leave. So that 7-day period for me also was just quite interesting, because as I tried to get to the bottom of the rabbit hole, so to speak. Even in that preliminary period, it was very clear that something significant was happening within the criminal justice sector, as well as within, what is this, organized crime as a broader umbrella. And that, it did need a commission of inquiry.
Sure. Now, Jamie, just reflecting back on the year that has been, what do you think made that particular briefing so resonant with people across South Africa? I love the fact that you said that it took people a bit of time to process what's happening. Yeah, but over conversations that you've had on your podcast, on YouTube, what are some of the resounding messaging that you would hear?
I think that people have always been concerned about crime. People have always been aware of the crime stats. People have always been aware of, for example, the corruption that may exist in various policing levels, be it Metro Police or the South African Police Service. People have been aware and know of the conduct of these notorious cartel leaders, the Big Five cartel, which has been referenced and which we've not really gotten to the heart of in as much as we've had a year of this. Because even as you are listening to the testimony and certain names come up, you will see in the comment section, or you will get approached by people and they'll say, well, that one, don't talk to him. Don't talk about that one. Don't talk about this particular individual. That one runs this particular area. That one is so dangerous. He's the king of this particular area. So I think there's always been an awareness of the nature of organized crime, even when it relates to the numbers gang and their activities in Cape Town as well, which has been lightly touched upon in some of the testimonies and some of the stuff that came up at the ad hoc committee. All of these things the communities have been aware of because they live on the ground and they see it firsthand. What was lacking is some kind of a mechanism for accountability for people to actually turn that attention into something else. So when it seemed as if there's a policeman who has enough genuine concern, enough evidence, and also seems to be equally concerned, that then turned that passive awareness of the problem into active awareness and attention to what the commission would bring. So I think that's what made this stuff come alive for a lot of people. Not that they were not aware of these activities, because I think people are aware of the Nyaupe challenges in various communities. People are aware of, various activities that go on where people who are associated with these cartels and gangs operate with impunity. There was never a vehicle for accountability that the public, I think, could tap into. And now that has changed.
The voice there of analyst, commentator, and education activist Mighty Jamie joining us this afternoon. Ours is to look at a year's reflection of General Mkhwanazi's press briefing. And of course, we're reflecting on how social media, YouTube podcasters have become ones who also bear the brunt of giving through that information and clarity. It is 30 after 1 p.m. I'd love to hear from you this afternoon. Your commentary, your thoughts, your views, your questions. Find us on WhatsApp. I want a voice note, okay? 061-410-4107. For now, let's get the latest in news.
Thank you. On the news headlines, 2 suspects arrested in connection with the alleged 2023 theft of precious metals and stones worth just under 15 million rand have made their first appearance at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. A Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo has died, and WhatsApp messages discussing a National Treasury auto parts tender linked to the supply of goods to the SAPS have been read into the record by Madlanga Commission Evidence Leader Advocate Adila Hassim. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Shayla Ndikumana on SAfm.
It is 30 minutes after 1 p.m. Thank you, Onde Lambana, on the news there. We are still in conversation with analyst, commentator, and education activist. That is Mighty Jamie. And ours is to reflect on a year anniversary of General Mkhwanazi's press briefing. We're reflecting on how YouTube podcasters and social media creators are playing their role in articulating the story. Mighty Jamie, let's talk about your platform. It has become the destination that people head off to. I mean, I know people personally who say, in order to get the information and clarity, I'm going to go and watch Mighty Jamie. Now, why do you think audiences are increasingly turning to independent commentators?
Well, I think that the mainstream media has a constraint, and that constraint is typically time. because what typically would happen is that you have so many segments you've got to go through. You've got to take care of business, air the ads, and all of that stuff. And what that does is it curtails the capacity to do deep dive type of analysis and commentary. So I think that by design, mainstream struggles with this type of exposition, because as you can see, I mean, the stuff goes on all day. I also struggle to keep up with it because you listen to it in the background, you try to make summaries. Most of the people who are in the independent creator space are doing this as a hobby, side hustle, passion project. And personally, what perhaps maybe makes mine a little bit different, a little bit interesting, outside of the fact that I try to spice it up, is that at least I had the privilege of studying law at Wits University, and that at least gives me sometimes some clarity into what is being discussed and some of the nuances of the topics as and when they arise. So sometimes I think one of the moments when I realized that distinction or difference was when Advocate Charles Carlson was asking a very specific legal question about causation as something that he wanted to prove to the commissioners, asking the witness that if you had not done, and I think this was Umashi Dlamini, asking him, what's your role? Umashi Dlamini identified his role. He said, my role is to investigate, etc., etc. Then he asked him, okay, are you going to, if you get information about a particular case, would you investigate that case? He said, yes. Then later on in the day, he asked him, why did you not investigate this particular thing when this had happened? But for your involvement, these people would not have received this information, and etc. And that sine qua non, but for test is an important part of proving causation. So I was able to realize much earlier that, hey, he's trying to prove causation, not necessarily just ask this guy a random set of questions. But I don't even think that Umashi Dlamini picked up that he was being put into a corner of proving causation as an element. But the commissioners would have been aware exactly what Advocate Charles Carlson would have proved. All of the other lawyers would have been aware what Advocate Charles Carlson had proved. And it may not have been, in the field of view of Umashi Dlamini that, hey, actually, that actually cornered me because he just exposed one of the key elements of proving a crime, So being able to bring the audience into those type of, nuances and details, I think helps. But I think there are two issues. One is, I think, the design of mainstream media shows. And two, sometimes the same issues which affect us, that there's sometimes a lack of resources to actually pursue some of the deeper stories around this. I mean, I can say this is a criticism of everyone and not necessarily just your media house or anybody else, is that we all don't know who Mr. Mutagati is, for example. It's something that requires Al Jazeera levels of resources and sometimes a little bit of hiring external actors to look at some of the facts which may be dangerous for a local journalist to look at. And so as a result, we still have a few black boxes where we don't know who's Mr. Mutsumi, who's Mr. Mtagati, who are these people really? And we're waiting for the commissioners to at least show us what they were able to determine by getting hold of the phones and financial records.
The voice there of Mighty Jamie, analyst, commentator, and education activist. I want us to get into this quick clip, very significant one. Let's get into it.
Osholoza empangeni, osholoza khanyisa, osholoza kwamashu, osholoza kahlekongkha elije emdansane, Thohoyandou, Nairobi, osholoza Windhoek, Gaborone, Maseru, Maputo, Harare, Accra, New York, London, Dubai, Mumbai, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Sydney, Melbourne, Houston, wherever you're watching from, osholoza.
Mighty Jamie, I've been sitting here trying to understand what does Hosholoza mean? What does it mean?
It's provocative. It gets the people going. That's what somebody once said. So it's what do the popular word when people speak about songs being remixed or whatever? It's an interpolation, right, of the Shosholoza, and just something that allows us to have a friendly greeting. One of my colleagues in the podcasting space, Dr. Susan Mpofu Walsh, he likes to greet people by saying spread the fire, and he says aye, So at some point I was like, I need to get something as well which is equivalent and also engaging and community building. And because I was talking about hoshkari behavior, which is all of these shenanigans that these people do, at some point I was like, well, hosholoza, let's put it together. It's an interpolation, if you will, and a way of just greeting the community.
Lovely. That should be the intro to Mighty Jamie's podcast, should you come across it. I know that we have some voice notes coming in this afternoon. Let's have a listen.
Good day. SAFM, good afternoon. Yeah, since who's this guy? Who's this acting police minister? Since he was condemning General the Messiah, Mukwanazi, about coming out in public, addressing these issues of infiltration by the drug cartels. What is he saying now? What is his take now, seeing the results of that press briefing? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sisters. Good afternoon, SAFM and the audience at large. Sister, this is GS Mo Spacing. What is happening with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's address? I would say it's a State of the Nation address. You know, it's the state at which South Africa is at, and unfortunately, it was high up there at the echelons of power. People on the ground, we know what's going on. We see what is going on, and the problem is people are quick to dismiss these things whenever they are being voiced out, especially by lay people on the ground. You know, the criminality of the police, the criminality of the Metro Police, the criminality of everyone that's going on. You know, we know these things, just that it needed somebody. It's exactly the same as what is going on with March and March. It needed somebody to stand up and say, you know what, I'm not scared. I'm going to voice out this.
Jamie, do you want to take a shot at the question and the comment in actual fact?
Yeah, so I think broadly, I'll say that there was this skepticism at the beginning, and I think that some people do have to reflect on their initial positions. I think even the Secretary General of the ANC was a little bit more circumspect, talking about command and control and how could he do this press conference when he could have raised these issues in a different way. And General Mkhwanazi had actually tried to raise those issues. I think it was on the 5th of March when he was in Parliament and addressing the police committee. But Minister Mchunu just contradicted his version. And I think he felt that he needed to do more because, the closure of the PKTT was a very significant thing, as we can see. And of course, the people who were critical may have to go back and also just think about how they responded to this initially and what they need to be responding to in terms of whistleblowers of that level. Going further, I would say that we do need to be thinking, all of us collectively, about solutions to this problem, because in as much as we're hearing about some of the drug busts, about Ereton in 2021, drugs that went missing at a certain amount of time, one of the things that's been in the back of my mind is that I'm sure that there are still drug consignments that are landing on a daily basis in South Africa, that drugs are still being consumed in high volumes in KZN, in Western Cape and in Gauteng, and that also that police officers and criminals are changing monies even now as we speak. There are some crimes that have kind of gone down. Cash in transits, for example, we're not seeing as many, but in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking we need to really go forward and now start to think about how do you actually reduce and remove organized crime presence within South African communities. I don't think we're fully there because we haven't really unraveled that. We know Vusi Matlala and we know perhaps Katiso Molefe, but we still don't have a full understanding of the nature of organized crime in South Africa. And as a result of that, we're still fighting with one hand behind our backs, if I were to put it that way. So the road is long, so to speak.
Sure. Jamie, and then lastly, just as a parting shot, for those who are listening and thinking to themselves, I genuinely trust traditional media. However, there is another frame in which we can get into this conversation contextually. What would you say to them in terms of just being cautioned on how to consume commentary from podcasters and the like?
Yeah, you see, the challenge with independent media and just influencers, content creators, is that not everything is well researched and not everything is fact-based. So you do need to try to be astute and discerning in what you consume and make sure that at least your source is at least respecting you as a member of the audience and also doing some of the work to research. You know, one of the things I always try to do is to make sure that everything that I say has been cross-checked and fact-checked correct, and I've looked at the textbooks and tried to make sure that I'm factual and actual before I go further. But that's not always the case online, and you do need to be quite careful with that. Otherwise, you'll find yourself just in a pool of conspiracy theories.
Jamie, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
The voice there of analyst, commentator, and education activist, Jamie, or rather, mighty Jamie.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You may be paying more for medical aid this year, but switch to OUTsurance and you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 43-year-old Ilana, who saves unbelievable $349 a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. There's never been a better time to switch and save with OUTsurance. Why wait? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's and information online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You are listening to Shayla Ndikumana on SAfm.
16 minutes before 2 p.m. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. Shayla in for Bridget Masenga. Time for our next conversation. Again, I'd love to hear from you this afternoon. If you want to send through your thoughts, your views, your commentary, find us on WhatsApp 061 410 4107. And I am pressing you for a voice note. I know that the day may be busy. However, do send a voice note. Let's get into the next, and ours is to look at a rather very interesting opportunity. Now, Africa's fashion industry is no longer just about creativity. It's about building sustainable businesses, developing global brands, and creating opportunities that extend far beyond the runway. Now, as Fancy Africa prepares to celebrate its 10th year anniversary in Mozambique, it's investing in its continent's next generation of designers, models, and creative entrepreneurs through its Fashion Forward Masterclass and workshops. The initiative is designed to nurture talent, to strengthen professional capacity, and to help shape the future of Africa's creative economy. Joining us now is Fancy Africa Fashion Forward Coordinator, Tiluene Kuna rather. Welcome to the program.
Hello. Hi, Shayla. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for receiving me here.
Tiluene, before we talk about the program itself, let's talk about Fancy Africa Fashion Forward. What was the vision behind this initiative?
So, Fancy Africa Fashion Forward actually comes from my own incubator. I am the co-founder of an incubator, Uzuri Fashion Forward Incubator. And our aim here was to more than just give people the opportunity to showcase their brands, to actually learn a bit about how the ecosystem works, because literally everyone believes that fashion is only clothes. But we really, if we want to maintain our businesses and have a creative economy, there's a lot more that we should learn. And in Mozambique, in Africa, specifically in Mozambique, there is an education gap in the creative industry. So that's why we decided to bring and create Fancy Africa Fashion Forward.
And Tilo, and I can imagine that you are a creative yourself. At what point did you realize that my creativity isn't necessarily going to be the thing that brings in the money? Because I do think sometimes you get lost in how creative you are and you want to express yourself, and that's all well and good, but it won't necessarily pay the bills.
Exactly. I've been working with fashion since I was 13 years old, I might say. I'm now 21, almost 22. And Uzuri is a family company. We've also been in the market for like almost 12 years now. And I believe that once I started seeing my mom in the field, because she's my partner and co-founder of the brand, she also went through a lot of difficulties as a creative, because literally no one tells us that our abilities or our product or our creativity is not going to be enough. And you mostly learn in the field. And also once I started studying, because I'm also a third year fashion student at Vilioti Fashion Institute, I learned about all the different nuances that fashion involves, and that only my talent and only me being able to create clothes is not enough. There is like a whole ecosystem that needs to be all the gaps need to be filled, and people need to understand that there is in fact a need for you to learn how to make up strategies for your business. Pricing is very important, because as creatives we mostly tend to like undermine the effort that we make when we are creating these pieces. Also, if I want to advertise, how do I properly advertise my work? Because my work needs to like get to other people. So how do I do that? How do I communicate that? It's not going to be the same way I communicate a corporate business like banking, or if I'm into law, or like it's not going to be the same way. So how can I do that in order to like just catch people's attention? And yeah, ever since I've been in the field, it's something that I've mostly been able to see for myself, that talent is not enough.
Sure. Let's talk about just almost a translation of a workflow. And so the reason why I'm asking this is because more often than not, a lot of people argue, but the economy has changed, how we express ourselves has changed. Social media is now in play. You know, it could be enough for me to be a creative as a fashion brand curator and somebody, of course, who's really good at social media. However, I do think that there is a system of operations that we need to look into. If you were to give somebody now who's listening, who is perhaps part and parcel of the fashion economy of Africa, what's that flow chart that one needs to consider from creative space to commercialization of the brand?
I believe everything actually starts when we are creating our product, but then there's also a need to know, for example, what is your value chain and where can you source the best materials for your product, and also just make like see properly, like if I want to bring materials from US or from like another continent, how long will that take me? Because that time that you're waiting for material is also time that you could be making like more money, and like how does that influence the way I'm gonna make my pricing? And then again, after you are done with your product, then you start advertising. So if you don't know how to do that, for example, when you're building your team, you need to find people who are, good at that, because you're not going to be able to do everything. I believe working in teams and association and having other creatives included in your company or your business is very much important. You're not going to be able to do everything. And if there's another person with an outside eye that sees your business and knows like, okay, I can create a strategy for you to communicate. And then you can also find like someone else that's good at pricing, and that person can also just get in start being a part of your team. And then when you're also like trying to, for example, put it in stores, if you don't have a store, for example, how can I do that? Just find other people or other stores, like concept stores, and I believe like it mostly works like that. You need to work with other creatives for your business to work accordingly and for it to be a sustainable business. Because if you are doing everything by yourself, there is a high chance you're gonna fail. Like, also, I'm saying that because as a person that's been working in the industry for quite some time now, if you're doing everything by yourself, your business is gonna fail, or it has a really high percentage of failure. You can work by yourself for like 10 years, that's fine. After that, you are gonna need other people to come in. That's why you, at some point, you're gonna have stakeholders, at some point, you're gonna have investors, right? And you're gonna have like other people just getting involved and putting money in the business, because it's not only about you, it's about what you're trying to make for the industry, and the name you're trying to like, and how you want to position your brand.
The voice there of Fancy Africa Fashion Forward Coordinator, that is Tilwene Kuna, joining us this afternoon. 12 years in the industry at age 22. I believe that is one of the most impressive things I've heard today. If you have questions, please do find us on WhatsApp 061-410-4107. I absolutely love the point you made there about collaboration. I think it is so important to realize that one man alone doesn't change the world, but holding hands together, we can do something about it. And I love that the fact that you bring a program that allows creatives to learn this, right? So talk to me about the workshops that you will be offering.
So more than workshops, this is a place first where people can also get the chance to learn how to just network and how to collaborate with other brands, and mostly in terms of innovation. So we are going to be addressing different topics starting from the creative side, so illustration and design. And then you're also going to have classes on storytelling for your own collections. Like, when you are making up your collection for a fashion week, what story are you going to tell on your runway? How can you prepare your show in order for the people to really just look at your collection and understand the story that you're trying to tell? If you are going to like put up, I don't know, like in the runway, for example, how are you going to style your pieces? If you are a store, if you have a store, how are you going to style your mannequins? Just editorial photography and styling, pricing strategies and business strategies, branding and image, as well as fashion management. And I believe that's all. Yeah, those are the different topics that we'll be touching. And we also have a hackathon, which is a competition space we're creating for fashion creatives or fashion professionals in the industry, where they're going to have the chance to work on different tracks, one being innovation and market, and the second being narrative and identity, like who is actually telling our stories as Africans and how are we telling our stories as Africans. Just claiming back our roots, basically. And yeah.
Let's talk about the aspect of networking. You will have a plethora of professionals from this very industry in one place. Is there opportunity for mentorship?
Yes, we do have opportunity for mentorship. For people participating in the workshops and masterclasses, for example, they're gonna have access to the best professionals from Mozambique, from Brazil, from Portugal, and as well as during the hackathon, they are gonna have access to other mentors, also the best from the industry. And during like the main fancy week, which is in September, there is also going to be an opportunity to meet the greatest professionals as well from Mozambique, from all over Africa, Brazil, and just have like one-on-one time, ask questions, just physical touch with these people and get like knowledge from them, like on a physical perspective. So that's basically like what we're bringing. But also, if people are bold enough, they can have the chance to ask these people for separate mentorships, because we're only just trying to create kind of like a bridge, and we're not stopping here. So there's also a summit on the 28th and 29th of September, which there's going to be roundtables, high-level panels. We're going to include people from our government here in Mozambique, and also big entities from other countries.
Let's talk about how sustainability has become a defining conversation in global fashion. How is this being intertwined into the themes and the landscape of the offering?
Firstly, what we're trying to show here is that sustainability is not only about being earth friendly. We do in fact have one of our classes, which is creative sewing and upcycling, which is basically telling people that you don't need to like know how to do clothes from zero, but you can reinvent what you have, and you can recreate from what you already have in your wardrobe or past collections if you're creative that has collections. Like for example, Uzuri's last runway, which was in Mozambique Fashion Week last year, was basically just a mixture of previous collections and other old pieces that we had in our atelier. So we're also bringing that perspective that you don't need necessarily to have like the best material for you to start your business or for you to make your collection, but you can do it with what you have, as well as economically wise, because most people, creatives, our businesses fail because we tend to make our talent literally the center of our business, and that's not the case. Like we were talking about in the beginning, you need to have a base, you need to have economic skills, you need to know how you're gonna talk about your product in public, how you're gonna talk about your product in social media, how is your product being seen. So that is also a part of sustainability, because if your business is not making money, if you are not able to, at the end of the month or the year, say I've made whatever profit percentage, then your business was not sustainable. You are just working to pay your business's bills. At the end of the day, that is just going to be a hobby. So this whole ecosystem that we're bringing is actually the sustainability itself, how a sustainable business works.
Sure. Tilwane, it has been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. I'm going to try and thank you in Portuguese. Please help me over here. Obrigado pelo seu tempo. Is that correct?
Yes, that was very good. That was very good.
Thank you so much. All the best with your event. And I really do hope to see fruit sprout from your program.
Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure being here.
The voice there of Fancy Africa Fashion Forward Coordinator, that is Tilwane Kuna, joining us this afternoon. A few seconds before top of the hour, we're going to get the latest in news with Onde Lambana, and then we're back for the second hour.
Thank you, Shayla. On the top stories, 5 boys die from suffocation in Garangua and more than 500 have died from the Ebola in the DRC. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. The tragic deaths of 5 boys aged between 17 and 19 in Garangua, northwest of Pretoria, has prompted emergency services to warn residents about the dangers of using braziers known as imbaula indoors. The victims are believed to have died from the suffocation after sleeping in a room where a brazier had been left burning on Saturday night. Their bodies were discovered by one of the parents on Sunday morning. The City of Tshwane Emergency Services spokesperson Nana Khadebe Khiba has urged residents to use safer heating methods.
In an unventilated area, it becomes very dangerous. When you sleep with it inside the house, the toxins that people would take in, that is the reason that you'd find someone that has died, because of the carbon monoxide that they will inhale. So we do plead with people, especially parents and those living in conditions where they have to use a brazier or imbaula to keep warm or to cook, not to sleep with it. As soon as you know that you're about to sleep, take it outside.
Two suspects arrested in connection with the alleged 2023 theft of precious metals and stones worth just under 15 million rand have made their first appearance at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. Ekurhuleni Metro Police Officer Adrian McKenzie and businessman Etining van der Walt were arrested by the IPID this weekend. The arrests followed testimony at the Madlanga Commission, where witness K alleged that she suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and 4 others raided an apartment in Killarney, Johannesburg, and removed the precious metals and stones. SAfmRadio reports.
The two suspects made a brief appearance in the dock before their case was postponed to the 16th of July for a formal bail application. Both Mackenzie and Van der Walt will remain in custody at the Benoni police station until then. According to IPID, the pair are part of a group of 6 who allegedly removed the precious stones from an apartment in Killarney in February 2023 on behalf of a third party. Testimony before the Madlanga Commission alleges that the 6 were paid 110,000 rand by the third party following the alleged theft. The money was then divided equally amongst the suspects. Sasha Naidu, SABC News at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court.
A Malawian immigrant who had been processed at the repatriation centre and en route to the Beitbridge border post in Musina, Limpopo, has died. It's reported the immigrant collapsed and died in the bus after complaining of ill health. Undocumented immigrants are being processed outside the border post prior to the repatriation. A Home Affairs Department official in Limpopo, Albert Matsaung, says that paramedics declared a man dead on the scene.
I think it turned around 15 kilometers away from the center. When the bus was loaded here, everything was fine. And then the information that we received from the bus driver and from the people that were with the deceased person is true. One person is deceased, but the person passed on while they were on their way to the port of entry. But the information that we got is that he just said, "I'm feeling hot, temperatures are up." Then he took off his shirt, and then from there he collapsed. When the emergency services went to them, they confirmed that the person has passed on.
WhatsApp messages discussing a National Treasury auto parts tender linked to the supply of goods to the SAPS have been read into the record by Madlanga Commission Evidence Leader Advocate Adila Hassim. The messages suggest that suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan and businessman Ismail Vali discussed personally benefiting from the tender. The Commission continued to present evidence gathered against Khan. In one exchange, Vali tells Khan, "We get the SAPS deal," to which Khan allegedly responds, "Then we stash the money, you and I, don't put back into the system." Hassim has argued that the exchange suggests the tender was allegedly intended to benefit not only Vali but Khan as well.
Could mean one of two things. One is that the system is a network of their partners and business arrangements, because we've seen other tenders, that there's a network that may benefit from these kind of tenders. And what he's suggesting is this one is for you and me, Brew, not for the rest of us, not for the rest of the potential beneficiaries of this project.
The Democratic Republic of Congo says more than 500 people have now died from Ebola. The health ministry says there are more than 1,500 confirmed cases in the country so far. A clinical trial of 2 experimental treatments for the strain of Ebola behind the deadly outbreak is now underway in the eastern province of Ituri. Recapping the top story, the tragic deaths of 5 boys aged between 17 and 19 in Garangua, northwest of Pretoria, has prompted emergency services to warn residents about the dangers of using braziers known as imbaula indoors. I'm Mondela Bana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Girassol, gira comigo, quer ter mais nada a fazer. Girassol, gira comigo, gira comigo. Girassol, gira comigo, já quer ter mais nada a fazer. Uai, 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 uai. Tem medo um bom ficar com saudade. Uai, 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 uai. Tem medo um bom ficar com saudade. Girassol, gira comigo, gira comigo. Girassol, gira comigo, já quer ter mais nada a fazer. Girassol, gira comigo, gira comigo. Girassol, gira comigo, já quer ter mais nada a fazer. Uai, 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 uai. Tem medo um bom ficar com saudade. Uai, 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 uai. Tem medo um bom ficar com saudade. Sabunanha gosto, se pra mim tá fica ali. Capidim pra fica mais, pra montem que banha que mim. Cabo sabunanha gosto, se pra mim tá fica ali. Capidim pra fica mais, pra montem que banha que mim. Gira lua, gira comigo, lua, gira comigo. Na boa passo pra prega, boleiazinha, banha que mim. Gira lua, gira comigo, lua, gira comigo. Na boa passo pra prega, boleiazinha, banha caminho. Uai, 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 uai. É pé num bar, pandichanhoso. Uai, 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 uai. É pé num bar, pandichanhoso. Mamorabi, todas ordens para sessões. Quem que vem cá tá crebar, quem que fica tá cansado de esperar. Gente sabe mamorar, todas ordens para sessões. Quem que vem cá tá crebar, quem que fica tá cansado de esperar. Lua gira de mim, oh, gira, gira, lua, gira comigo, lua, gira comigo. Na passo pra prego, bolezinha, banha caminho. Uai, uai, uai. É pé num bar pra dichanhos. Uai, uai, uai. É pé num bar pra dichanhos.
11 minutes after 2 p.m. Central Africa time. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. This is The Full Circle. Shayla standing in for Bridget. And in this hour, we have an opportunity to get into the career and workspace. And we're looking at stepping into management. Of course, we have the Kids Corner. And then we look at the reality of Capo Verde at the FIFA World Cup 2026. The song you just heard there, titled Gira Sol, that one by Bana. Quick breather, then we get into our first conversation.
In case you missed it.
So after someone says yes when they really want to say no, what emotional psychological patterns tend to show up afterwards?
When you are a kind person, you are giving from a place of fullness. You are, giving from a place of no expectation. So I don't give you my yes because I want to be validated by you. I want you to always be excited for me. But I give you from a place of wholeness. To say, if today my response to you is a no, it's really from a place of wholeness. It's really from a place of kindness.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludig.
12 minutes after 2 p.m., let's step into our career and workspace feature. Now, for many professionals, receiving that long-awaited promotion feels like the ultimate career milestone. But moving from being a high-performing employee to leading a team requires more than just a new job title. It demands a fundamental shift in mindset, in communication, and in leadership. Now, whether you're managing a former set of colleagues, earning credibility, or learning how to delegate effectively, stepping into management can be one of the most challenging transitions in the workspace. Joining us to unpack how to make this leap successfully is organizational behavior specialist and executive director of the National Behavior Institute. This is Simpiwe Moyo. Welcome to the show, Simpiwe.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Really great being here.
Now, Simpiwe, it's exciting to get that job title. I mean, listen, if I leave my peers and they tell me I'm management, I'm excited. However, there is a reality that the skill set needs to change. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, the skill set does need to change, but I think what I want to argue is that it is the mindset that needs to shift first. One of the most fundamental things is that skill sets follows mindsets, rather. I just remember having a conversation with someone who was frustrated by the fact that they've taken now a new job and everybody keeps coming to them for coaching, for mentoring. They're asking them all kinds of questions. And then they said to me, I have to do all of these things and then still do my job. And for me, that first reframe, that saying, people coming to you now, that is your job. They are not disturbing you from your job. That has now become your job. Because I think one of the biggest career shock after the excitement is discovering that whatever you've been doing now, you've been the best employee, but that doesn't necessarily make you the best manager. You need an identity shift before we even talk about skills.
Let's talk about that identity shift. Right. How do I lock gears in place to say, Shayla, you're no longer the one doing the work, you're the one leading those who are doing the work? What needs to change? How do I make that mental change?
Yeah, this one is very tricky because I think the fact that the world of work has changed means that we're not assisting employees and new team leaders with that shift. Because when I think about, so I've been in HR all my life, and when I think about what used to happen, the moment you get a promotion, right, you would move into a different office, you would change your clothes, and so on. And that communicated to your brain that something has changed, I've now changed levels. But what happens now is that there is always a lag between the job that you are getting and your identity and your self-identity catching up with it, because most of the time you get a promotion, you are still in an open plan office. Sometimes you go back to the exact desk that you were in last week. So it doesn't register quickly in your brain that something has changed. So I think the first thing that I would just, recommend for people, if you just get a promotion, just make sure that you give your brain some social cues that something has changed. If you're not changing your desk, just a few shirts that says to you and your brain something has changed. If you have to put something in your desk at home that shows that leader shift whatever you can do that communicates your brain that something has changed will help, because that's how you convince, that's how you close that identity leg between the promotion and you stepping up into the promotion.
The voice there of Siphiwe Moyo, Organizational Behavior Specialist and Executive Director at the Organizational Behavior Institute, joining us this afternoon, 16 after 2 p.m. If you want to send through your questions, I'd love to hear from you. Find us on WhatsApp, 061-410-4107. If not, you can find us on social media at SAfmRadio. Siphiwe, let's talk about research. Now, research says that for very many first-time managers, there is a level of underpreparedness. Now, what are the most common mistakes we see in that first 90 days, apart from you getting that mug that says best boss to remind you that you are now the boss?
Yeah, I think there are many mistakes. And the biggest one really is trying to prove how clever you are, because many of us already have some kind of an imposter syndrome when we get that promotion, and therefore we try too hard. We don't ask anyone in our teams for questions, and especially if you're coming from an external environment. You're coming here, you're trying to prove how clever you are, you're not asking the questions, and that's a mistake. And I think the main way of overcoming that particular mistake is just to lead with a bit of curiosity. Ask people questions. Remember, already people are anticipating you acting like a boss, but trying to know them, asking questions, being curious will help you win people over. The second one is trying to change everything too quickly. The so-called new broom sweeps clean is a very bad mistake, because what you're saying there is that everything that you've been doing up till now was wrong. I'm here, I'm about to change everything, and that makes everyone who reports to you very defensive. So I would counter that with the first things that I've suggested. Just listen, learn, and lead. And the idea that you must change something in your first 2 weeks is a trap. You know, I know you would have overpromised during the interview, but you are not going to change something too quickly. In fact, you have to stay long enough to understand what actually needs changing around here, so that you don't change things that do not necessarily need to change. Maybe the third one is just trying to do everyone's work, because you want to prove so much that you've earned that particular promotion. You're working too hard, you're burning yourself out, and everybody's just watching you burn yourself out, and that's a mistake that you're going to make. I think maybe lastly, the last one is, most of us, when we get a promotion, we focus a little bit too much on the technical aspect of the job. We miss learning about the nuances, the political things in that organization, who reports to who goes on a lift club with who's the most influential person in this organization. That is the one mistake. You have to take time to learn those things. Otherwise, you're going to make fundamental mistakes too quickly.
Sure. You know, as you were talking, I thought about the very first point you made, which is trying too hard, right? You want to come in with that energy that says, I'm a manager. And what I'm hearing you say is that we need to trade that enthusiasm for curiosity, and to remind ourselves that we were hired into that position because we are qualified for that place. I think that's such a powerful point that you made there. Let's talk about the other spectrum of this conversation, which is sometimes you think, you know, when you step into management, like this is who I am, this is exactly what I'm supposed to do, and then you underserve. Let's address that as well.
Oh yeah, it's always a fair response. So you are thinking to yourself, they won't take me seriously. Now I have to bully everybody so that they can see. And interestingly, the person who has an imposter syndrome and the person who is bullying everybody, both of those things come from the same source. It is fear. It is fear that they won't take you seriously. It is fear that they won't respond to your leadership. And so it's very important that you do your inner work. And that's why for us, you know, those people who might not have coaches, or you might not have some kind of a friend where you are able to just have a conversation with, it's very important to find that kind of circle when you can talk to people. Because when you move to that extreme as well, where you are trying to show everybody that you are in charge, unfortunately what's going to happen is that people are going to let you do whatever you want to do, and they're going to watch you on a proverbial cliff, just falling off the cliff, because they know far more than you do. If you become a manager, you become a generalist, which means you can't know everything. So you have to rely on the very same people that you're trying to bully. So it will never work. So don't try and do that. Instead, build relationships. Of course, you must show a little bit of competence, but your competence is not going to come from proving that technically you're good. Your competence is going to come from showing emotional intelligence, the leadership skill, the ability to cast vision and what you are thinking about, the ability to know people's names, call people by names. So I'm suggesting that in that first 90 days, that transition, you should be learning far more than you should be doing.
Yeah.
But obviously, people are also trying to
SPAR
check
is
you
giving
out.
you the chance to win your share of over 400,000 Rand in Superfan prizes when you spend 650 Rand or more and buy any 3 participating products. Like 2-liter Coca-Cola regular only. Buy 2 for 47, save 11 Rand. Or 80-gram Cadbury chocolate slabs, excluding bubbly. Buy any 2 for 36, save 14 Rand. Price is valid from 22 June till 7 July, while stocks last. Only at SPAR. T's and C's apply.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to Outsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. You are listening to Sheila Ndikumana on SAfM.
24 after 2 p.m. Apologies for that abrupt cut. We are still in conversation with Organizational Behavior Specialist and Executive Director at the Organizational Behavior Institute. This is Siphiwe Moyo joining us. Siphiwe, again, apologies. The point you ended off there with was a manager becomes a generalist, and so you are dependent on your employees in order to fulfill the tasks at hand. If you could just complete your thought there.
Yeah, it's very important. I think if you're gonna have ego, you're gonna realize very quickly that people know far more than you do, but an emotionally regulated leader understands that once you manage people, your role is to create an enabling environment, is to create a space for people to shine, and when they do shine, you take the credit anyway because it is in your team, it is something, it increases the revenue in your department and so on. So it's one of those things where we need to calm down and realize that your job is now to get results through people and not competing for spotlight with people in your team.
Sure. There is a text message that came in this afternoon saying, wow, Sheila, this is by far the best, most crucial interview I've listened to this month. I would thank my producers for that. And you're saying this across all media. I was bullied out of retail management. And this is, of course, the job that you are occupying. And this was at age 23. And you said, because my behavior and support structure wasn't up to par, all the results and the backstabbing went under the radar because I thought that the weight of the crown carries for the head. And I suppose, Siphiwe, what I want to hear from you is just addressing that reality that you think that individuals who are treating you a certain way is part of the job criteria because you are the leader, right? You should take the fall. You should take people's upset states. You should take being bullied. You should be pushed around.
Yeah, it's such a big problem, and there's so many leaders who are leading people and they are wounded. And generally, when you're a wounded leader, you end up making sure that unfortunately, are bleeding on the wrong people. And that's why we argue that every person who has the responsibility, the honor, the privilege of living must do inner work, must do self-awareness work, because we argue that inner mastery leads to outer impact, right? And so now you have this incredible up-and-coming talent in retail that reports to someone who wants to bully them. Maybe they're intimidated by them, and now, unfortunately, they've had to push them away. And unless you do your own work and realize that there is more to you as a leader as well, and that when you hoard information and you don't transfer skills to your team, you're unfortunately affecting your own career growth, that you have to grow people in order for you to go to the next level. Many people don't understand that, and unfortunately they end up creating environments where we have the text that we've had today. Sorry that you had to go through this, and I hope you bounce back because you're still needed in leadership.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the reality that a lot of leadership is hired externally. So this is a person who doesn't know the environment, right? Who's walking into systems of operation that have been entrenched in the culture for such a long time. In order for you to not have resistance, or perhaps even when you do have resistance, what's the best course of action so that you can mitigate that well?
I think when you're coming in from the outside, you need leader humility. You really need humility, because one of the things you learn very, very quickly is that every workplace has two organizational charts. There is the formal one that you know who reports to who, but there's also an invisible one. There's also an informal network. And that informal network includes things like influence, includes things like history, unwritten rules, it includes trust, a little bit of politics. And if you don't take time to learn that before making changes, you are going to be in trouble. And so I've always argued that before you change culture, you have to understand why that culture exists. And many people try to make changes so quickly, and unfortunately, the system or the culture spits you out because you've never really taken time to understand why we do that. You never understood why the culture exists in the first place. So it goes back to our point that we've said before: calm down, learn. You don't have to impress people too quickly. Learn, and then you will be able to make an impact soon.
Sipiwe, thank you so much for your time. This has been an absolute pleasure. And just some feedback from the sender of the text saying that they believe they are bouncing back. Even if it's slow, it is still good. Again, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much, Sheila.
The voice there of Sipiwe Moyo, who's an organizational behavior specialist and executive director at the Organizational Behavior Institute. 29 after 2 p.m. If you've just joined us, thank you so much for choosing us over the rest. This is The Full Circle. Shayla Ndikumana in for Bridget Masinga. We do have fairly 31 minutes left of the show, and you know that we're going to be stepping into the Kids Corner in just a short bit. But after that, we have an opportunity to look at Cabo Verde's performance at the FIFA World Cup 2026. I saw some text messages coming in. If you haven't sent yours yet, find us on WhatsApp 061 410 4107. For now, the latest in news with Ondela.
Thank you, Shayla. On the news headlines, the acting head of the Special Investigating Unit, Leonard Legeto, says an estimated 30 billion rand in the health sector gets lost through fraud, waste and abuse. The tragic deaths of 5 boys aged between 17 and 19 in Garangua, northwest of Pretoria, has prompted emergency services to warn residents about the dangers of using braziers known as imbaula indoors. 2 suspects arrested in connection with the alleged 2023 theft of precious metals and stones worth just under 15 million rand have made their first appearance at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Today we're talking about having fun without spending any money. Sometimes the best memories are made with the simplest activities. Do you think you can have fun without spending any money? What are your favorite games or activities to do at home with your family and siblings? And if there was no TV, phone, or tablet for a day, how would you keep yourself entertained? What creative activities do you enjoy? And what is the most fun you've ever had at home without going anywhere? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi, my name is Danica Wood. I think you can definitely have fun without spending any money at all. I personally would go to the park, or even sitting at home and making your own games or watching movies can be very fun, especially when you're with the right people. My favorite activities to do at home with my family is definitely watching movies. If there were no devices for a day, I keep myself entertained by going for a walk or going to the park. A creative activity I enjoy is drawing or reading. The most fun I've ever had at home is probably December with my cousins, when we would listen to music and swim late at night and play games. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Akonao. I'm 10 years old. Yes, you can have fun without money. I'd play hide and seek, draw and dance at home. If there was no TV or phone, I'd play soccer. The most fun I've had at home was a pillow fort with my sister.
Hi, my name is Antlin, and I think you can have fun without spending any money. I would play hide and seek with like my family and friends because I think that is having fun without spending any money. And with that being said, hide and seek is my favorite activity or favorite game that I do with my family and friends without spending any money. If there was no TV, I would read to keep myself entertained because I know reading also gives you a large imagination, and I would read. I enjoy singing, but not in front of people. Like, I like singing by myself in my own space because I can shout to the top of my lungs and no one can really hear me, and I can sing off key and no one will be able to hear me. The funnest thing I've ever done without going anywhere, I think I'd say would have like a pool party, or not exactly a pool party, but like a late night swim. That was really fun.
Greetings, my name is Faith Zita, and I think there are a lot of ways to have fun without spending any money. And what I would do is like maybe call my friends out for like watching a movie at home, and play games, or like play water games, or swim, or do something nice maybe at their house, go swim at their house, or they can come play games at my house and just have fun, hang out. And if there was no TV or phone or gadgets for a day, I don't think I would cope because I'm very glued to my phone. So yeah, and like I use my phone to keep myself like entertained because I stay indoors. I don't play much with my friends. And activities that I enjoy doing is drawing, reading, dancing too, and drama, and playing musical instruments too. I can say that's a hobby. And one most fun thing that I've done at home was actually calling my cousins up for a sleepover. That was the best because it was my first time I've ever met them. We didn't know each other and they live very far from here. But the first time I met them, we had fun, I can say, and we did everything that we could to entertain us and like just keep a strong bond, like strong vibes, just to keep us busy. Yeah, and to keep us close.
Greetings to you all. My name is Lorraine. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. Yes, I do think we can have fun without spending money. If I could do activities without spending money, I would explore nature, go stargazing, have a picnic, play a board game, and learn something new. My favorite games to play with my family is Ludo and Snakes and Ladders. If I had no phone or TV, I would study, play games with my family, go outside in nature, and even do arts and crafts. The creative activities that I love to do is crocheting and drawing. The most fun I've had at home was when I would sit down with my family, talk with them about the different things that I go through in life, laugh with them, and play board games and just enjoy and have a good time with them. Thank you so much for listening to me today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Good day. My name is Monet Angel Nangabera. Yes, I do believe you can have a lot of fun without spending any money at all. My favorite free activities at home are drawing in my notebook, dancing to music, reading a storybook, building a fort with blankets and pillows with my younger brother. And we can also enjoy making up our own games like obstacle courses with chairs and cushions. If there was no TV, phone, or tablet for a whole day, I would certainly not be bored. I would go outside, play with my friends and siblings, or go to the park. We could invent a new game, ride our bikes, or read a book aloud to each other. Because I think a day without screens would actually help us to be more creative. The most fun I've ever had at home was when we decided to have a kind of a fashion show, a fashion parade where me, my cousins, and my brothers were basically the models and the parents were the judges. That just showed us how much fun you can have together as family without involving any electronics, just being creative, using things like papers to make tickets and scoring each other out of 10 or something like that. That just shows that without electronics, we could still have fun. We could still be creative and think out of the box. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. It's easy to think that we need money to have fun, but that's not always true. Some of the happiest memories are made by spending time with the people we love, using our imagination, and enjoying simple activities at home. Fun doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to bring smiles and laughter. There are so many exciting things we can do without spending any money. We can play hide and seek, tag, board games, have a dance competition, tell stories, build a blanket fort, play soccer in the yard, skip rope, or even have a family talent show. These activities help us have fun while spending quality time together. Imagine if there was no TV, phone, tablet, or video games for one whole day. At first, it might seem difficult, but before long, we would probably discover lots of other exciting things to do. We could read a book, draw pictures, color, write a book, sing our favorite songs, build something with blocks or recycled materials, help bake with an adult, plant a small garden, or create our own games using things we already have at home. Being creative is a wonderful way to keep busy during the holidays. Drawing, painting, dancing, acting, making crafts, or learning a new skill helps us use our imagination and discover talents we didn't even know we had. Creative activities also help us build confidence and express ourselves in fun and healthy ways. Some of the best moments at home are often the simplest ones: laughing with our brothers and sisters, helping to cook a meal with our parents, playing in the garden, having a picnic in the backyard, or telling funny stories before bedtime. These moments don't cost anything, but they can become memories we treasure for a lifetime. Friends, we should remember that happiness doesn't come from buying more things, but it comes from enjoying the people around us, being grateful for what we have, and making the most of every day. This holiday, challenge yourself to spend less time on screens and more time creating, playing, reading, laughing, and making wonderful memories with your family. You may discover that the best fun in the world doesn't cost a single cent. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. In case you missed it,
So how do parents then approach a situation by firstly recognizing that the approach for one child should not be the same for the other?
One parenting style can be able to help children grow and become the leaders that we all want them to be. Every parent should have an end in mind with every child. Okay. What is my end result? What do I envision when I'm raising this child? We have got different children. So that's the first one. And once we've got that, then we're not going to use one size fits all, because we've spent time and we can tell what is it that they feel uncomfortable with. So the first thing is your parenting style.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludig. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Es vida sapiens de viver, paródia de noite machê, sem macamacu sabura. Es vida sapiens de viver, paródia de noite machê, sem macamacu sabura. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para manhã caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para manhã caminho. Es convivência desse meus vivência, paciência de consequência, resistência de extravagância. Es convivência desse meus vivência, paciência de consequência, resistência de extravagância. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e que popsal, para mim os catamatan, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e que popsal, a mim os catamatan, bem coara para banhar caminho. Esse convivência desse meus vivência, paciência de consequência, resistência de extravagância. Esse convivência desse meus vivência, paciência de consequência, resistência de extravagância. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola, Angola, e popsal, a minha os catamata, bem coara para banhar caminho. Angola,
14 minutes before the show comes to an end, and helping us set the context is SAfmRadio with this one titled Angola, taken off an album released in 1992 titled Miss Perfumado. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. This is The Full Circle. Shayla in for Bridget, and we are about to get into our discussion concerning the FIFA World Cup 2026. Now, for decades, the land where SAfmRadio is from has been known for its breathtaking islands, its vibrant Creole culture, and the timeless music such as that of SAfmRadio and Ildo Lobo. Now, this particular island nation has captured the world's attention for another reason, the reason of football. Now, against all odds, the Blue Sharks made history at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, becoming the smallest nation by population ever to reach the knockout stages. Their remarkable campaign has inspired millions across Africa and proven that the belief, preparation and resilience can defy expectations. Joining us to reflect on this historic journey is SABC anchor, and this is sports anchor Brian Mufokeng. Brian, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Sheila. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. Yes, fantastic for reasons of Cabo Verde, but not so for the time frame in which we need to watch these matches. Talk to me about how you keep up. Being up at 3 a.m. in the morning, sir.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I was laughing about it with my son the other day to say, I'm not even sure whether it's a Sunday or a Monday anymore. That's how crazy it gets because, you leave home, at 11 to cover a game at 1 o'clock. And by the time you're done, it's 5 in the morning, you're driving back home, everybody's going to work. It's kind of crazy. But the excitement has really kept us all going. It captivated us purely from the beginning all the way to now.
Let's talk about the nation, the island nation of Cabo Verde and its strides in this particular World Cup. Your thoughts?
I think it's a story that's always coming up. If you look at the number of players that were able to were born outside of Cabo Verde itself and eventually found them to be part of the team. I mean, you can talk about the brothers, played in the middle part, the Duarte brothers. They were both born in Rotterdam, and you also had the Cabral brothers. One was in the squad, the other one didn't play. Those were born also in Rotterdam. You have some that are born in other countries. Some were born in France, in all of that. But they eventually all came together as a nation to formulate this. I mean, their story has always been an interesting one. I mean, in 2013, I still remember I covered the AFCON tournament. And they were making a debut in the AFCON tournament. They got to the quarterfinals. En route to get in there, they caused a few havocs. I mean, South Africa, no, they felt the brunt also en route to get in there. So they're a nation that has risen so well. They missed the last AFCON tournament, and they eventually find themselves at a World Cup. And the way they qualified, I don't think anybody gave them a chance given the fact that they're sitting in a group that are two former champions. The same group as Spain and Uruguay. Uruguay were inaugural champions way back in 1930. Spain, you all know, they won the tournament in South Africa in 2010. And against Argentina in the round of 32, nobody gave them a chance against the reigning champions of the world. And oh boy, you didn't expect what you saw in the day.
Sure, I know that much. But I'm going to need us to hold that thought, Brian. We need to take a quick breather. When we get back, we are going to continue this conversation. I'd love to hear from you this afternoon. If you want to send through your voice notes, this is commentary, questions. Find us on WhatsApp 061 410 4107.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp, and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Olifants Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag #MyKruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag go Limpopo.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
You are listening to Sheila Ndikumana on SAFM.
9 minutes before 3 p.m. We are still in conversation with SABC Sports anchor. This is Brian Mofokeng, and we are discussing Cabo Verde's, I suppose, if you will, small victory when it comes to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I say small because we would want them to go all the way through to the finals. We just ended off there with that discussion, Brian, concerning their performance against Argentina. And we were all at the edge of our seats. I see a text coming in saying shout out to Cabo Verde Soccer Club, especially the goalkeeper Vo and their music. I am loving it. I am glad you love the music as well. Back to the conversation at hand, Brian. Talk to me about that performance.
I think if you look at it on paper, these are players who are fans, huge fans of Argentina, one, and huge fans of Lionel Messi himself. And prior to the game, everybody was talking about these are the players who want to play against a man who's a role model to them, a hero to them. And on the field of play, they canceled it all out. They literally played their hearts out. I mean, the man in charge, Bobista, is a patriot of the nation. He's been there. I mean, he's talking about a goalkeeper. He, at 40, became one of those to play in the knockout stage of the tournament, and it was him up against Lionel Messi most of the time. And he made some stunning saves all the way from the beginning to then. I mean, for a nation making their debut at the FIFA World Cup, to go through the group stage without losing a game, to draw all 3 matches, including a 2-all scoreline draw against Uruguay, that was something exceptional for the national team of Cabo Verde. To come into the round of 32 against a star-studded Argentinian team. I mean, you talk about Argentina stars that they have in the squad. It's a crazy team. The fact that 19 of the players in the squad of Argentina played in the 2022 FIFA World Cup that they won, in Qatar. It shows that they brought a wealth of experience into the tournament, especially given Lionel Messi was playing his 30th match, a record-breaking 30th match at the FIFA World Cup, and he scored his 20th goal to extend his record as the all-time top scorer. But it was the performance, how they handled the pressure. They conceded first, and they came back with Duarte, the young of the 2 Duarte brothers, scoring a beauty, to level matters, and the game was forced into extra time. If you look at the history books of football, if a game goes into extra time, that tie is therefore regarded as a draw. So meaning they played 4 matches, drew all their 4 matches before exiting the tournament, and eventually lost against Argentina. It was only a matter of time as to how long they can hold on, because they met Argentina pound for pound, had their own chances to score the goals. Argentina got a corner kick, and set piece are always a problem. That's where they scored the winning goal. But the equalizing goal in extra time that was called by Cabral, was something exceptional. It was, to beat the goalkeeper, who's the best goalkeeper in the world at the moment, was something else. And it all just gave us some hope. And I think, I was doing commentary of that match. I mean, at some point I lost my voice because how crazy it was that we are seeing this unimaginable thing happening in front of us, and nobody gave them a chance. Everybody was saying it is only the amount of goals they'll concede against Argentina. For them to hold Argentina into extra time and almost got into penalties, because Argentina scored very late in that game for them to win that encounter. So I think, it was befitting to see the celebrations, and how beautiful is that they land back in their country when the country celebrates its Independence Day, and they go to the Nelson Mandela Stadium to celebrate that with the team, the heroes back in the country. It was so befitting. Everything was just perfect for them.
Sure. I don't know how true this was, but I saw some clippings of Messi's reaction to Vo's goalkeeping. Some said he cried. Was that true?
Messi hardly cries. I mean, I don't know about the crying part, but I think it was an impressive thing. I mean, if you look at it, Messi's 39 now, and Vozina is playing in his first World Cup at 40. His story is one of those crazy ones, because when they played their first match, he's talking about his mom and grandmother. Those that always hope they'll one day be here. Because of funds, they weren't able to get there. But when they played their second game, at least some part of his family were there already. So it was a big thing for them. At 40, nobody gave him a chance to play against some of the best in the world, because These are inexperienced players at this particular world. I mean, you needed your Pine in the middle of the park to come to the party, your Ryan Mendes to come to the party. I think the coach in the first half made a mistake starting with Costa. By the time he pulled out Costa, he brought in the sub, and then they look much better. They look more fluid going forward. They look like the team that Semedo came on. And for me, it is one of those where you realize you cover them from 2013. I covered them in the 2023 AFCON tournament they played. I think they played South Africa. They lost it. They eventually lost that game against South Africa by penalties. And you look at the story of these players, how they've stuck together and how they played. I think everybody before the World Cup, even before the AFCON tournament, we used to love Capo Verde for other different reasons. Now we have actually found something more to love Capo Verde for.
Absolutely. And just on the concept of progression for these players, could the World Cup be a springboard to bigger opportunities in Europe's top leagues?
Listen, I mean, some of them already tasted for football in Europe, and they eventually came back to play in different places. I just believe that after this, the World Cup always does that. A lot of players, you realize after playing at the FIFA World Cup, you have done very well. You eventually find yourself big endorsements going forward. Their goalkeeper, for example, Vozinha came into the tournament unattached. So I see at 40, goalkeepers play for longer. I don't know whether it's going to be, there will be takers. I don't know whether it's going to be able to leave his country and go and play somewhere else. Whether it's going to be a country that's going to come, team that's going to come and say, we want a 40-year-old to make a debut in our national league or something like that. But I believe he's going to get some good endorsements from a team or from a club playing point of view. A lot of them are going to get some good deals. That's what the World Cup brings you. Billions of eyes watching you, and teams looking for stability will always be able to pick up those players.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Brian. I know that we are time pressed. However, I want you to just generally throw comments on the other African teams. We were celebrating that 9 out of 10 made it into the round of 32. However, it didn't play out so well. And this is just my own personal opinion. What's your take?
I think, there are no shortcuts in football. We have learned that in the longest of time that, the people that put in the hours and put in the time, the race eventually will get the rewards. And it's a story of Morocco. It seems Morocco now, they're in the quarterfinals. It just shows exactly how consistent they've been. They let go of the coach who coached them, who got them to the semi-final, the first African team to do so in the previous World Cup. They took the men who just won the Under-20 World Cup to take over the reins and bring in some fresh players to team up with the current stars, Egypt made it difficult for themselves to get to the next round. They've got a very tough assignment against Argentina. Only 2 nations remain out of the 9 that actually went through. I think majority of the African countries who look at themselves have kicked themselves for the mistake they made. Senegal in particular. Needing 2 minutes or 4 minutes to go in a game, you draw that game, eventually lose on extra time. That is uncalled for, especially given the fact that so much was they've got stars. Senegal came into this World Cup with players that are playing against the best in Europe.
Yeah.
Cote d'Ivoire also, another mistake they made. They just really should have taken the game and won it easily. Algeria also had the same problem. So it is all a matter of finishing off your opponents when you find them. England were playing against DR Congo, who were making their first World Cup appearances in 52 years. And they managed to win the first game in this World Cup, by the way. And they got into the run of 32, played against England, scored first, should have killed the game off, had chances, were punished by Harry Kane and co. So all the nations, I believe that in Africa, we are our biggest enemy. Sometimes we get a stage fright. We are not ruthless enough. We need to be ruthless enough. We need to go out there and really finish them off. Bafana, same story. We had a negative approach in the game, eventually lost against Canada. And Morocco showed us how to defeat Canada. So learning here, we need to go back and look at ourselves. 10 sports were given this year, and only 2 remain into the next round. So that, for me, is a problem.
Brian, this is all we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
So it's a pleasure, man.
The voice there of Brian Mofokeng, SABC Sports anchor. It is 3 p.m. time for the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda to take over from the team, and it has been an absolute pleasure. Let's get the latest in news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Shayla and the team on the top stories. Fraud increases in the health sector and 5 boys die from suffocation in Garankuwa. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana and a very good afternoon. The acting head of the Special Investigating Unit, Leonard Lekgeto, says an estimated 30 billion rand in the health sector gets lost through fraud, waste and abuse. Lekgeto was a speaker at the 25th Annual Board of Health Funders Conference in Cape Town. Lekgeto says this is a number estimated by health experts. He says fraud, waste and abuse is becoming an increasing challenge in the health sector.
We say it is increasingly becoming a challenge, particularly in the provision of the private health care. And the cause of fraud, waste and abuse, the health sector expert says that up to 15% of healthcare claims may be tainted with fraud, waste and abuse. They further estimate that the healthcare sector in South Africa has lost close to 30 billion to fraud, waste and abuse.
The tragic deaths of 5 boys aged between 17 and 19 in Garankuwa, northwest of Pretoria, has prompted emergency services to warn residents about the dangers of using braziers known as imbawula indoors. The victims are believed to have died from suffocation after sleeping in a room where a brazier had been left burning on Saturday night. Their bodies were discovered by one of the parents on Sunday morning. The City of Tshwane Emergency Services spokesperson Nana Khatebe has urged residents to use safer heating methods.
In an unventilated area, it becomes very dangerous. When you sleep with it inside the house, the toxins that people would take in, that is the reason that you'd find someone that has died because of the carbon monoxide that they will inhale. So we do plead with people, especially parents and those living in conditions where they have to use a brazier or imbawula to keep warm or to cook, not to sleep with it. As soon as you know that you're about to sleep, take it outside.
The Madlanga Commission has heard evidence that former Kuruleni City manager Dr. Imogen Mashazi travelled on a private chartered flight worth more than 3 million rand to the United Kingdom. The evidence emerged from WhatsApp messages found on the phone of suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan. The messages included passport images and UK immigration documents relating to Mashazi, her husband and 2 others who travelled to London for a weekend in July 2022. Evidence leader Advocate Adila Hassim told the Commission that businessman Zingumalo, through his company Zig Revenue Management, paid Onyx Aviation for the flight. Hassim says investigators are still trying to establish whether the trip was ultimately funded by someone else.
And it's clear that this is no ordinary private trip. While there may be no question that Mr. Ngumalo paid for this trip, there has been some question about whether it was ultimately funded by somebody else, but we don't know that yet. What we do know is that it was in the amount of 3.35 million and that it was for a private flight for Ms. Mashazi, who was then the city manager in Ekurhuleni at this point in time. It was for her husband and her 2 friends.
Police watchdog IPID believes it has a strong case against the 2 accused arrested in connection with the alleged 2023 theft of precious metals and stones worth just under 15 million rand. Ekurhuleni Metro Police Officer Adrian Mackenzie and businessman Etienne van der Walt were arrested by IPID this weekend. The pair appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court earlier today, where their case was postponed to the 16th of July for a bail application. The arrest followed testimony at the Madlanga Commission, where witness K alleged that she suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 4 others raided an apartment in Killarney, Johannesburg, and removed the precious metals. IPID spokesperson Lizzie Subing.
When the investigation began, there were 6 suspects. 3 were from EMPD, 1 from JMPD, 1 from the Gauteng Traffic Police, and a businessman who allegedly presented himself as a police officer during the raid. The 6th suspect has since died. The pair, EMPD officer Constable Adrian Norman Mackenzie and businessman Etienne van der Walt, are part of the 5 suspects who are facing a charge of corruption because of their conduct in the alleged raid and theft of precious stones.
Thousands of police have surrounded the Senate building in Manila for the impeachment trial of the Philippine Vice President Sara Duterte. Duterte was impeached in May on allegations of corruption, bribery and conspiring to assassinate President Ferdinand Marcos. During the trial, the lead House prosecutor, Gervil Luestro, spoke out in anger.
This is about accountability. This is about explanation. If wealth was lawfully acquired, where is the lawful explanation? If transactions were proper, where is the complete accounting? If numbers truly add up, then why do they refuse to reconcile?
Recapping the top story, the acting head of the Special Investigating Unit, Leonard Legeto, says an estimated 30 billion rand in the health sector gets lost through fraud, waste and abuse. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News headlines at 3:30.
Coming up in your sports this hour, Rassie makes 10 changes to box starting lineup for Scotland clash. UEFA questions FIFA's integrity, and Kostyuk into first Wimbledon quarterfinal. More details at 3:30.
SAfm 104.5 FM in Stellenbosch.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So I've been thinking about this as I got to studios today. A manifestation of your personal branding is, who speaks for you? Who speaks for you in your absence and in your presence? Who stands up for you when you're not there and when others are trying to bring you down? And then to broaden that, who recommends you and your services when others are looking for, top-notch services in your industry? In fact, think about this. Are you top of mind in your specific industry or sector when others are looking for someone to provide services? So bottom line, when it comes to, your personal brand, it's not so much who you know, but actually who knows you. Well, my name is Ashraf Garda. Take that advice. I think it's an important one as we get into the show today. 3 to 6, the weekend's all over. The drama continues. Exactly 1 year ago today, we reflect on what happened with Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and you know how much has happened around that. So we'll certainly talk about that now. So in fact, let me put this out to you because I want you to engage with me. Give me your one word in terms of 1 year later. What has the impact been of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and his pronouncements on the state of South African policing, really? 1 year. Just give me one word. You can then add on to it, but start with the one word. So call in 086 000 2032, and then you can WhatsApp 0614 104 107, text or voice note. And need I say it, 2 African teams remain in the World Cup, to Morocco and Egypt. And no, I will not be supporting the USA. Goodness, man, if you had any doubts about it, just see what's happened with that red card. We're living in a different world. Let's talk about 1 year later after this.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
All right, with me as we reflect on 1 year to the day that Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi decided that he will, what? He will tell all, right? The country has not been the same since then. Clearly not. Let's reflect on it 1 year later with Dr. Dale McKinley. As you know, since then, lots of things have happened. Dale McKinley is an independent political analyst. Appreciate, as always, you joining us, Dale, on the National Pulse.
Yes, thanks, Ashraf. Always a pleasure as well.
Thank you. I mean, let's start with this, right? With the one word. Can you give me one word for you that best describes your feelings now, 1 year later, about what happened and the pronouncements of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
One word, my goodness. Contradictory.
All right, that's an interesting thought. So why contradictory? Tell me.
Okay, I think first of all, I think we all were taken aback when the general gave his press conference and made a lot of these allegations. In the interim, in the year that since then, some of these have been brought to light through both the parliamentary inquiry as well as the obviously the Madlanga Commission. But there are just as many that have not even seen the light of day. They still remain allegations. They still remain untested. There's very little evidence there. So I think there's a contradiction there in the sense that we have some information, we still don't have a lot of information. And then secondarily, if the general sort of staked his reputation in this and saying, you know, he's willing to die fighting for the law and making sure that people do their jobs. And yet in KwaZulu-Natal, over the last several months, we've seen a range of you know, how should we say, very troubling developments with relation to people breaking the law, taking the law into their own hands, a lot of conflict and violence and other things. And so the question arises is there a difference between what is being said and what is being done on the ground? And I think there's a contradiction there as well.
All right. I suppose a lot of it, I mean, once he made his pronouncements, I mean, do you take it that this country has not been the same since then?
Yeah, I would say we've certainly, I think it's looking in the mirror a lot clearer and a realization that our police services are factionalized through and through. And this is only just the beginning, it would seem. So yes, I would agree that it has fundamentally changed the conversation.
For those who can't quite remember, what happened since, you know, on that day? I mean, he made some key pronouncements, right? Maybe just three top-level statements he made, and then we'll talk about what happened next.
Yeah, so basically I think the biggest one was that he essentially alleged that senior personnel and a large number of individuals in the SAP's senior management had been compromised by their links to criminal syndicates. That was, I think, the biggest thing. He then backed that up by saying that he had evidence of these criminal, he called them the Big Five, and that they had had specific relationships and been paying off people or had been engaging in a whole range of internal, should we say, shenanigans with leaking of information and being able to fight factional battles against them. And I think then the third thing that he mentioned was that what this was then doing was that it was compromising the ability of organizations like the Political Killings Task Team, of which he had been said was disbanded by the minister, in actually dealing with these things on the ground and in trying to arrest this rot within the services and this rot within society. So he made broader allegations that essentially this was something that was leading us down the path of basically anarchy and disrespect for the law in general.
Okay, so 1 year later, just to recap, and I know you touched on it in your opening lines, but I mean, what has happened to each one of those allegations? I mean, what's the journey been like since then?
Well, what we've seen with regards to the senior management of SAPS is we've seen some action. So obviously, you know, we've seen a couple of high-level dismissals. We've seen some suspensions. Obviously, the minister himself and a few others. We've seen the testimonies at the Madlanga Commission and revealing some of these, should we say, relationships, corrupt relationships and allegations. So there has been some movement there in legal terms and also in maybe preparing certain cases. What we've also seen is that it has created a situation with replacing the minister with an interim police minister, who has come in with a mandate to sort of try to, I think, clean things out. And my sense is that Feroz Kachali has stabilized things to some extent. I mean, it's a difficult ask, but what we've seen on that level is a little bit more of a gaining of trust. I mean, the fact is that on the 30th of June, for example, irrespective of what our perspectives are about what happened that day, the bottom line is that at least the police seemed to do their job. And I think that was the sense that there was a degree of relief in the country that it hadn't turned out a lot worse, but a sense that, in fact, with proper leadership, we can get things done. And then the third thing, of course, is that what this has done is it's changed our political sort of, how should we say, milieu in the lead up to the local government elections, where particularly with the parliamentary inquiry, where political parties are using this to gain political capital, to fight their own political battles within who they would like to be. So you saw, for example, in KZN, with particular political parties embracing Mwakwanazi himself as some sort of hero, and then others being very critical. So you see this being politicized, and I think that's going to play itself out as well.
Now, your initial line to me was compromised.
Contradictory.
Contradictory. Sorry, let me get that right. It was contradictory, right? Compromise would be completely the wrong word, I would think, right now, right? How is that? The contradictory statements, how does that then shape, let's say, your image of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Yeah, I mean, look, my sense is that he still has a lot of meat that needs to be put on the bone that he presented us. He made some very, very damning allegations, some of which have been, as I said, some of which have come to light, and particularly with Kat Matlala and that. But a lot of the other stuff that he said in relation to crime intelligence and to the minister has not been proven. And yet it's gotten general currency. So I think he still needs to he needs to tell us more. If he's got more information, he's got more. You can't just throw these allegations out there and say, well, they should be investigated, but I can't tell you anything else. So maybe a little bit more information there. The second thing is his own role. He has been elevated now to provincial commissioner in KZN, and he is responsible for a province that is in trouble on a range of different fronts, and particularly with regards to the rule of law. So I would say practice what you preach to the general, in the sense of putting things on the ground in your province, which would show us that the police and SAPS is applying the law equally to everyone, and is not biased simply because of if it's nationality or whatever it might be, that you're actually doing the job that you're meant to do. And I think that would create a lot more trust as well.
All right, let's leave it at that. Contradictory, says Dr. Dale McKinley, reflecting on 1 year of the pronouncements of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You can give me your thoughts as well. Appreciate your time, Dale. Well, this is the National Pulse, so let's engage. You can WhatsApp right away. We'll bank your voice notes, but really do keep them up to 30 seconds max, please. You can text. You can also tweet. Follow SAfmRadio and myself, Ashraf Garda, on the X platform, on social media, on Facebook too. And you can tag us. Use that hashtag, the National Pulse. There's more to come, including developments in Musina right after this.
This winter, warmth meets the wild. Welcome to Limpopo, where adventure begins. Enter Kruger through Pafuri Gate, where every turn reveals something extraordinary. Discover the wild side of winter at Funda Maria, with warm days and unforgettable encounters. Start your stay at Palabora Gate. Wake to Africa's beauty at Mopani Camp, and watch memories unfold from sunrise at Olifants Camp. Stay longer at Litaba Camp, where warm, wild winter truly comes alive. Celebrate 100 years of Kruger. One iconic destination, millions of memories still to come. Share your hashtag My Kruger moment. Plan your escape today. Limpopo Tourism. Hashtag more to enjoy. Hashtag more to explore. Hashtag Go Limpopo.
Smart business moves save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, Bonga in Katlehong says my one word is volcanic. You may be right, because it certainly has caused an explosion, hasn't it? Here's another.
Ashraf, one word would be patriotism. Wow. Andile, Eastern Cape.
Patriotism, or a sense of being patriotic. Interesting one. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nathan Bala from Kambatini in Pia Tumarasbek. Since Mkwanaze addressed the nation about that criminality, political infiltration, I'm very glad because we see the result of that. We see some people, some police officials who are arrested and some political leaders who are involved in that incident. So I like to thank him a lot. We are in this stage because of him. Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, got that. And there's more, right? Which, let me pick it up. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nathan Bala from...
Okay, sorry, we just played that one. Let me just get to another. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You're speaking to Joe from Protea Clan. This is about illegal immigration. There was a plane full of illegal immigration from Palestine, landed in OR Tambo. And Mr. Suleiman said he will take care of that. I just want to find out, are they still in South Africa, those people, because they were here illegally? Please do find out if are they back home. Thanks, bye.
All right. I mean, thanks for reminding us. In fact, we need to follow up on that story, and maybe I'll get Keys or Intabi saying just to get us right up to date on what happened there. So thank you for that, right? Here's another.
Good day, Ashraf. Good day, SAfm listeners. Your one word is Madlanga. The good thing that came out of the 6th is the Madlanga. And everybody knows Madlanga. I don't think I need to say more. And I won't say any more about your analyst. But your analyst, Shema could see he's on the side of Paul O'Sullivan. Thank you very much, Lutando in Cape Town.
How do you make that conclusion? I could see he's on the side of Paul O'Sullivan on the basis of a 5 or 8 minute chat. We'll get to more, right? But in fact, next up, what's happened in Musina right after this?
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Well, let's talk indeed, right? So it's been a theme for the last few weeks, in fact, definitely so, around the issues of migrants who are undocumented and those who are now taking the option to be repatriated back home. It's been the case certainly for the people of Malawians, but not exclusively Malawians. But here's the story. Processing continues at the temporary repatriation center, which was set up in Musina, on the border between South Africa on the one hand and Zimbabwe. And that's to accommodate undocumented foreign nationals. Let's get up to date with what's happened today with Rudzani Tibarse, SABC News reporter in the Limpopo region. Thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Nasrat. Thanks for connecting me.
Thank you. Right, what's happened today?
Today we started with terrible news of the death of a 47-year-old Malawian who died last night after arriving here at the center. The bus that was transferring the people to the Beitbridge border post was cleared here after being processed. And while they were going to the border, one passenger started to complain of not feeling well. Then the driver made a U-turn and came back here at the center. And the emergency personnel checked the person, and unfortunately, they found that the person is no more.
I mean, what a terrible story. I mean, that is really a terrible, terrible story. Where does the blame then get, portioned to for that?
We don't know. We asked the Home Affairs as to what happened, because you remember yesterday they broke news that some of their people that they are transporting from Cape Town are suffering from diarrhea. And as we are speaking now, the 10 buses that were taking them to the center are here at the center. They said they are busy managing the situation, but we're not allowed to go there to see what is happening. So we don't know who is to be blamed, whether there's a food that they ate or him ate. We don't know. But here again, today they chased away the hawkers who were selling food just outside the center. There were people who were selling food and drinks, so they were chased. We don't know whether that is informed by what happened after people ate something or what. We try to ask the Home Affairs as to what is really happening.
And they were chased away, and you're not too sure on what grounds were they actually chased away.
They said, we asked the Home Affairs to say, why are they chasing these people? They said, according to them, they were supposed to be getting papers or permits to be allowed to sell here, getting payment from the local Musina municipality.
Okay, I get that. What about the rest? I mean, give me a sense of the numbers. I mean, who's there today? Foreign nationals heading back home from which countries? What's been the general mood like?
Mainly here, they are dealing with foreign nationals from Zimbabwe and Malawi. So yesterday alone, 4,800 foreign nationals from those two countries were cleared from this area, but the majority of them are people from Malawi. So today is only now that they are going to give us the latest as to how has been the situation since morning.
And your sense, therefore, because I mean that is also a temporary repatriation center, right? And I know what's happened initially in the areas of like Durban or Tegwini where it's come and gone. I mean, any idea how long this will continue to be used for that purpose?
They don't know. The Home Affairs said they don't know. They will depend on the people, but the numbers are going down. This morning when we talked to them at around 10, they said today they checked and they found that there are less than 2,000 people at the center. And they remember yesterday they cleared about 4,800. So the numbers are going and they are going down. And they are optimistic that as time goes on, the center will close, but they can't tell when.
Is there any other, issue that's come up today that you would like to share?
We talked about the chasing of the hawkers. The problems. The nationals themselves are complaining of the delay because some of them they've been here for 4 days. You remember if you happen to be here, because they are in the bush, it's on the farm, and where there's nothing, you can't even try to walk from here. Otherwise, you will meet the wild animals. So they are complaining that this process is taking long. But according to Home Affairs, the process is taking long because there are a number of departments that these people need to go through, like Home Affairs and the police. Police are checking their fingers if they have criminal records. And as a result, yesterday they said they found one man who has a criminal case of murder, and they put that person aside. They can't tell us as to when was the murder committed and where was it committed, but he was found here trying to cross to be processed.
So what then is your understanding of the issue? If they find someone with a criminal record like murder who has not completed a sentence, right? What then do they do with that person?
They handed him over to the police, because the police are here. So the police are the ones who will tell us what is going to happen, because Home Affairs said they were told by the police that this person, they checked his fingers, because everyone who's going through here, his fingers needs to be checked to check if whether he has or not criminal records. So according to Home Affairs, the matter is handled by the police. That we try to ask the police who are here, they don't have answers. So as time goes on, we'll try to get the police as to tell us how many people were found to be involved in criminal activities, who are suspected to be criminals who are going through here.
Oh, okay. All very, very confusing. Well, I appreciate you giving off your time today. Thank you for that. And best wishes that you continue tracking the issue of the migrants foreign nationals, undocumented, heading back home. Rudzani Chibase, SABC News reporter, speaking to us from Limpopo. Thank you for your time. There's more to come, including all your thoughts, so feel free to add your issues. There's also been developments regarding the Ukraine-Russia war. I mean, that seems to have no end, isn't it? Like, it just doesn't stop. So we'll talk about that with Tembisa Fakure. We'll also have our big issue this week around South Africa. Can South Africa rebuild trust in its law enforcement institutions? We'll chat about that to Andy Mashaila as well, coming up just now. First things first, news headlines. It's 3:30. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa says the country's efforts of building an inclusive digital future for its citizens are coming to fruition. The acting head of the Special Investigating Unit, Leonard Lekgetho, says an estimated 30 billion rand in the health sector gets lost through fraud, waste and abuse. And Kimberley artist Junior Oliphant has been selected to showcase his artwork at an international art exhibition in Australia. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, to me, some of us slept, some of us did not sleep overnight on a significant night of the World Cup. But you want to start with the World Cup winners, the Springboks, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has made 10 changes to his starting 15 to face Scotland at Loftus Versfeld on Saturday. Pieter-Steph du Toit will lead the side in the absence of Siya Kolisi, who's out on injury, and Eben Etzebeth and Apalele Farsi are in to start in fullback. Edwell van der Merwe and Kenan Moodley will replace Cheslin Colby and Kurt Arendse on the wings, while prop Buan Venter comes in for Ox and Che. Still staying with rugby, the All Blacks have cut into the Springboks' lead at the top of the World Rugby rankings after the opening round of the Nations Championship. New Zealand's 34-32 win over France lifted their rating to 91.04 points, trimming South Africa's advantage at the summit to 2.90 points, despite a convincing 45-21 win over England at Ellis Park. The Boks remain at 93.94 points, the gap too wide to gain further rating points. Ireland held third after edging Australia 33-31 in Sydney, while France stayed fourth and the Wallabies eighth. The biggest movers were Scotland, who moved from 7th to 5th. They leapfrogged both England and Los Pumas, marking their return to their joint highest ranking position since the 2023 World Cup. In terms of football, UEFA has strongly criticized FIFA for its surprise decision to not suspend United States striker Florian Balogun after he was sent off against Bosnia at the World Cup. Normally, a player who receives a red card is automatically banned from the next match. This meant that Balogun should have missed the United States' last 16 game against Belgium. However, FIFA decided not to enforce the suspension, allowing the 25-year-old, who is the United States' top scorer in the tournament, to play. UEFA described FIFA's decision as unprecedented, incomprehensible and unjustifiable, saying that it had crossed a red line by effectively cancelling an automatic suspension during the tournament. According to UEFA, out of 188 other red cards that have been shown at the World Cup, only one other player has avoided serving a suspension. Meanwhile, England midfielder Jude Bellingham has described the Three Lions' dramatic 3-2 win over co-host Mexico at the iconic Azteca Stadium as the greatest match of his international career.
I've never been proud of a group of lads, a squad, a nation. I was saying in some of the interviews I've done before, it was a country's performance. It felt like everything I've seen this week is the country behind us. All we've talked about this week is how difficult it's going to be in an unbelievable atmosphere against a very, very good team. So to get this win is the best night of my England career so far, for sure.
Still staying with football, former SAFA Chief Executive Officer Dennis Mumble has shed some light as to why the association has not adopted term limits for their presidency. This is despite calls from the football community. Mumble, who served as CEO from 2013 to 2018, says that he reluctantly approached CAF during that tenure to reject the statute citing South Africa's age discrimination laws. This, according to Mumble, was a mistake and believes any organization needs constant renewal to make progress.
Years ago, when CAF adopted a term limit, there was an expectation that all of CAF's members would adopt the same regulation. And unfortunately, I was then put in a position where I had to write to CAF to say to them, listen, SAFA will not adopt the term limits because it would violate the age discrimination laws of South Africa. Now, to me, it's neither here nor there. All sports federations around the world, I think, at this stage point in time, most of them have term limits. And I don't see why SAFA should not have a term limit either. And just for the sake of regeneration of the organization, it's necessary to have new blood coming in all the time. And so, from a philosophical standpoint, I think term limits are absolutely necessary. But SAFA doesn't have one right now because it consciously rejected it.
Obviously, this is a big topic because the elective Congress is coming up later this year, and it seems like SAFA President Danny Jordan still wants to run for another term. However, Mumble also says that AmaZulu President Sandile Zungu would be a good candidate for the top post, saying that he brings a wealth of experience in football administration. Anything's over with tennis. Ukrainian 12th seed Marta Kostyuk booked her place in a maiden Wimbledon quarterfinal with straight sets win over Ashlyn Kruger. Kostyuk overturned a 4-2 deficit in the second set to win 6-4 and 6-4, and she will next face Filipina rising star Alexandra Ila or former finalist Yasmin Pualini of Italy for a last 4 place. I'll have more in the next hour. Ashraf, the story with regards to the US striker is absolutely crazy. Politics and sports should never mix.
Well, look, why is it crazy if Donald Trump already won the FIFA Peace Award a few months before the World Cup? I mean, like anything else beyond that, why would you be surprised? And I've said so, and people have been thinking, well, I'm being too difficult. It's the truth. It's the most ridiculous thing. And I think what you didn't mention, I think, in the sports bulletin is, Trump tweeting about it or on his own platform, like being very complimentary, right, about justice being served. Like he's completely meddled. And every single report coming out of the USA has confirmed that Trump's office has meddled by effectively asking FIFA to rescind that decision. So the clever way out is they haven't rescinded the decision. They've rescinded the punishment by a delay of a year to say suspended for 1 year. Like,
crazy.
Really, what does that tell you?
Absolutely crazy. And I do agree with former FIFA President Sepp Blatter saying red cards are not overturned by political phone calls. They are overturned by rules, evidence, and independent bodies.
Well, you said it, or he said it. Someone said, if Blatter's coming out well in this, that just shows you how far FIFA has fallen. I'm quoting others, okay, by the way.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Turnich, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Right, so here's a voice text message. Hi, Ashraf Klengani in Palaborwa. Some of us who are commending General Mkhwanazi were very critical of the president appointing the Madlanga Commission and used the opportunity to remind him of the Pala and insult him on stations like SAfm. But now we sheepishly praising the President Ramaphosa for a job well done. But of course, Ramaphosa, not money. But swear, let me repeat. But of course, Ramaphosa is not money to be loved by every Jack, Tom, and Jerry. Okay, not Tom, Dick and Harry. Jack, Tom, Jerry. I've noted the Tom and Jerry connection there. Got that? Well, listen, the Madlanga Commission, there have been so many people so critical of it. Has it delivered? Has it impacted change already? Absolutely, I think it has.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. I would describe Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi in what way as resolute. I mean, the guy is outspoken. The bombshell allegations that he made, and then since then until today, we've seen changes. Some people have been arrested, and some people have been brought to justice. So we salute the men, and we say, brother, well done, keep it up. Wisdom Caesar from Potchefstroom in the South Coast. Thank you.
Resolute may be just the nicest way to reflect on that, okay? Well, what about resolute regarding the Ukraine, Russia? That's an ongoing issue. We'll talk about the big issue around law enforcement in South Africa with Andy Mashaile just now. But let's talk about Ukraine, Russia right after this.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, according to a senior U.S. official, the American President Donald Trump will meet his Ukrainian counterpart Vladimir Zelensky this week in Turkey. This for a NATO summit, and then make a renewed push to end the war in the Ukraine. I thought that war was going to end like a few days after Trump got into power, right? Isn't it? So what is the state of play? Why the attrition? Why are we nowhere near resolution, unless I'm reading it incorrectly? What will it take to end the war? Tembisa Pakule, as always, has lots to say. He's a senior research fellow at AfroCID, which is the Africa-Asia Dialogues. Tembisa, as always, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Right, let me start at the end here. This meeting that's going to take place in Turkey between the American president and his Russian Ukrainian counterpart. The thought is that Trump will push for resolution, right? What would be what is in his armory? What could he do that will get both Ukraine and Russia to agree to him?
Well, this is much ado about nothing. Donald Trump always wants to get the limelight, and this time around at the NATO meeting, of course, there's nothing really attractive that can give him that limelight. So best he can do is to try and organize this farce of a meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky. But we know that he's not really interested. It's transactional. When he came in, he thought that he was going to gain something from this or his peace efforts in inverted commas, and he couldn't. Now there's a NATO meeting which does not really feature him that high on the agenda, so he's trying to find something that will steal the limelight from the event into him, and the best he can do is to have this meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, but I don't think it's going to yield any result. No, are we going to see any peace between Russia and Ukraine at the moment, because Ukraine, by the way, is doing quite well unexpectedly. They are currently crippling Russia with all of the energy refineries being hit by Ukraine. So Donald Trump has got nothing to offer in this meeting. It's all about himself and nothing else.
All right. I mean, that sounds like someone who's off stage and somebody else is singing and you think you've got a great voice. And in the middle of all that live performance, you start singing yourself. So if that's the case, then why does Donald Trump still have an audience?
Well, it's got an audience because it's Donald Trump. We hear this morning that even somehow manages to intervene when there's a red card offered during a World Cup match. So this is Donald Trump who can do it, and Volodymyr Zelensky has got no choice but to go ahead with what Donald Trump wants to do. I think Volodymyr Zelensky understands that there's not going to be any peace. Donald Trump has said or suggested that Ukraine must give up some of its territory as part of the concession of achieving peace with Russia. And Volodymyr Zelensky said that's not going to be happening, and that was a demand of Vladimir Putin. That demand still stands. So you don't really expect anything concrete that's going to come out of this meeting.
But if I heard you correctly, you did say, Zelensky has no choice but to do what Trump asks him to do, then you also said that, the big thing Trump has asked him to do, that's Ukraine, is to give up any rights in terms of Russia annexing certain land, and he's never acceded to that. So, which one would it be then?
Well, I think he's betting all his options. That is Volodymyr Zelensky. The assistance to the Ukrainians is not completely and 100% coming from the Europeans alone. The Americans are still playing an important role, particularly with technology and some of the armory that's been was promised, at least during the days of Biden. Those undertakings still stand, so they're getting a trickling. There is a trickling of assistance from the Americans, and knowing Donald Trump, he can decree otherwise. So because of that, I think Volodymyr Zelensky will continue detaining any requests from Donald Trump. But again, as I said, I don't think we should expect much. The Ukrainians have since managed somehow to wage this war by themselves, by and large, with an assistance of the Europeans. And they are coming up with technology which they've since been selling to the Gulf countries, if you remember, when Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain were facing that bombardment from the Shahid drones from Iran. They quickly called upon Ukraine to come and assist them with defense systems. So Ukraine is still doing some business with the United States, and I think that's why Donald Trump Volodymyr Zelensky will entertain requests from Donald Trump at this point.
Entertaining would mean simply having a chat with him. From your side, never mind your initial skepticism, where you talked about it's a farce of a meeting. What would you be looking out for any pointer to come out of the meeting anyway?
Well, yeah, whatever comes from Donald Trump means something, but I don't think it means a lot to Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump, as I've said, he will have to come up with something from this meeting. He's not featuring anywhere in this meeting. Turkey is running the show at the moment. The limelight is on Turkey. We are likely to have other countries, particularly the Khalijis or the Gulf countries, coming in, making some statements with Turkey, because Turkey is the only NATO member within the region. But Turkey is the limelight is on Turkey because of the current responsibility that it has. But the other important thing, of course, is that Israel has been hinting that it wants to attack Turkey. So it's an important meeting for Turkey. Donald Trump knows that, but at the same time, he's under pressure for rapprochement between the United States and NATO, given that Donald Trump has been saying all bad things about NATO, except for his deputy president, J.D. Vance, who has been pushing for some sort of reconciliation and rapprochement with NATO. So he has to find something to say. He has to find a platform and must give a reason to have a press conference during which many of us expect that, of course, it's going to waffle about everything else except the purpose and objective of this current meeting.
Well, there you have it. Let's see what comes out of it. Farce or not, we'll see. Thembisa Fakude, senior researcher at AfriSid. As always, appreciate your input and engaging me here on the National Pulse.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I played a lot of my football to the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Okay, your older car may not have parking assist, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 43-year-old Cliniso pays only 510 rands a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover up to 1 million rands. Ready to stop paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance Do it today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. SMS car to 43185. You got it? Car, CAR 43185. License insurer and FSP T's and C's and information online.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Right, let's hear what you have to say. You're part of the Pulse community. Let's engage.
Good afternoon, Asraf. Asraf, I think we need to propose to government to amend the constitution. July doesn't have a holiday. Let's have 6th of July as a public holiday. Can call it Whistleblowers Day, so that the whistleblowers like the great Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi can be heard. The guy blown whistle many times, but he was not heard up until he went to public. And this day is supposed to be a holiday. Whistleblowers Day. Thank you.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Whistleblowers Day. I somehow don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Okay, let's get to our big issue. So every week we focus on one big issue. We run with it with 5 different takes on that issue. For this week, our big issue is about South Africa attempting to rebuild its trust in its law enforcement institutions. We'll do that right after this.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Right, so as part of that big issue, can South Africa rebuild trust in its law enforcement institutions? I mean, you may want to answer with a quick yes, no. You can tweet it out, you can post it on WhatsApp text messages. Love to know. Yes, no, can we regain trust? With me is Ambassador Andy Mashaile, who's a retired Interpol ambassador and security strategist. Andy, as always, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you and my brother and the heavyweight listeners of this great show of yours.
Thank you. They're going to think of them as heavyweight champions of the world, but undefeated at that as well, right? The reality is many may say that the listeners may be undefeated, but our trust in law enforcement has been defeated, meaning that there's a high level of distrust. Now, we speak to you at a time celebrating the first anniversary of the pronouncements of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and I think in that case it's very opportune. Can South Africa rebuild trust in its law enforcement institutions?
On a lighter note, and having been a follower of the social media, I saw happy General Mkhwanazi Day. So I want to say to you, tongue in cheek, we can change the landscape of policing in a way and manner that it gives confidence to the victims of crime. It also gives confidence to those who want justice to obtain. And it took, unfortunately, one man out of the hundreds or the tens that we are seeing before the Madlanga Commission, and not knowing about those who have not been outed yet, that affecting the confidence of the people. When you listen to the people, Ashraf, saying Madlanga Commission should be extended for the next 5 years, it tells you they have confidence in the commission and no confidence in the law enforcement agencies. Hence, the continued the call for the extension and continued investigation of law enforcement agencies.
So, what would it then take to restore? I mean, Madlanga Commission notwithstanding, which is a good example, but overall, I mean, it's more than that. There's been question marks about no action seemingly taken against the now suspended Minister of Police all this time. We checked to the ATM party as well just now. What more would it take to restore confidence in our law enforcement agencies?
The people of this country, Ashraf, wants people to be arrested, and not only be arrested, to be prosecuted and successfully prosecuted, leading to convictions. I think there's that fatigue of corrupted systems, particularly the criminal justice system that has been corrupted. I'm referring to those individuals that have been outed. People want those to be arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and most importantly, to be incarcerated, to spend time in jail, not to be given 15 years and then a few years down the line, you are walking down the streets. This is what the people tell me wherever I go to speak and I engage with them. So this is a decisive factor that will make South Africans happy. There's no middle ground in terms of the victims of crime themselves. You know, you remember of the victims of crime survey. They want those who have committed crime to be arrested. And some of these who have committed crimes against ordinary people, let alone the crime of corruption, money laundering, and all these other forms of crime. South Africans want people who break the law to be prosecuted. That will instill confidence in our people and communities.
All right. Having said that, if you reflect on, let's say, the last, from the time of the Zondo Commission, in fact, up to now, is it a fair statement to make that far too many names that have been mentioned have not been prosecuted at all or not been called up to provide further evidence, which lends itself to, to borrow the Trump American example in the USA at the World Cup right now, it's when is a red card not a red card, right? Do you find, how do you respond to that for many people who say, well, you see, we have these commissions and then there's just no convictions or nobody gets called up, and they apportion reasons around conspiracy reasons for that?
Ashraf, my brother, the short period that the Madlanga Commission was established, let's say 1 year later, we have seen arrests. We have seen people now still in jail. We have seen people struggling to get bail. We have seen people sitting down to go into a plea bargain or plea bargains. I think many of them are going to turn into state witnesses, given the effectiveness of the Madlanga Commission. A small budget, which would be using Pareto principle, 80% of the success is coming from the 20% that the government has invested. The 80-20 principle has kicked in and it has garnered so much interest in following the commission, because it's not like a reality movie or a reality show. The Madlanga Commission, you testify, you say what you have to say, and a few weeks or a month later you are arrested, and we have seen some of them are still in jail.
But therefore, going back to the point, I mean, what are the lessons to learn from then the Zondo Commission? Because that's when the greatest degree of criticism has been leveled against.
You know why I didn't juxtapose the Zondo Commission? I am not sure what the Zondo Commission intended to achieve, and I am not certain whether the terms of reference of the Zondo Commission gave Judge Justice Zondo the powers to can refer people and get them prosecuted. I don't know. And why do I say I don't know? I have never seen those individuals who were mentioned in the Zondo Commission being referred for further investigation and arrest having had been effected. So that to me is a yardstick that advised me as I was responding to your question. Safely speaking, I did not take the Zondo Commission seriously when comparing it to the Madlanga Commission, all owing to the impact and the effectiveness of the Madlanga Commission. Was the Zondo Commission effective? In my view, no. Did it deliver a knockout punch? No. Did Madlanga Commission deliver a knockout punch before wrapping up? Yes. Do I expect more people to be arrested? Yes. Coming from where? Coming from the new testimonies that are going to be mentioned by either Matlala, and having it picked up what was said in General Khan's statement, and many of those worms cropping out of the woodwork, speaking to the illicit cigarettes. there are people who SARS must go after, and we know that SARS must go after them. And NPA must look at some of these issues. What I like about Madlanga is it gets down to the core, and law enforcement agencies or other components of the criminal justice system responds positively.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that. So if Madlanga is the example, can we have not more Madlangas? Maybe not literally, but you get my point. More convictions that will change things, or more resignations as we are seeing at the moment. Andy Mashayile, retired Interpol ambassador, security strategist, looking at our big issue around regaining trust or rebuilding trust in our law enforcement institutions. How do we do that? In fact, you can answer that question too. How do we rebuild trust in our law enforcement institutions here in South Africa? First things first, news at 4 years on Delaimbana.
SAFM.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Ramaphosa speaks on efforts of building digital future and fraud and increasing challenge in the health sector. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa says the country's efforts of building an inclusive digital future for its citizens are coming to fruition. The president's weekly letter comes a week after the country hosted the first ever Google African Cloud Summit. Google announced that it announced a range of investments, including a 3 million rand digital innovation center that will be built at the Southwest Gauteng TVET College in Soweto. The president says in his letter that investor confidence in the country's digital economy trajectory is growing, with Google estimating that its Johannesburg cloud region could contribute approximately 1.7 trillion rands in additional gross economic output by 2030 and support of over 300,000 jobs. Ramaphosa says digital technologies are increasingly being adopted to overcome developmental challenges in education, healthcare, service delivery and climate change. Some residents of Bloemfontein say Madlanga Commission of Inquiry needs a further extension after the 31st of August. Many locals have praised the work of the commission sitting in Pretoria. The 6th of July marks a year since KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made allegations about corruption within the South African Police Service. His revelations led to the establishment of the commission. Some residents are of the view that South Africans should be allowed to donate money for the continuation of the commission.
I know there is an issue of budget. Maybe my advice to President would be all these foreigners who are illegally in here owning properties, confiscate those properties and sell them so that we can fund the commission. We can also try to find out if South Africans cannot donate 100 rand just for 3 months to make sure that commission is there, because there is a lot. We still need to see the commission coming to Free State, because there are so many things.
The agency that they used to follow it up, I think that's one thing that stood up for me. Even now, the proceedings, you can see that people are serious about it. Now people are there. They want it out in the light.
The acting head of the Special Investigating Unit, Leonard Lekgetho, says an estimated 30 billion rand in the health sector gets lost through fraud, waste and abuse. Lekgetho was a speaker at the 25th Annual Board of Health Funders Conference in Cape Town. Lekgetho says this is a number estimated by health experts. He says fraud, waste and abuse is becoming an increasing challenge in the health sector.
We say it is increasingly becoming a challenge, particularly in the provision of the private health care. And the cost of fraud, waste and abuse, the health sector expert says that up to 15% of healthcare claims may be tainted with fraud, waste and abuse. They further estimate that the healthcare sector in South Africa has lost close to 30 billion to fraud, waste and abuse.
Police have arrested more than 23,000 suspects during Operation Chanela between Monday last week and Sunday. Of these, over 2,000 suspects were wanted for serious crimes including murder, rape, attempted murder, carjacking and armed robbery. Police also arrested more than 6,000 undocumented foreign nationals for contravening the Immigration Act. National Police spokesperson Vincent Mukati.
Investigation and recoveries
121 unlicensed firearms, 2,584 rounds of ammunition, various types of drugs, and 52 hijacked and stolen vehicles recovered.
Kimberley artist Junior Oliphant has been selected to showcase his artwork at an international art exhibition in Australia. Oliphant, who uses his art to explore identity, heritage and the stories of the Northern Cape to preserve culture, has been selected by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. The initiative is part of the Cosmic Echoes, a shared sky indigenous art exhibition, which represents South African indigenous art on the global stage. Oliphant has embraced the opportunity to exhibit in Australia.
I am an artist that is thriving to invite people to listen to my story, because the story that I am telling is a story about identity, and then also to remind people of the identity that I come from. I'd like to believe that I am from Khoisan lineage, but of course it's not something that I can just claim. It's a journey that I have to partake in. So as I am on that journey, I take my paintings with me, and as I keep growing, my paintings grow as well. Since my first breakthrough when I went to London in 2023, there's been a lot of growth and a lot of breakthrough in my career specifically. And
recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa says the country's efforts of building an inclusive digital future for its citizens are coming to fruition. The president's weekly letter comes a week after the country hosted the first ever Google African Cloud Summit. I'm Mondela Mbana for SAfm News at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Spain and Portugal set for epic World Cup clash. Box recalls Papier and FIA explains safety car finish at Silverstone. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. SAfm, prime time all day long.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so much more to come. But listen, reaction on the chat I had with Andy Mashaile, welcome. Reaction on the conversation with Tembisa Fakude, welcome. On Ukraine, Russia. Reaction on Donald Trump, USA, FIFA, and the red card. Most welcome as well as many other things, whatever it is you may want to get off your chest, including that issue of Musina and the one person on his way home, one person on the way home dying, just around before we're getting to Musina. Tragic story is many we've had many of these stories of people, leaving the country, being repatriated, but the difficulties they have had to face. I mean, here's a thought for you, okay? I think there's no question that you can't defend if something is illegal. You can't say, well, it's legal, so it's or rather, if something is illegal, you can't say it's okay. I think we must all accept that reality. But something's gone wrong in South Africa, where we've had so much wrong with regards to our borders not being manned and people coming in their thousands to the country undocumented. Now, having understood the problem, and we've had protests against it and government taking action, what we failed to do is this, even amongst people who are wrong, there has to be a human or a humane side to it. What you can't do is rush people out of the country in a matter of weeks and days. It's that type of thing that sees people, 10 people, women giving birth in Durban because while they're living outside in a tent or the streets. Like, you can't have that. And here's a thought to you, okay? In no way justifying the fact that if a person is undocumented, it's okay, or does not have a work permit. Not justifying that at all. But in the process to clean things up, think about this. In apartheid South Africa, when apartheid was apartheid and it finally ended, did we clean it up in 1 week, or did we actually allow years and years of transformation to take place? Just think about that. Because even if you have to take action, to suddenly take action in a matter of days for what has been going on wrong for years, and you hear people living here for 10 years, 15 years, I think we just missed the point there. I do think there's a need for a clean start, a fresh start, but there's also a need to relook at how we manage people who may be deemed illegal in our country, and they need to vacate, there has to be a more humane way to do so. Well, agree with me or not. Right, talking about all of that, we'll chat, by the way, about developments from March and March. They've got their plans for the next 3 months. We'll talk about that just now. We will talk about ATM and their party thoughts on what's happened to the suspended minister of police right after this.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wrist point for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at Combi Ticket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup.
For the love of the game.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account in under 2 minutes and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. A little bit of pressure around Joburg's Galuli's interchange and 12 and R24 routes coming in from Ekurhuleni. There is a breakdown before Galuli, so both of those routes queuing. And there's a crash on the N3 North on the ramp to the N12 East at Galuli's as well. So extra pressure on that run through Bedford View for a turn towards the airport or Boksburg. Joburg's Mike 1 from Melrose heading up through Santa, very busy queues up as far as Marlborough Drive. And there's no traffic lights. Grayston Drive at the Mike 1 highway if you're coming out of Santa. That is already busy. Today queues heading out on Grayston through Catherine Street. Some roadworks on Durban's N3 coming inbound. That's between the Richmond Road and the M7. So if you're around Pinetown, you've gone through Marion Hill Plaza, there is a queue into that construction zone. Also very heavy getting out through Key Ridge today, backlogging from Shongweni up through towards the Key Ridge area towards Pietermaritzburg. If you're heading to PMB, that is quite a backlog as well. Cape Town, the M5 is your standout highway with traffic queuing from the Kuberg interchange all the way down to Racecourse Road in the Kenilworth area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, appreciate the fact that you're willing to engage. Many people trying to call in, which is great. We'll take your live calls when we get a moment. But also, and many have sent out WhatsApp voice notes, which is great. So we banked it and we'll play them as soon as we can. Okay, I can tell you now. There's just a very cute tweet I saw from TNT Sports, and it's got a picture of Florian Balogun, and it's saying the list of players to have their red cards overturned or suspended at the World Cup since the card was introduced in 1970. And it's got a picture of Florian Balogun, and it says end of list. Okay, let's talk about issues back home. The ATM's Vuyo Zungula has written a letter to the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development to summon the public protector to account why Parliament hasn't received a report into Senzo Mchunu. Now, this, I think, in many ways is linked to the first conversation we had around Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, as well as our big issue on regaining public trust in our law enforcers, right? So, well, why? Let's find out more about just that with Vuyo Zungula, the ATM parliamentary leader. Thank you for joining us and engaging me on the National Pulse, Vuyo.
Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone joining in.
Thank you. Now, I mean, in terms of you writing a letter of inquiry, do I take it that you know the answer already?
We want the public protector to actually go to Parliament and account as to why, in over a year, she has not tabled a report on a mere complaint. EMEA is Executive Members Ethics Act, which guides the members of the executive in terms of what they can or cannot do. And part of the laws of our country stipulate that in the Public Protectors Act, that in terms of EMEA Act, the Public Protector is supposed to investigate and issue a report within 30 days whenever the complaint is of an Executive Members Ethics Act nature. Primarily, this is done to ensure that if there's anyone that complains about misconduct or unethical conduct of any members of the executive, it could be dealt with timeously. So the fact that in over a year, that is over 12 months, yet the Act is very clear that within a month, that report must be tabled by the Public Protector. It is a reason for South Africans to be concerned, because it should not be taking this long, because the issue and the nature of the complaint was whether Minister Mchunu acted in a manner that was unconstitutional, unethical by disbanding the political killing task team. So it should not be taking over 12 months for the Public Protector to finalize that investigation.
All right. But I mean, so, either we think that the reasons can be just, the Public Protector's Office is overworked, or they're still busy gathering information, or we can think about the reasons, or we can think of something rather more sinister. Which one do you think it is?
It cannot be issues pertaining to the office being undercapacitated, because, again, I want to repeat this point. That provision that the report must be done within 30 days is to protect the public of any abuse of power that would be done by any member of the executive. Now, it can't be taking over a year. And one would think that in terms of priority, yes, there are other investigations, but any investigations that that deal with the misconduct and abuse of power by ministers, by the president, surely they should take precedence because of their overarching nature in terms of the extent and of the many people that would be affected. So for us, we do not want to be seen as some people that are insulting the public protector. You'll remember that a few weeks ago, she actually threatened the citizens to say she can actually sue or imprison people who are basically insulting her. Who knows? Even this interview could be viewed that it is an insult to the public protector. But the point that we want to drive is that she must come before the portfolio committee and explain the reasons, because we want institutions as ATM that do their work independently, so without fear, without prejudice, and just focusing on fulfilling what the law stipulates.
What then about, so we were speaking earlier on to Andy Mashaile about, what will restore public confidence in our law enforcement agencies. What do you think? I mean, this example would be at the very center, isn't it?
Yeah, clearly. Put aside whether Minister Mchunu is found that he has violated the law or not, but there should be a timeous report in line with what the law stipulates. And if the public protector can then say, but she does not have capacity or there's something wrong with that piece of legislation, it's her having a relationship or having a professional relationship with the Minister of Justice, whereby she can even propose that the Justice Department must amend the laws so that they are able to comply. And with other cases of EMEA, the previous public protectors were able to were able to issue reports within the stipulated time, or maybe given a grace period of 1 month or 2. But to go over 12 months, it is something that we can't accept as a country. And to get our country right, we just need to get the institutions right, especially institutions which are independent in nature, such as the public protector, because they protect the public against any abuse of power, which is normally done by the ones that are in the executive. So for her to actually take her time, not communicate to the public, and us as the ATM as a complainant to say the investigation is 80% done, or the investigation is having these particular issues. She's gone quiet. For us, it is something that we just need South Africans to understand. It is one of the things that erodes trust in our public institutions. That is why we wanted to account before Parliament.
Okay, just lastly, has there been a response so far? I know it's early days, but no?
No, the chairperson of the committee indicated that they are on it. I know that committee chairs are working on the program for the next term, and we're hoping that it will be one of the issues that will receive the priority in terms of being tabled before the portfolio committee meeting for the next term.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time. Vuyo Zungula, the ATM parliamentary leader, effectively asking questions. What's happened to the suspended Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu? Right, let's talk about March and March. What are their plans marching for the next 3 months?
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so you know the March and March movement sort of drove the protests of last week, right? And then announced on that day that, in fact, they will now continue by having a march every Thursday. We understand, well, the question is how long. They've now made the point that, in fact, it would be 3 months. But let's find out more, because they had this think tank of their very own and obviously evaluating what's happened and what their plans are next. So with me is Dr. Trevor Ngwane, who's an activist and research associate at the University of Joburg. Dr. Ngwane, I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse. Trevor, you there?
Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let's start with this. I mean, there's like probably 3 or 4 key points to emerge from the March and March meeting over the weekend as a way forward. What are they?
Oh, you want me to tell you what March and March is planning?
Yeah, what have they planned? Let's start with that.
I think they are planning more xenophobia, more attacks on ordinary working class people in South Africa, because they have no way of knowing beforehand whether you are born in South Africa or born in Malawi. They have no way of knowing beforehand whether you are, you've got papers to be here or not. So there will be that attack on ordinary people. I think also when you look at the timing, you can ask yourself, why now? Because the problem of migration is not only a South African problem, but it's all over the world for a long time. So maybe we should look also at the coming local government elections, because I think the leaders of March and March have made it clear that which political parties their supporters must vote for. So those are all the things happening, Ashraf. But in summary, it's just politics of brutality. You know.
But I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I mean, you're saying you're saying emphatically that this is a xenophobic attack. I mean, they've clearly denied that. Many people, they've been very clear that they are targeting undocumented foreign nationals, which actually is government policy as well, right? So why would that be considered xenophobic?
Yeah, exactly. Because if the job of the government of the state is to make sure that there is orderly, migration, visas at the border, where do they come in? Why are they now going to the streets, demanding people's passports and permits? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but you see, the point is they're saying, and I'm not saying they're right, there's a difference between the organizers and individuals. Now, it's possible that the organizers are saying one thing and their followers are saying another. It's also possible that the followers are saying something either in direct contradiction of what the followers are saying, or they're doing so anyway, and the followers and the leadership is turning a blind eye. What we don't have is actually facts and figures that this is a clear xenophobic movement, although many have described it as such.
Well, yeah, it's possible, Ashraf, but listen to the language of the leaders, the crudity. I mean, those people, they more or less call private parts, they also denigrate migrants. They also blame them for, the crime situation in South Africa. They blame them for unemployment. They blame them for the collapsing healthcare services. Can you see? So this is not far off from the guy who then goes out to the street and attacks a vulnerable individual in the name of getting rid of so-called illegal
All right,
migrants.
just the last thing. Have you seen the new plans for the next 3 months? Have you had a chance to look at what their plans are?
I looked at them. There's nothing new there. I'm telling you, it's full of postcard opportunism. It's full of abrogation of responsibility. It's full of what I can call right-wing politics. It's full of anti-Ubuntu, anti-Pan-Africanism, anti-solidarity. It's full of political violence, because violence is not just also, physical, Ashraf. It's also verbal. So if you call someone a certain name, that's violence. And it's full of divide and rule politics. Let's just say, in summary, it's full of what Fela Kuti, the singer, called colonial mentality.
Okay, let's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I want to say one last thing.
Yeah.
I want to say to all those migrants, people born in Mozambique, in Malawi, we stand with you in solidarity against this terror of the right-wingers, of the xenophobes, and we'll fight with you to defend your rights, and we'll help. We'll provide humanitarian support if we are thrown out into the cold winter without blankets. And we say to the police, do your job of defending all people here in South Africa who are attacked by violent mobs.
All right, lastly, I mean, you say we'll help, we'll fight with you. And I hear that. I mean, many people are worried about the attack on humanitarian grounds, right? But have you been successful at that already? Meaning, there's been women who've given birth. There's hundreds of people sitting on the streets of, whether it's Joburg, whether it's Durban, other parts of the world, Cape Town as well. I'm just talking about you because you said we will support you, right? We will fight with you. Have you been able to provide that support?
You mean me as an individual?
Yeah, because you said we. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, I was using the royal we, Ashraf. But yes, I'm part of an organization called SAfmRadio, which has been formed to fight against these pogroms. And they've been providing health, blankets. We also work with Gift of the Givers, with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, with church organizations to provide stranded and vulnerable migrants who have been kicked out of their houses, their shacks, because of xenophobia in South Africa.
All right, let's clear this up. What is your stance, since you're part of that movement, what is your stance regarding foreign nationals who've been living in our country undocumented for years and years and years, either undocumented with no passport or undocumented with a passport but no work permit and working here? What is your position on that?
Well, you know what, Ashraf? Those people are part of what I can call the working class and the poor. Can you see? They are part of the victims of colonialism, which ravaged up Africa which created all this division, these colonial borders, tribalism. So I stand with them. I want a government which will find a way of providing support to them so that they can be in the country legally. As you know very well that many of them, when they go to the Department of Home Affairs, they are being asked for bribes, corruption. Many of them, they put applications, they never come back. So we need a state which will do its job properly. We don't need rampaging mobs carrying umkhonto and nobkiris, demanding people, attacking people, looting spaza shops. That's what we don't need.
All right, just to confirm, last thing, you are then not in support of these foreign nationals being repatriated voluntarily or otherwise. Have I got that right?
Why would I stop someone who wants to be repatriated voluntarily, Ashraf? I mean, come on. Can you see? The point is, why are they... That's why I said, why is someone who's living in South Africa suddenly saying, I'm going home? It's because of the terror, the threats, the violence, the looting, the verbal abuse. Can you see the denigration because of right-wing, anti-Afrophobic, xenophobic utterances of these the leaders of this movement.
All right, that's where we can leave it. Certainly food for thought. Appreciate your insights, Dr. Trevor Nwani. He was an activist, research associate at the University of Joburg. Right, I'm sure, well, we're going to get a reaction from you on that, aren't we? Right, let's get the news headlines firstly. Just go on 4:30.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, a third suspect has handed herself over at the Edenvale police station in connection with the alleged theft of precious metals and stones worth almost 15 million rand in Johannesburg in 2023. Northern Cape Police have raised concerns about unauthorized identity document inspections conducted by individuals in Kimberley, and reports from Mali say fighting has intensified in the northern town of Anafis, where militants are battling for control of a key military camp where Malian troops and Russian paramilitaries are based. We'll be back with that full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Today we start in Mpumalanga with some very heavy delaying going on at Crocodile Gorge through the construction zone. There was some blasting, but that's being completed for about 30 minutes now. But very heavy. East of Mbombela, Crocodile Gorge area, very slow today. Joburg crash on the N3 North at Galuli's. Traffic getting into that from Limbro Park is slow. Roadworks, Witkoppen Road, just west of Rivonia. So Witkoppen and Rivonia, and a spillover onto Bowling Avenue. Very slow through northern parts of Joburg today. Lights are out Grayston Drive at the Mike 1 Highway. Grayston Drive very slow getting out of Sandton. Also Catherine and Grayston, those lights down as well. So heading out towards that junction from central Sandton, very busy. Heading out of Durban towards Pietermaritzburg, quite a queue to work through between Shongweni and Key Ridge. A crash on the N2 North between Kwamashu and Gateway. That is queuing up. Also the southbound, having a look at that, getting caught in some delayed traffic as well. Cape Town, heaviest of the highways, undoubtedly the M5. That's under pressure from the Kuberg interchange all the way down to Racecourse Road in Kenilworth. Rest of the highway network's a little bit lighter today. Oh, with the exception, N7 North, roadwork still in place, opposite to Noon. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Chumi, what a game tonight. Spain against Portugal.
Absolutely looking forward to it. Well, the FIFA World Cup round of 16 continues tonight with one of the tournament's biggest clashes as European heavyweights Spain and Portugal battle for a place in the quarterfinals. Portugal heads into the match unbeaten after 4 games, although they have conceded 2 goals during the tournament. And coach Roberto Martinez says that his side is eager to make a statement, especially with veteran captain Cristiano Ronaldo expected to lead the attack in what many believe or could believe that it is his final World Cup. Portugal has a near full-strength squad with Ronaldo set to be supported by Bruno Fernandes and Bernardo Silva. Spain will be without Yeremy Pino, who is sidelined with a shoulder injury, while Nico Williams misses out because of a groin injury. However, teenage star Lamine Yamal is fully fit and expected to start as Spain looks to book its place in the last 8. Neither team has any suspended players for the encounter, and kickoff is at 9 p.m. it promises to be a cracker of a game. Elsewhere, Kaizer Chiefs have handed goalkeeper Bontle Molefe a new long-term contract, reaffirming faith in the 23-year-old despite fierce competition at Naturena. Molefe, back from a loan spell at Leicesterford City, will now battle with Bruce Vuma, Brandon Peterson, Fakrin Twari, Ronaldo Lina, and the Bafana shot stopper for a place in coach Fernando de Cruz's plans. And this extension signals Chiefs' belief that Molefe remains a key part of their future and a potential long-term number one. In terms of rugby, Rassie Erasmus says that Springbok selection decisions are often based on what's needed around a player rather than solely on individual performance. Erasmus was speaking after announcing his lineup for Saturday's clash against Scotland at Loftus Versfeld, which sees 10 changes, with one including the likes of Ambrose Papier starting for the first time in 8 years to partner with his Bulls teammate Henry Pollard in the halfback pairing. Here's Erasmus.
Even a guy like Herschel, was part of 2 World Cups, if I'm correct. So there were really a bunch of good nines playing really well. And sometimes it's not because one player is not playing well enough or not Springbok class. It is just because there's some other guys who's also playing really well. But I think none of us can look past the fact of how well he played this year. And then obviously there's a lot of some injuries, and there's some guys who lost form. And he gathered form, if I can call it that way. So yeah, I'm very happy for him personally, and obviously for us as the Springboks. It's nice to have him on board, and he gets his opportunity.
Well, still talking about changes, junior Springbok coach Kevin Foote has made a couple of changes ahead of tomorrow's decisive Junior World Championship Pool A clash against Wales. 6 alterations have been made to his starting 15. With Alziden Felix promoted to fullback, Ethan Adams returning at inside centre, and Kudato Rasibaga slotting in on the wing. Joaquin Ashmid is back from suspension to start at fly half, with Risima Koza and Vuyoguiji there to bolster the loose forwards. And the showdown at Achala Stadium kicks off at 4 p.m. South African time. Now, in terms of cycling, South Africa's oldest classic cycle race, the Amashova National Classic, celebrates its 40th anniversary on the 19th of July. Founded in Durban back in 1986, the race follows the iconic Comrades Marathon route from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, and this year's edition will honor legends and past champions with full road closures across from the 106 kilometer, 70 and 40 kilometer routes. And a new highlight is the Dash for Cash at Suncoast, where the fastest 20 men and 20 women will battle for 50,000 rands prize purse after the main race. Then in terms of motorsport, the FIA has clarified why the British Grand Prix ended under safety car conditions, despite a message suggesting racing would resume for a final lap. The safety car was deployed on lap 48 after Max Verstappen spun out at Stowe, leaving his Red Bull stranded in the gravel, with marshals clearing the track. Cars were instructed to unlap themselves, sparking hopes of a dramatic finish. But when the message safety car in this lap appeared, it was quickly cancelled, and officials confirmed it was an error instruction, and the race duly finished in formation, with Charles Leclerc taking a victory over George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Thanks for that, to me. Looking forward to that. By the way, Donald Trump has, and he's been addressing the media, and he just said, I don't know what the hell the red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. There's more on that, I can tell you. It's as dramatic as you can imagine. This is the National Pulse.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
All the facts, all the figures coming with Makwe Masilela. You've got news local and global, Makwe.
Yes, Ashraf. Remember, the whole of last week, the all share was up 1.1% and the rand firmed 1.4%. But market participants are increasingly questioning the lofty valuations across the AI supply chain after recent volatility in semiconductor shares, even as hopes remains intact for software and platform companies expected to benefit from broader AI adoption. And a weaker than expected June U.S. jobs report released last week eased concerns about near-term interest rate hikes, helping to fuel the rally in equities that's early in the session, and also the potential for increased energy supplies pulled down oil prices and promised relief from inflationary pressures, while investors awaited a crucial earnings season for the AI sector, and further noting that there are new developments when it comes to the fractious US-Iran peace deal, and locally the World Bank has recommended that we consider extending a preferential 15% corporate income tax rate to all our special economic zones, as we have the infrastructure and institutional capacity to run them. And oil prices were higher as prospects of increased OPEC Plus output and the recovering Gulf crude exports were offset by lingering geopolitical uncertainties surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude is up 0.7% at $72 a barrel, and easing concerns about near-term interest rate hikes worked in favor of the yellow metal, while traders are waiting for Fed's meeting minutes for further insights into their rate outlook. And gold is up 0.6% at 4,152, but platinum is down 0.2% at 1,633. Ashraf, commodity returns for the year to date have come in well above those of stocks and bonds, though with higher volatility. And today, global stocks are mixed, with the JSE down 0.7%, dragged down by resources, and the rand is down 0.1% against the dollar 16.25, 21.70 against the pound, and 18.55 against the euro.
Right, thanks for that, Makwe. We'll have a full roundup of the markets coming up from 6 to 7 this evening with Jimmy Moyaha. Don't miss that.
SAfm 107.1 FM in Sea Point. Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Well, you know, every Monday we have this feature called Grow My Business. So we'll talk about that coming up around 10 to. Don't miss that. Some important leads for you as you grow your business. But right now, let's hear you out, okay? Thabo in Germiston, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Good talking to you, Thabo. Thanks. I'm very well indeed. What's your point?
Good man. Listen, Ashraf, there's a gentleman that you interviewed earlier. I don't know if it's Dave McKinley or somebody.
Yes. Earlier, Dave McKinley. Yes, you're right.
Yes. He had all her facts wrong, and I'm going to tell you why. Point number one, Ashraf, where the hell in South Africa do you expect a whistleblower to say it all? Because now he mentioned something like he could have said more, you know, that kind of a thing.
Yes, yeah.
And we are aware of an agenda. There is an agenda that is driven somewhere by certain people who are trying to rubbish, you know, General Ndlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can't expect a whistleblower. He's not the only one who's been saying that. That's nonsensical. A whistleblower cannot say all the facts, you know, while in the process of whistleblowing. And General Ndlanhla Mkhwanazi himself mentioned that, to say he's not going to say a lot because some of those that are implicated, they are part of ongoing investigations, you know? They're part of ongoing investigations.
All right, I think you make your point, and I tend to agree with you that, you know what, when you say, you know, he's gone so far but not far enough, we don't take into the factor of how brave he's been, but the genuine concerns for people being, you know, being put away. I mean, we've just seen examples of that, right, with whistleblowers. So there's genuine concern about them. Tabo, point taken, point made. Well done on that, right? Zola in Ngobo, thanks for calling in. Zola, hi.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, where's your town? Tell me about it. Because, there are name changes and we lose track of certain towns and cities. Where's your place of residence?
No, it's still Ngobo.
Okay, just checking.
Still Ngobo.
Right. Okay,
Yes.
Go for it. What's your point?
No, thanks, sir. The problem that I'm having is one. I've listened to Trevor, if I'm not mistaken, who was commenting about the issue of the so-called xenophobia, xenophobes, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yes, I just graduated from the youth age, but I'm still a youth, by the way. But we're sick and tired, and with greatest respect, we are not fools as South Africans. Because when this thing started, it started as if it's a Zulu thing and so on and so forth. The issue of illegal immigration is a crisis in South Africa. And we are not going to be silent about it. Because some of them, they even preach the issue of Pan-Africanism. As if we don't read literature, we don't know what Pan-Africanism is. Some of us, we know that it predates to 1897, Henry Williams. But the issue is, if we are naive and we just treat this thing as if it's a vigilante, we're not going to deal with this problem. It's a serious crisis. Why South Africa must be open to the entire African continent? And there is this blackmail, Ashraf, that seeks to suggest then that post-1994, as South African who cough tax, we did not participate in military missions in the SADC region as well as in the East Africa. Whose money is that? It is our money. And when it was apartheid, we never stayed there. We never opened Spaza shop. We never did what they are doing.
So tell me something. What's the solution? I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I disagree with some of the pronouncements that we had with Dr. Trevor Ngwane, as you've heard, right? But what is the solution, on the one hand, agreeing that if you're undocumented and you've got into the country illegally, or you've got into the country legally and you stayed for like 20 years, that can't be allowed to continue any longer, which I hear I think that is your sentiments anyway, right? But how do you then weigh that against the fact that, right or wrong, there are people who have established lives in this country and this is now home for them, and even if they're not officially refugees, they are effectively economic refugees fleeing their country from poverty. How then do we manage the short term, the medium term, and the long term in dealing with this situation?
Yes. In responding, there's no one-way answer that I would give you. But I think what is needed to happen is that Home Affairs, as well as everyone who is the security cluster, must start now to smell the coffee. Because March and March, Ashraf, because some of us were students of political sciences, we were taught about pressure groups, about interest groups, about how these groups theoretically, in order to strengthen any democratic society, that you need to have those organizations so as to hold the government accountable. And March that is led by Jacinta, unfortunately, forms part of what I say is an interest group, and it is a pressure group. Mm-hmm. So I really don't know, but I think what now is a success in all of these things. At least now there's a conversation, and some are naive. But I so wish that the government officials must stop to be naive, because it's a serious crisis.
Well, I agree with it. I mean, so you support in some degree, but not in others. I get your point, Zola, in Ngobo. Thanks for that. Right. Let's get to some of your voice notes that you've sent it out, and please keep them to about 30 seconds. It really does help us to turn out as many voice notes as possible.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Flores from a beautiful winelands. Is General Mkhwanazi a saint? No. Is he a hero? No. But is he brave? Extremely brave. Whenever Mkhwanazi's friends gets attacked, he tries to mum the media. General Mkhwanazi said that blood was going to be spilled. We can see it. 2 people dead already, 1 lying in intensive care. So but other than that, he's very brave, but not a saint. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
He's very brave and not a saint. Well, I mean, I don't know who's calling a person a saint. Sometimes people glorify. He's done tremendous work under tremendous pressure. You have to be very brave doing what he's done, isn't it? My one word is gangster state. Comes from Glaisani Nisi. and at Punta Maria Gate, Kruger National Park. Now you see, I'm thinking about all the wild animals you mentioned, Kruger Park. I'm picturing you just there. Thank you.
Yeah, Sarah. We are thankful for General Mkwanazi for what he was doing. He wants to protect South Africans. But a lot of police go to jail and what been charged, whatever, others resign. But there's a guy whose name was also mentioned at the commission, the family of the president. Why these guys know? Is he untouchable? We never heard about that guy.
Okay, got that from you. Thank you. Right, let's see. In fact, we'll play some other sound voice notes from you just now, but feel free to text as well. You can text anytime to that WhatsApp number or send out your voice notes, or you can call in live. As always, really appreciate you connecting and engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfm examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAfm, the home of real conversations.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
I will talk about growing your business as soon as we can, but it gives us a chance for now taking more of your all-important thoughts on the big issues that impact our country.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Bongani. You know, this thing for drugs, for drug cartel, is not happening in big city only. You know, this thing is happening in all the provinces. And, you know, these criminals are just listening what is happening at Madlanga community and Hardcock with us, you know, and I'm sure wherever they are hiding, they are planning, you know, they meet and they plan what's the new plan now, you know, but we just hope for the best because it's not the same from what General Mkwana says. So we are hoping for the best as a country and as a South African. I thank you.
Okay, there we are, hoping for the best. And I think we all are, aren't we?
Ashraf, this is Northern Cape Town. One word is epiphany. Like Paul in the Bible had an encounter with Jesus Christ. Right? So Mkwanazi must have had an encounter, you know, with God or with his ancestors, that something must be done. And for Paul O'Sullivan to say Mkwanazi was also involved, you know, in criminality, corruption or whatever, you know, is too rich coming from him. Because Paul O'Sullivan is a COA, according to Robert McBride. He likes to be the center of attraction. Mkwanazi is the patron, full stop.
There we are. Epiphany, as you said, being very biblical on that one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. I would describe Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi in one word as resolute. The guy is outspoken. I mean, the allegations has been made. We've seen some people, as you speak, facing the full hand of laws. And I believe from now towards, rules will be put in place for Simpsons from Potchefstroom in the South Coast.
Okay, and there's more. We go to from the South Coast to the Eastern Cape now. Faisal on the line. You want to talk about March and March, Faisal? Go for it.
Yes, Ashraf.
Yep.
What is surprising it is that this March and March is only for poor African. They regard these people as a lightweight, as a soft target. And March and March, it's the Tangwana is right. March and March, the political movement. When they say for 3 months, why for 3 months? Because they've got an agenda. And no one say anything. One woman gave birth under the bridge, an African woman. 5-10 years back, they were saying that Black Lives Matter. Why? All these things for black people. I'm not saying that person must be here illegally, but we should have some mercy. Have some mercy. All of us one day will stand in front of God. For what oppression is this? What's the difference between what Trump is doing? What's the difference between what Netanyahu is doing? It's the same thing what they're doing. I've never seen such a policy. There's no heart at all, and no one is white, and no one can oppose them. Anyone who says something, then no one can say anything about them. Who the hell do you think they are? Why? If the human rights organization they speak, then they jump. SI Council of Churches, they've been fighting oppressing for the past 60, 70 years. Why now they must stop them? Anyone who dare to say against anything against them is becoming an enemy. Where are you hearing things like this?
Okay, I think you've articulated your
no,
views.
People must express themselves. Many times they come up here.
Faisal, you have done that.
They say the media is against them. Anyone who dare speak, they are attacking.
Okay, Faisal, I've heard you. You made your point. I think you made it very, very strongly. Look, I mean, just thanks for that, Faisal. Look, I think if you heard me early on, I tend to agree with that part. I'm not talking about March and March because I'm not attributing anything just to one party. Their views, their policies are very clear. Now, let's get one thing right. If there was no pressure on government, then the issues of our borders with no borders, borders without borders, would have continued forever. And that's also completely unacceptable. So we must acknowledge that government and its agencies have messed up around dealings with immigrants for years and years, and you can't ignore that. And then when you have 40%, 50% of people unemployed, then it just it adds salt to the wounds in this case here, right? And that is the reality. Now, the flip side is how do we fix it up? I'm of the opinion, and I've said so just now as well, that I do agree it has to be a bit more humane. You can't have a situation where there are people living here for 10, 15, 20 years, right? And suddenly they're aliens in your country. They're part of South Africa now. We've allowed that, right? That's the one thing. So we need to put in new systems. And then those that are going to be repatriated, voluntarily or otherwise, there has to be given longer timelines. I think you can't say in a matter of 3 days, like a person, one day he meets you and then 3 days later he's sitting out camping on the outside. There has to be a more humane level to do this. And I think for that, you have to also question government because they've had to speed up what they haven't done for years in response to these various organizations and show their muscle by allowing many people in their thousands to be out in the streets. That's not what we want to be seen as South Africa. I do agree. We need to fix up the problem, absolutely. But the question is, what's the right way to fix it up? What's the humane way to do so? Right, let's get more thoughts from you. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. Sir Ashraf, I see Madlanga Commission, I know it's the 6th July, but my question is one, where are the report? We've got the first interim and the second interim. We just want to know what happened with the shutdown of the PKTT and what happened with the 121 murder docket. Why were they taken to Pretoria? That is it. Thank you.
But when you say reports, you're talking of reports through the entire commission, unless I'm missing something that you've mentioned there, right? Because the commission, is still doing its work right now.
Ashraf, good afternoon. The next time you speak to Dale McKinley, please remind him that the commission is still in full swing. This is just a warm-up. The commission is just gaining momentum. So whatever allegation is saying that they have not been proven, they'll still come before the commission and they'll be interrogated, and the commission will come to a sound, well-reasoned finding about those allegations. He's at pains to try and discredit Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Well, if this was a soccer match between him and Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, I would say General Mkhwanazi 1, Dale McKinley 0. Those are some tunes here. Good afternoon, Ashraf.
All right, point made. Interesting how people have analysed Dale McKinley's report and his own analysis and how that's come across, right? I'm not here to defend him. I mean, he can do it himself. But that's how it's come across.
Ashraf, the mayor of Cape Town, was saying since the Epping refugee center is closed down, the illegal immigrants that are waiting outside must go back and integrate to their communities. So now my question to him is that, where are they supposed to go? I mean, must they go back and integrate in Tamboskloof, Bantry Bay, Constantia, Simonstown, Gordons Bay? Where must they integrate? That's my question to the mayor.
Okay, fair question, fair point. I'll leave it to the mayor to respond if he can. He may be listening into the show, isn't it? Right now it's 5 o'clock. It's the news at 5.
SAFM.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, a third suspect hands herself over to police in alleged precious stones theft, and Ramaphosa speaks on efforts of building digital future. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. A third suspect has handed herself over at the Edenville police station in connection with the alleged theft of precious metals and stones worth almost 15 million rand in Johannesburg in 2023. She's expected to make her first appearance before the Johannesburg Magistrates Court tomorrow. Today, 2 accused arrested in the same matter have appeared in the same court, where their case was postponed to the 16th of this month for a formal bail hearing. And in news just in, the President Ramaphosa has appointed Ayanda Lodlo as ambassador to France. President Cyril Ramaphosa says the country's efforts of building an inclusive digital future for its citizens are coming to fruition. The president's weekly letter comes a week after the country hosted the first ever Google African Cloud Summit. Google announced a range of investments, including a 3 million rand digital innovation center that will be built at the Southwest Gauteng TVET College in Soweto. The president says in his letter that investor confidence in the country's digital economy trajectory is growing, with Google estimating that its Johannesburg cloud region could contribute approximately 1.7 trillion rands in additional gross economic output by 2030 and support of over 300,000 jobs. Ramaphosa says digital technologies are increasingly being adopted to overcome developmental challenges in education, healthcare, service delivery and climate change. Northern Cape Police have raised concerns about unauthorized identity document inspections conducted by individuals in Kimberley. Citizens are cautioned not to be intimidated by individuals who have no legal authority to conduct identity document inspections. Provincial Police spokesperson Thabo Litabe says anyone who intimidates or harasses individuals suspected for not being in possession of identity documents or other legal documentation may face criminal prosecution.
Only duly authorized law enforcement officials from the SAPS, the Department of Home Affairs and the Border Management Authority, acting within the confines of the law, may request and verify identity documents while performing their official duties. The only recognized community structure with which the SAPS officially partners is the Community Policing Forum.
Meanwhile, 10 buses ferrying Malawian and Zimbabwean immigrants who were suffering from diarrhea have arrived at the Musina Repatriation Center in Limpopo. They had been traveling from Cape Town. Earlier, Home Affairs Provincial Manager Albert Matsaung said they will be processed along the way before they reach the center. Matsaung says the buses will now be cleared to proceed to Beitbridge border post today.
What happened is that the buses that we said that they'll be coming from the Western Cape, they arrived, and then they arrived around 11 o'clock here. We managed to allocate them space, and then those buses are currently being processed. From there, we're going to make sure that those people are moved. People that are here are going to leave today.
Reports from Mali say fighting is intensified in the northern town of Anifis, where militants are battling for control of a key military camp where Malian troops and Russian paramilitaries are based. The army says it's regained control of areas hit in new coordinated attacks. Mali has previously faced rebellions by armed groups affiliated with Al-Qaeda. The militia have been fighting for years to create an independent state in northern Mali. Recapping the top story, a third suspect has handed herself over at the Edenville police station in connection with the alleged theft of precious metals and stones worth almost 15 million rand in Johannesburg in 2023. I'm Mondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 5:30.
In sports this hour, Belgian Federation to challenge FIFA's decision to let Belgium play in World Cup match today, and Rossi makes 10 changes to box starting lineup for Scotland clash, and Kostuk into first Wimbledon quarterfinal. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Northern parts of Joburg under a bit of pressure. It's the roadworks on Vikkoppen at Akta, which is the N1 off-ramp. So Vikkoppen slow, Rivonia slow, and motorists bypassing that, putting extra pressure on Bowling Avenue as well. Joburg's N3 North, a crash between Marlborough Drive and the Buccleuch interchange, heading up from Alex. That's quite slow. R24 in from the airport, quite heavy, moving through Edenvale onto the N12 at Galuli's. And a crash on the R21 leaving the airport by the R25 Benoni exit. That's a heavy queue back through the R23 Benoni off-ramp. Crossing to Durban, really busy today as well. A crash on the N2 North between Komarshu and Gateway. That's resulted in the queue pushing back beyond Queen Nandi Drive. And then southbound motorists coming from Mhlanga down towards Komarshu getting caught having a look at that. Roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hill, so that's very slow going from Umgeni Road in Springfield, if you like. And a bit of traffic queuing here and there between Shongweni and Cliffdale. Extra time on your trip through to Pietermaritzburg today. Cape Town, N7 North roadworks at Dunoon is still there. One lane open, huge traffic backlogs after Plattercliff Road, and a crash on the M5 South at Crombourne Road, slowing traffic heading down from the Kuburg interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, you know, the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Minister Solly Malatsi, and the Public Service Commission briefed the media today on the outcomes of an investigation into challenges at the State Information Technology Agency. We'll play some sound about that later on. And then, you know, Katie Katapodis is the newly elected chairperson of SANEF, the South African National Editors Forum. We'll talk to her about that appointment and the challenges of SANEF around 5:45. So listen out for that, right? Okay, but in the meantime, here's a story. The National Dialogue. You remember the National Dialogue? Well, it faces a legitimacy challenge. There's been allegations that properly nominated steering committee members were sidelined. We'll talk about that after this.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfm examines the legacy of Mandela. through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's talk about this. The National Dialogue facing a legitimacy challenge. There's been allegations that steering committee members properly nominated have been sidelined. Well, what's happened? Sibongile Mpanza is a community liaison of the immigration sector specifically as part of the National Dialogue itself, right? Sibongile, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse. Sibongile, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. I appreciate you live on the air. Thanks for joining us, right? What's the story? Help us understand what's going on.
Ashraf, I remember one time I did come in, you were still on a 3 o'clock show. I came in and somebody was speaking about national dialogue. Then I pitched in. I say we know that the steering committee was still being preparing for us to be doing operationals as sectors. Yeah, that was just a few minutes thing. But what's happening at this point is that our steering committee from the immigration sector, they were removed from the official portal without them being told. The only reason they were told was that they did not receive the appointment letters from the president, which is our immigration sector was I don't know if it's the last to come into the immigration, because we had cases where we were waiting for mediation because there were issues that we were not happy with. So they came in last because the first induction that happened, they were not part of. So they came in last, and we had now to, after the mediation, quickly elect, because we already had elected people, but we knew that there should be one because there was a certain political leader, now I won't be saying names of people, that came in and was said she was supposed to be leading the immigration sector. So we were not happy about that, because there's a lot that happened that did not make us happy. Hence now we started electing prior, so that we want to know, and we use the guidelines of election from the structure of the national dialogue. Because the first dialogues were done, those that were inducted, it was the official process of election. But with us, we had to prepare ourselves, but using the guidelines, since we were in the mediation process waiting for it. So once the mediation was successful, we agreed, then now we started to select our steering committees, which were Dr. Leslie Rawls and Mamile Skosana. The other one, if I'm allowed to say, it was Zandile Tutula, who was Zandile Tabula, who was the one who came in first. So what happened, then they went to induction, and now they started receiving information that they disseminate to us, the sector. So in the last 2 weeks, they found that they have been removed from the portal. And actually, they've been having frustrations, and it frustrated us as the sector, because we know nothing about what needs to happen except for the information that comes from them.
So when you say them, I mean,
there
who's
was a lot of frustration.
So I mean, who's the them? Meaning who makes the calls?
Very worried.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you say the them, right? Who's the them? I mean, who makes the call? When you say them, like who is them? Who makes the calls on this issue?
You are very low. I don't know if it's my phone or it's your side. I don't know.
I was saying,
can you repeat the question again?
I was saying, when you say them, right? Who is them? That means who makes the calls that impacts on this committee that you're talking about, where they get sidelined or removed?
There's a MANCO. There's a structure called MANCO. Hence, I say I can't go much into detail, but I know from their frustration that there is a MANCO, and actually when we have MANCO and NEDLEC, they are the ones that does the procedures that needs to be done there. But actually, from us, remember, we know that when we elect our steering committees, we elect them to be the drivers, since this is a citizen-led dialogue. So their issues came mostly from the MENCO, because the MENCO is what they didn't understand, but the details and the logistics of that part is they can speak to it better. Me, I'm speaking from the point that we have been having frustration since then, because we couldn't get enough information. We were stuck. We were not moving as to why. They say, no, there's a going and to and fro or happening. There's main cause, so we are still finding ourselves, but we don't find ourselves time to even do what you guys have sent us to do there.
All right.
So finally, they were removed, which is one thing that made us more worried as to now what's happening. So I know that they did tell us that there's been some expenditures of money by the MENCO where they go to hotels. If there are summits, you'll find that there is a person coming from Soweto to Beachwood Hotel in Kempton Park, not Kempton Park, East Rand. A person will be using 1,700 rand for an Uber. Other ones will be 2,500. The other one from Flagstop, it will be something like your 7,000. Those were the questions that our steering committees were probing as to why is this so much usage of money? Is there, because I'm from a normal transport. So they were very vocal from what I can say. I think even I suspect that they were not necessarily removed because of the lack of appointment letters, because I think when we sent our team, our delegates, and the names, because there was a communication regarding that. So I don't think it's a president's position to do a letter when neglect, because the president just confirms what we have, the process we have went through, and the neglect is put into the president.
I understand. So let me ask you this. I mean, you represent a grouping that's aggrieved. What recourse do you have? What do you want to do next?
I think that the case is in court tomorrow in Johannesburg. There will be, because our steering committees took the steering committee to, not steering committee, the people who are responsible, because I won't know how they call them, but they took them to court. Tomorrow there is a court case against that in Johannesburg Magistrate Court. To contest that.
Well, let's see how
because
that
what
unfolds.
Actually happened, it was directed to the secretariat, but instead the secretariat, without taking a position in it, he sent the letter to the president, which actually the letter lied with him to make a decision and fix whatever needs to be fixed. But instead he took a letter and took it to the president. Okay. So our steering committees took that to court.
All right, let's see how that plays out. I think appreciate your time, Sibongile Mpanza, the community liaison of the immigration sector. And I think, yes, if people listening in are very confused about what's going on, hey, I sympathize with you. It sounds very, very confusing. We'll find out more what happens in court tomorrow, isn't it? Around members being sidelined of a committee that forms part of the national dialogue. This case here, a committee that deals with issues around labor. Yeah. Okay, let me remind you as well, your feedback, as always, is most welcome. And here's one. Good day, Ashraf, or good day, SAfmRadio. Listeners, that is, my concerned issues is that some South African spaza shop owners are not yet ready to take their businesses seriously. Serious, that is. Today I went to buy something, and guess what? I found the brother busy with marijuana in front of his gate, smoking. I think if we carry on doing this, I guess foreigners will still dominate running the spaza shops. From Gordon Shirinda at Project Glen Extension 12. But you see, Gordon, the only point I have with you on that one there is you making the same mistake that others are making when it comes to foreign nationals. If you found 10 people doing wrong, you then reflect it as a reflection of an entire community or tribe or a grouping or a nation. And in the same way, you're doing the same thing. So that person is not ready. But you can't, by extension, say an entire country of locals are not ready to be in positions of ownership. In fact, they need to be guided. But one can't represent all. It really can't.
In case you missed it.
It's shocking that this appointment was done, and I think the last time I spoke to you, we were unpacking Sisisi Tolashe and her scandals around regular appointments and the scandals that she was doing with so many, with the food aid, and it goes on and on. And Kathy, it sort of feels like it was like the worst was replaced with more of the worst. I don't know if that makes sense. You remove somebody who has unethical leadership, and now you replace them with somebody that has massive findings.
The DA's Nasli Sharif.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, let's talk about the issue of the communications minister. He's in the news for other things as well. Remember, around his position with the DA and Starlink and others too. But today, the Communications and Digital Technologies Minister, Solly Malatsi, as well as the Public Service Commission, briefed the media on the outcomes of an investigation into challenges at the State Information Technology Agency, SITA, which is not the normal SITA we know. It's SITA, right? So there's some key things that have emerged. We want you to listen to this. Firstly, Solly Malatsi, outlined what he asked the Public Service Commission to do.
Over the report which we had asked the PSC to conduct back in December 2024. And at the time, our request was very clear to the PSC in terms of what to look at. SITA has had challenges around compliance with good governance practices, the issue of quality of service delivery, leadership instability, both at board level and also at executive level, and the consistent issues that were constantly raised by several government departments around its ability to provide those services. What the report has found out today is that the weaknesses that have been identified, which has impacted SITA's capability, are systematic, cross-cutting, and mutually reinforcing. And weak accountability weakened public confidence in the organization. And cumulatively, all of these factors created an environment in which delays, poor decision-making, and corruption risk could take root. The value of this report is therefore that it articulates clearly where we ought to be intervening as all the actors that are responsible for SITA, starting with the Department of Communications, the board, and executive level. The Public Service Commission has outlined key areas for immediate intervention, and we both agree with the spirit and direction of those. And to outline them is that, one, in the next 30 business days, the SITA board must submit a board-approved stabilization and recovery plan together with verified procurement backlog baseline. Within 60 business days, SITA must submit a comprehensive governance reform plan to strengthen procurement controls, record keeping, board administration, and executive accountability. In addition, SITA will provide quarterly governance reports so that implementation is monitored transparently and progress can be measured against clear deliverables. We have also agreed that these reforms cannot simply be declared or computed by management, but it's something that requires that myself as the shareholder holds the board accountable to it. Secondly, which is important to underscore, is that the report has also identified the need for a broader look at the SITA operations. We in the department had already started kicking off a process that looks at the repurposing of SITA, and that study will ultimately inform how we position this institution that is a great enabler and the bedrock of South Africa's ICT needs.
Right, and there's more. The Minister, Solly Malatsi, then made the point of the importance to note that the report does not conclude every transaction. Listen to this.
It is important to underscore one thing, that the report does not conclude every transaction, appointment, or decision at SITA was irregular, but rather it has identified systematic weaknesses that must be addressed. And those are necessary in order to restore good governance, ethical leadership, accountability, and making sure that the organization focuses on quality of service to its to its client. Our responsibility now is to create an institution that can support ethical public servants, that restores confidence amongst the client's departments, and ensures that public funds are managed with integrity, discipline, and accountability. On the areas of organizational instability which the board has identified, we had already started making movements on some of these issues. As they indicated, we are also joined for the presser by the newly appointed chairperson of the SITA board, Professor Stella Vuma, and also the first permanent managing director of SITA in over 5 years in Mr. Mahato Mello. And this is the leadership that is currently holding the fort at SITA, and I have no doubt that with the team that we have here and the clear outlines in terms of interventions to reposition this institution and make sure that it can focus on its core business, that they will be able to lead the reforms that are necessary there.
All right, so that's coming through from the Communications Minister. But there's time as well, more time for us to just get to engage with you, right? So if you're up for a quick call, you can do so right away on any of the issues we've raised, whatever they are. But perhaps by omission, we have not spoken about something. Well, you can bring it up. 086 000 2032. Madlanga Commission, any thoughts on the goings on there? WhatsApp 0614 104 107. That's text or voice note, right? I can tell you now that, in fact, we have a new ambassador to France. I'll tell you that in a moment.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Yeah, well, the new ambassador to France is Ayanda Glodlo. Remember the name. Right, comments from you. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm not surprised with this thing of the national dialogue. I'm not surprised. I'm sure you are not surprised as well. Where there's money, there will always be something like this. That money won't do anything. It was just a waste of money to come up with the issue of the national dialogue. It was just a waste of money, just like it was a waste of money to defend illegal foreigners in the country. Good afternoon, Maru.
Right, you made your point. Here's another.
Hi, Ashraf. NMN here from Fort Loras. We must never ever be fooled by March and March who's saying they're going to continue the campaign against illegal immigration. All that they want to do is continue looting, continue the mayhem and destruction that they're causing in our communities. Just look at what they've done in the last few days. You will agree with me and every other person that has seen them, how violent they are. That's all that they want to do is destroy the country's image and even attack innocent, unprotected individuals. Bye.
Okay, I hear that. And again, one thing about March and March, nobody sits on the fence. It's love or admire or dislike.
Hi, Ashraf. You are raising very valid points on the issue of immigration. But however, those people, they chose to come to South Africa illegally. And for me, that defeats all arguments because they knew they are doing wrong things. So they in any wrongdoing, there's a consequences. And again, South Africa should not held ransom. The country of origin, they also have responsibility, and we're not hearing much about them. So everything is about South Africa this, South Africa that. That is wrong. They've got responsibilities at individual level and their country of origin, and indeed South Africa as well. But there's a consequences in each and every things that we do wrong. Thank you.
Well, listen, I hear what you're saying. My thoughts on that one, and I've agreed with you. You can't get to a situation where perpetually thousands of people who are here undocumented can be here, and under the spirit of Ubuntu they can just stay here forever. And when we have other problems, I'm saying the way we've dealt with it in the past has been wrong. But if we've dealt with it wrong in the past, the way we deal with it now must also not be wrong. There's got to be a humane way to deal with it. You can't essentially get people to pack up in a matter of like 3 days or 4 days and say, out of the country you go and stay on the streets. You can't do that. You wouldn't do that for other people as well. So why would we do that for them? Like, why? And you're right about the other countries and what role are they playing. But I've made the point, if someone is guilty of something in South Africa and they're accused of something and they stand trial, even in the period where they stand trial and they get bail, they can be out of jail for 6 months. But in this case, yes, they're wrong, but they're gone within hours. And you just have to wonder, are we doing it the right way? And or should we be a bit more, should we allow some people, and I have to choose my words, some people some form of amnesty based upon their personal experience, and others who, even if they want to be voluntarily repatriated, that we do it in a way that is humane compared to others. And my last point on that, I don't underestimate the issue of economic refugees. They may not be officially refugees. People will do the craziest things in the world to survive. You may wonder how come so many people from West Africa specifically will go across the treacherous seas through Libya and other countries or Tunisia and get to the Mediterranean, to the other side of Europe. For what reason? When they know it's illegal. Why would they do that? Can you just imagine their level of desperation? And by the way, in South Africa, for people who oppose apartheid, when they fled to neighboring countries, tell me which one of them had a legitimate passport or not. Think about that. 5:30, here's the news headlines.
On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has appointed Ayanda Dlodlo as ambassador to France. Dlodlo has held various cabinet positions before and during the Ramaphosa administration. A third suspect has handed herself over at the Edenville police station in connection with the alleged theft of precious metals and stones worth almost 15 million rand in Johannesburg 2023. And government has conveyed its condolences to the family of a Malawian national who died during a repatriation operation. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A reminder in Joburg, crash on the N3 North between Marlborough Drive and Buccleuch Interchange. If you're heading that way, it's quite heavy from Alexandra as you line up into that one. Allendale Road, super bad on the way home to Tembisa tonight, going out of Midrand, that's heavy. And the R21 away from the airport, roadworks by the R20, I beg your pardon, it's a crash scene by the R25 Bobsfontein exit. That's caused the pushback back through the Benoni exit and back towards Atlas Road, heading north to Pretoria, coming away from the airport. That traffic is heavy today. Crossing to Durban, the N2 North under pressure. There's an earlier crash scene between KwaMashu and Gateway. The traffic slow as it recovers after that scene from around about Queen Nandi Drive. Heading south, the N2 in Underroad Spaghetti Junction side, that's quite busy. Roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hills causing some delays out towards Claremont and New Germany. And the usual breakdown at Market Road on the N3 North. There's a big backlog into Pietermaritzburg. Queues back beyond the Ashburton exit. Cape Town N7 North roadworks at Dunoon, so that's got you clogged up as you join a single lane section. And the N2 outbound Hospital Bend through to Bunga Avenue looks a bit slow. The rest of the highways and byways around Cape Town, not too bad today. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Well, you may not be able to drop the price of your child's school fees, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 36-year-old Jill, who saves a jaw-dropping 471 Rand a month on her 2025 Hyundai i20. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote from Outsurance to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. Out 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and further information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumi Nkgapele.
Right, there's a big game on the go, but suddenly it's not just a game between Belgium and the USA. It's almost like the next world war, isn't it, to me?
Literally, because Belgium is challenging FIFA's decision to allow United States striker Florent Balogun to play in today's World Cup round of 16 match. Balogun was expected to serve an automatic one-match suspension after receiving a red card, but FIFA overturned the ban and declared him eligible to play after US President Donald Trump reportedly asked FIFA President Gianni Infantino to review the incident. Now, the Royal Belgian Football Association says that FIFA has not provided a written explanation for the decision about why the suspension was lifted, and Belgium says that it wrote to FIFA asking for a copy of the decision and the reasons behind it, and instead of answering those questions, FIFA treated Belgium's letter as an official appeal and rejected it, saying that it did not meet the correct legal requirements. So Belgium now says that it will continue challenging FIFA's handling of the matter, arguing that the decision raises serious concerns about transparency and fair competition. And just earlier on, Ashraf, you were highlighting what US President Donald Trump was saying about this whole situation. Well, this is what he had to say.
But all I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take Messi out? Look, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo, you bunked into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Or Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up. Okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great. Okay.
Absolutely crazy. I think for me, it's what is a red card? And when I found out, I was like, you gotta be kidding. I mean, the tournament has already been overshadowed by controversial refereeing decisions, and some fans and pundits questioning whether high profile teams and stars such as Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo have benefited from key calls. Now, this absolutely crazy. But in terms of this game between Belgium and the US, it's at 2 a.m. But to start things off, it's Spain facing Portugal this evening at 9. In rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus has made 10 changes to his starting 15 to face Scotland at Loftus Versfeld on Saturday. Peter Steph du Toit will lead the side in the absence of Sia Kolisi, who is out on injury, and Eben Etzebeth and Apelele Fassi are in to start in fullback. Edwil van der Merwe and Kanan Moody will replace Cheslin Colby and Kurtley Arendse on the wings, while prop Buan Finter comes in for Ox and Chair. Finally, in tennis, Ukrainian 12th seed Marta Kostyuk booked her place in a maiden Wimbledon quarterfinal with a straight sets win over qualifier Ashley Krieger. Now, Kostyuk overturned a 4-2 deficit on the second set to win 6-4 and 6-4, and she will next face Filipina rising star Alexandra Ayla or former finalist Jasmine Paolini of Italy for a last 4 place. Ashraf, I listened to President Donald Trump, and I don't know what to say, and I don't know if I should laugh or I should just keep quiet because I can't believe this is actually happening at the World Cup?
Well, you can debate it. I'll be very clear about it. This is a disgrace. But I'm not surprised, because this is not about a player a president who doesn't know what's a red card. This is a massive overreach. But he's been overreaching for a long, long time in football. And now why would you think he's not doing the same thing in any other more serious things like global politics? This is a disgrace.
Must be the worst in history. With that said, ke na tumeng kgapele, Modimo ke yo.
Catch the Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, it's really in the club football where I've played a lot of my football with the ladies. At times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, Jimmy Muyaha hosts the SAfm Market Update 6 to 7. Jimmy, to set the scene, you have a story about PRASA.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. If you remember back at the start of the year when we had our national budget speech, the team at National Treasury had an allocation towards PRASA. They were one of the few state-owned entities that did receive money from National Treasury in this year's budget speech. And of course, that was around rail reform and getting PRASA back on track. We got commitments from PRASA around the purchasing of new locomotives, the revamp of their entire strategy and the commercialization of that entity. So you'd imagine my surprise when I see headlines that suggest that PRASA is looking to retrench more than 600 of their staff despite this cash injection from the government. We're going to see if we can make sense of that. We're going to speak to someone in the rail industry. We're going to speak to the rail industry, or the Africa Rail Industry Association. We did try to reach out to PRASA, haven't yet heard back from them. If we do, we'll see if we can get them on the show as well. We just want to get a sense of what's going on here and how we can reconcile the allocation of funds from National Treasury with the cut in jobs that PRASA is proposing here. We've also got a conversation taking a look at a company called Senves's results. They're an agricultural company in South Africa that is listed on the JSE. They gave us an update on their performance for the year ended 30 April 2026. We're going to speak to the Chief Financial Officer of that business and get a sense of how it has been performing. Then we have a conversation taking a look at the auto implementation that went live on the 1st of July. We've been seeing it all over the weekend in various parts of the country. We're going to take a look at that and see if we can make sense of that with the team at the organization Undoing Tax Abuse. We also have a conversation with the team at Santam on their cashback rewards program and trying to understand how it is that they put that together. And then because it's Monday, we've got a personal finance conversation every other Monday. We're going to be taking a look at the latest insights from the team at TransUnion around how consumers are utilizing their credit and where it is that consumers could potentially improve on that. Before those conversations, though, a sense of what's been happening on the markets front. It has been a softer start to the equities markets for the days. The all shares down about a third. The top 40 is down about a third. Resource stocks down 1.7%. Financials tried to recover some of that loss. They were up about 0.4%, but industrials were down about 16 basis points, and so that's why we finished in the red as well on the overall markets. But it's much of the same internationally as well. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong, the only market in Asian markets that finished in the green, up almost a full percent. The Nikkei in Tokyo down 0.01, so 1 basis point, almost flat there, basically flat if you are to look at that. The European markets didn't fare much better. The DAX in Germany up 5 basis points, but the CAC 40 in France down 0.33%, and the FTSE in London down almost 0.5%. The Nasdaq currently is up about 1.1%. Of course, they didn't have a full trading day on Friday because of those Independence Day celebrations. So we'll see how that market shapes up into the evening. The S&P is up about 0.5%, but the Russell 2000 is the talk of the town in terms of US markets. That has outperformed the S&P, and I'm going to be taking a look at that in a bit more detail with Gary Boyson of Rand Swiss. He joins me on markets a little later on. A quick look at the Rand before we go. 16.23 is what $1 would set you back right now. 21 Rand 68, 1 British pound, 1 euro 18 Rand 53, 1 Australian dollar 11 Rand 27, 1 Bitcoin $62,300 a coin, or 1,016,000 odd rands in Rand terms with that firmer Rand. We're going to be taking a look at these and other movements when we come back after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, perfect. Enjoy your show. You've got lots to debate, I'm sure of that.
SAfm is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, we'll get to Katie Katapodis in a moment. She's been elected the new chairperson of SANAF, the South African National Editors Forum, a critically important position, don't you think? But Ashraf, you don't. Yes, comments from you, right? From Carl. Ashraf, you don't understand the total number of exiles from South Africa were less than 100,000. Just Zimbabwean and Malawians are more than 5 million. More than 40% of Zimbabweans adults lives in South Africa. Regards from Carl. Carl, I do understand that, and I'm saying I've never said at any stage that if you're undocumented, it's okay. I'm saying we made a mess of things in the first place. You don't make a mess of things over 10, 20 years and you fix it up in 1 week. That's what I'm saying.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf and the SAfm listeners. Wow, it is nice to be an American, eh? I mean, if Donald Trump can overturn the red card, then this tells us that he can even influence the results of tomorrow's game. He can even, for that matter, choose the referee who's going to rev and phone the referee and tell him he wants what type of outcomes. No, he's just actually spoiling football.
Well, I don't know why you're saying he can influence, tonight's game or tomorrow morning's game. In fact, he has influenced it by virtue of asking FIFA for a rethink, right? And they then responded by doing something that's been unprecedented with regard to a World Cup, right? They've now influenced the game because their American best player now, who should be sidelined, is now going to play the game. It's quite remarkable overreach. I can imagine a picture of Donald Trump where if America loses, let's say, a World Cup final, I don't think they'll get there, but assuming they did, and whichever team beats them runs away with the trophy, I can picture Trump running to the captain of that winning team and stealing the trophy from that person and running away and say, it's our trophy because we think you've been a bit too rough in the game and we think that's not fair to the majority of the audience. I mean, let's play fair. He's capable of anything. I really can't say it any other way. This is the National Pulse.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get back home with the news developments around the South African National Editors Forum. That's SANAF. They had their AGM over the weekend. Maybe that's the usual stuff, but the most significant thing is the appointment of their chairperson, Katie Katapodis. So you are the big boss, Katie. Welcome to the show and congratulations.
Thank you, Ashraf. I appreciate the good wishes. Thanks so much.
You do realize you have like Trump-like powers now, right?
Oh, no, please, Ashraf. I certainly am not going to start influencing FIFA World Cups with rogue actions.
Okay, you've just made your point. Well, listen, well done on the position. I mean, I having known you, clearly this is servant leadership. It's a big responsibility. So let's talk about that. How important is it? How important is SANAF in the South African media and political space? And how important is it for the leadership of SANAF to get things working well?
Well, SANAF is a hugely important organization, Ashraf. At the end of the day, when we talk about what the South African National Editors Forum does, it is not just one thing. We are doing so many things for South Africa's media landscape, for journalists. Just recently, I must tell you, we've trained 700 people on election training that we've had across the country. So it really is an organization that we believe is rooted in the very democracy of our country. It's an organization that has to, at all times, be ethical. And it's an organization that, let's be truthful, has been through some really difficult times in the past few weeks and months. So the responsibility on my head, and in fact of the whole SANEF executive, the management committee and the council members, is absolutely huge. We have such a responsibility to get this right and to essentially do the very best we can for our media and our media landscape.
Right. Let's understand this in terms of your position, a chairperson of the South African National Editors Forum. So what do editors, in this case national editors, what do they do in their normal working jobs, and therefore where then do you fit in ensuring that they go about doing what they do best?
So essentially, SANEF is made up from a whole lot of members. To be a member of SANEF, you don't necessarily only have to be an editor of a big newsroom. You have to be in some kind of an editorial position. In fact, Ashraf, I must tell you that you could very easily be a member of SANEF, because in your position as the host of your SAFM show, you have a team. You talk about editorial matters. So we are filled with people who are dynamic in the editorial and journalism space, as well as people who are in the lecturing and education space when it comes to media and journalism issues.
Okay, point made, and maybe we'll consider that invitation. Let's then talk about the role of the media. I mean, there's not a day at this point in time where callers will call into this type of show, and therefore we call it the National Pulse because it reflects the pulse of the nation. And they often talk about the influence of the media. We talk disparagingly today about the influence of Donald Trump. They talk about, the media are doing this and that, as if the media can handpick who can lead organizations, who can lead political parties, who can shift positions. Can the media do that?
I certainly think that the media is incredibly influential, but I've always said this. I think that regular South African citizens, we need to be able to read and consume media, Ashraf, from a variety of providers in order to be able to draw our own conclusions as well and to make up our own minds. At the end of the day, we should never blindly believe just one publication or one media house or one journalist. I think the onus is on us as individuals to be very well read, to get a sense of what is happening in our country and in our world. And that, for me, is really important. Does the media get a very bad rap? Absolutely. We certainly do. Sometimes it's warranted. Sometimes that bad rap is actually warranted. Other times, not so much. And what intrigues me and what amuses me, Ashraf, is that when the media is criticized so much about some issues, we have to ask ourselves, well, where do people get that particular bit of information?
It's a good point.
They got it from the media.
Well, I want to ask you what the media is getting right and where we're getting it wrong. We'll do that right after this.
In case you missed it.
Portfolio committees, fortunately, all the parties placed their members from those portfolio committees on this committee. So when it comes back to us, it comes back to us who have dealt with it. So that, we have a full background, so there's no problem there. For other law enforcement agencies, well, yes, it's certainly a good basis for them. There will be, adverse findings, I have no doubt about that. But that's all they are, is because what we have gathered is information. It can't be termed evidence by any stretch of the imagination.
Democratic Alliance Chief Whip in Parliament, Glenys Breitenbach.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's conclude our chat to Katie Katapodis, the now chairperson of SANEF. So, Katie, what is the media getting right? Are we talking, in this case, newsroom media, right? What's the newsroom media getting right and what are we getting wrong?
Well, I've got two words for you, Ashraf, when it comes to what we're getting right, and that is resolve communications. Let's think about that for a minute. The discussion around the Democratic Alliance, Tony Leon, and resolve communications, and whether or not he did or didn't have undue influence, has all emanated from a media report, an interview that John Steenhuisen did with News 24. So, and I'm using that as an example because that for me is a very typical example of what the media does right. It's being able to expose some of the issues that we need to know about in our country. That for me is absolutely critical. And journalists and newsrooms that continue to delve into issues like this, all power to them because we need that.
Okay, what are we getting wrong? Yeah.
What is the media getting wrong? In the same breath, I will say that we are getting things wrong. I think that we are not utilizing our journalism and our journalistic skills the way that we should. There is too much of a he said, she said scenario because, Ashraf, we remember that old adage. If you say it's raining outside and I say it's sunny, the role of the journalist is to walk outside and check for themselves, not just to report, Ashraf said, but Katie rebutted. It's the role to go out and check for ourselves. And I don't think that is happening as rigorously as it absolutely could in every newsroom. I also think that the regurgitation of what social media is telling us and presenting it to us as news is also not necessarily the best utilization of our media skills. So I would love to see more rigorous reporting and actual journalism. I am going to throw the ball back into the court of media owners because if they want this to be done properly, we need to fund newsrooms properly. We need to recognize that news and journalism is not a cheap exercise, in inverted commas, and it takes investment and a proper understanding that it's about the democratic project. We can't strip newsrooms and make them absolutely bare and then expect the very junior reporters who are in those newsrooms to deliver Pulitzer Prize-winning stories. It's simply not going to happen.
Well, let's end with this. I mean, on that last point you made, right? If this was a debate at Oxford Union to say, talk about the media as an enhancer of South Africa's democratic project, you would say what? And you've got 30 seconds to make a point.
I definitely think that the media enhances South Africa's democracy because remember, a healthy democracy is very closely aligned to a vibrant media. There should always be a tension, Ashraf, between journalists, the media, officials and government, a healthy tension where actually we are holding each other to account at times. So I really believe that healthy tension is necessary and I really believe that journalists need to be empowered by media owners and given the tools that they need to really do the kind of journalism that shifts things in society.
Point made. The media an enhancer of South Africa's democratic project. Katie Keteboudis, congratulations on your position, chairperson, but I take it very much a servant leader position. And we'll chat, I'm sure, down the line in the next few weeks, months, years, and reflect on the role of the media. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse.
Thanks, Ashraf.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Right, let's get to some comments from you via WhatsApp.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Petros. I like your show. You are very neutral. I like the way you are podcasting there online. Big up. I want to respond to this thing of Donald Trump. Donald Trump, since when he's analyzing the football now, because as far as I know, the football is not dominated in USA that much. Now Trump is a president, is a football analyst. What's up? What's happening in US? Thank you.
But why are you surprised? I mean, he already won the FIFA Peace Prize, something like that, before the World Cup, in the midst of some of the biggest issues in the world that the USA have been driving.
Hi, Ashraf. One day, we must be the one sitting in the studio and let the media be the listeners, the presenters be the listeners. Because of normally, you, the media, you criticize everything, but you don't have even the solutions. Same as our political leaders. They all have criticism, but they cannot come up with the solutions. what we are trying to achieve, even in the first place, it was not supposed to happen. They were supposed to make sure that this country is protected against whatever is happening. The same as the crime. They don't have the solution with the crime, but we will come up with the solution one day and they will criticize it. This is Jacob Mokopane.
Okay.
Tango.
We could swap places. That could be very interesting. Who knows? It may just happen. Listen, as far as they been the problem in terms of government, there's no question about it. What have they done? Listen, on about 10 different indices in the last 20 years. But in this case, what have they done around immigration? And let's be clear, there's no nice way to say it. Somebody's made a mess of things.
Hi, Ashraf, Vusilu Shabat Durban. Do you realize that you've been saying that we can't just ask people to pick up and leave in 3 days for the last 12 months? It's been almost a year, if not over a year, saying we can't ask people to pick up and leave in 3 days, which then means those people have had over a year to pick up and leave, actually.
I get your point. In fact, it's not a few people, it's many. We know that the numbers are millions. I'm just saying you can't solve the one problem, and it is a problem, by creating a mass movement of people in a matter of days. That's all I'm saying. I'm not denying at all that, hey, what's wrong is a right. I've never said that.
Hi. I have to say that I live in a relatively affluent neighborhood, and I have to laugh. On many of our Facebook communities, there's people looking for domestic staff, either for their house or to work in their garden. And people are getting employed. Ashraf, that's amazing. Alrighty, cheers, bud.
I've certainly seen that, and that is noted, and that's a good thing. I agree.
Hi, Ashraf. This is Sabata from Durban. I don't know where do these people who are saying much and much is violent, which continent are they living in? I really don't understand. Because, really, I'm not saying that much and much matches have all been non-violent. But I'm saying that 99% of them, they have been no violent, there have been no issues. They obey the laws of this country.
Well, look, points taken. I don't think they've outwardly said anything. There's a perception from others that their supporters may be doing something. And I'm saying perception. I never said that, just so that you know that. There are people, whether they're part of March and March or there could be others in their own organizations, there are examples, and it's not just one or two. There are examples of people being attacked personally by others on their own. We can't allow that either, can we? Think about that. Thanks for listening. Catch the podcast of all the big conversations we've had on the show, SAfm.co.za. So tomorrow, 3 p.m., you have an appointment with me. Do set your alarms now. Here's the news at just gone 6 years on Della and Bana.